big slick for Ivy. Yeah, again.
Yep. Nice to look down at.
Tim with the 9-5 of spades.
There's me thinking hand was over. But big blind Tim decides to hit the 9 on the turn.
Just bangs the 9 off. What has happened here? Just expect to see a defend. Next thing you know, it's all in and a call. And Tim going to double up through Ivy to 1.9 million. 9-5 of spades.
Just a wild shove on the big blind after an open from Ivy. Wow.
Yeah, that can't be good tower. Like, Tim's a very good player, we know that, but I've no idea what the hell was going on with that hand. That seems wine o'clock, says Okers. Good shout, actually. When you know wine o'clock, that is a good shout. He has been on the old red wine all day. Maybe it was a bit of a little. I don't know. I have no idea.
You just think open.
I break tradition.
Well, I mean it with love, you know that, right? You've busted me multiple times, so I owe you one. Just in case it happens.
Spin yesterday, Tom.
I did. Very happy.
Yes.
Considering we both couldn't get much going on.
You just bought it?
You thought I was a stack as well, didn't you?
Oh, they gave you regular chip.
Got a stack of money.
I'm the privileged one.
Can I get it? Yeah, I remember I busted you open on some dates.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I win that hand too. 5.
You have the king of diamonds?
King, queen, diamond.
Oh my
king,
days.
king, queen with the king of diamonds.
Oh, you mean you would have to hold it?
Yeah.
He's got 7, and the rest all have 9.
I would rather you hold. I have some left. Okay,
If I was a couple of seats around, I might open jam too.
I think yeah, there's 4 of us. Actually, 5 of us. Yes, 5 of us. It's actually very interesting. Oh, 6 of us. No. I'm playing it to red ones.
Yeah, 16.
Especially with the practice.
20, isn't it? 20 big to
16.
gold back to 2-5.
No, I played it twice. I don't think it's 6K. I'd imagine.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Welcome to the high roller, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, 33 through. And I do believe there's something like 35 day 2 buy-ins.
I think you're nearly right. Around there.
Amazing. But everybody who did bag up yesterday, Josh Bolton, 848, Tourney with a chunk of 802, Ravi with a chunk, Tom Middleton with a chunk. He's an our feature. He'll be running to the table very shortly, I'm pretty sure. But 32 day 2 buy-ins. This is the high roller. Looking forward to this. and it's going to be an absolute cracker. Dooley's a day 2 buy-in. He's got ace jack.
Good to see Dooley. I think we're going to see most people turn out this week. A lot of faces surfaced today for day 2 of the high roller. If we bust this, he can jump in the main, try and bag some chips.
Suki's all in, Dooley's all in. 2 day 2 buy-ins are just a battle. Ace jack for Dooley. Phil Suki with ace 5.
Yeah, some way to start if you can double that day 2 buy-in first hand of the day.
There we go. 8, 6, 4. All the way around it for Suki.
That's the 7's working now alongside 5s. Well, how about a double gutty? 7, 5, 3.
Even Josh has just laughed. Oh, and it's a king on the river. Oh, man. So Phil Suki departs. Tom Middleton comes to the table, misses the first bit of action. Wow.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate that for Phil because Midi weren't at the table, so it was dead big blind, no button, so it's essentially heads up Dooley and Suki. So if Midi sat at the table in the big there, Suki may not take the ace 5 off, but just a situation that Midi was a little bit late. No big blind there. Dooley's open effective button. We've got an ace. Just going to get a lot of folds.
Good morning, Stephen. We are on Facebook, we are on Twitch, we are on YouTube, we are back to normal.
How are we doing, Mr. Goodman? Good morning, sir. Hope you're doing well. He's done his money.
He's done his money. Oh dear, 35. And to be fair, Sam, I don't think that's the correct number. So we'll just we've got a stewards at the minute. We will find out for you. You might. What was the line, Sam?
He's got over. He's got under 71,000 up top. I've got over 71,000.
Oh, so not the number of day 2 buy-ins.
Not the number of day 2 buy-ins. It's what's up top today, Ed. 150 runners, about 270k in the prize pool, minus some fees. I reckon he's done his money.
Right.
So Dooley had his Weetabix this morning, doubles up, and then 3 bets the hijack open and mark with the offsuit Midland Ace-X and Mr. Clack. What a sight to see. Early doors with the Kings. Just 4 bet and 2 quick folds.
Watching from Goa in India, Michael Oakes. Happy holidays, Michael. Supposed to be stunning in the winter time. Steve Chandler says he's started into the IPT game in the Alea in Glasgow. Played a few 25-50s and noticed a big difference in the game. Thinking the 400 is going to be even bigger. Any tips for rec players on a 1 bullet satellite seat? Don't want to give away scared money, obviously.
Yeah, I think sort of that buy-in. Not really too much folding going on early stages. So if you're getting in from start, I'd just say play solid. Always say good fundamental poker. Make sure you're not playing too wide pre-flop. That can just lead to bigger mistakes down there. Settle in, sort of get to know your table. Don't be on your phone. Have a little look around. Try and take everything in. See if you can pick up on anything. And yeah, don't have scared money. If a spot arises and you feel like you may need to put a lot of chips in, and it's a good spot, don't shy away from it.
And I'm also guessing, Steve, there'll be a lot of satellites,
Yeah.
satellite winners into that event. Not normally in Glasgow.
And I will say, Steve, as it's a one bullet you're having and it's off a satellite, don't be afraid to bust. That's sort of the main thing. When you're in for a satellite, you sometimes sat there, you'll be there on the river, you might have queens pre-flop and someone's 4-bet jammed against you. You're like, oh, do I really want to go out on my one bullet? You'll get other opportunities down the line, mate. Like, try not to play too tight and fold too much because you're in for a sat and you're only having one bullet in the tournament. There'll be other opportunities that arise down the years.
And don't tell anybody you're only having one bullet, because they'll pick on you.
Yep.
All these little things that people pick up on, store it in the memory.
Best thing to do, half a pint in your hand, stumble to the table, go, bullet number 8 for me, lads. How are you getting on? Just sit down, yeah? They don't know. Yeah, good luck over there, Stephen. How are we doing, see folk? Good afternoon. We have got a cracking day ahead. High roller in a star-studded field. I need to give Toddy a shout out as well. He got a bit of the hump with me yesterday.
Oh dear, what did you do?
Because when we were streaming the mini main final table, I said I'm just going to run you down a few of the players in the high roll. I said we've got some great players in. I listed off about 6-7 names, and his name wasn't in that list. So he had a go at me yesterday. So I've been told to say Toddy is a great player. I just missed him off that list.
How much did you get for it?
I'll find out later. But
What? Just quickly going back to a C4. What time's the delivery?
he won't be in Coventry.
What time's the mixed grill coming to C4? That was beautiful in Manchester. Thank you very much.
Thomas opening the 5s, Dooley defending 9-7 from the big.
So back on all three platforms. All three platforms in the chat already, which is good. And we'll just get confirmation of the actual number that started day 2, because we think it's 74 and we got it down as 69, so we'll get confirmation in 5 minutes.
Doesn't really matter how many.
Doesn't really matter.
Day 2,
Just for Sam, because if it is 74, Sam, that's 41 day 2 buy-ins.
I'm pretty confident it's not, because we had 114 yesterday when they bagged up.
But only 33. There were only 33 names on the list, and we started with 74.
Yeah, but the other thing, the chips in play is at 15 million. That's something that's key.
Oh, I don't know
So,
that bit.
so
That's,
it can,
that's the technical bit.
So it can only be 150 entries, 100k starting stack. 15 million divided by 100k is 150. So therefore, 150 take away 114.
36.
Yeah, so I'm guessing there was
36 and 33.
36 and 33, 69.
Not 74.
Not 74.
They're trying to do us on here.
That's a
Trying to make us look daft.
36 day 2s we'll go with. All that matters is someone is going to win a chunk of money come the end of today.
Indeedy. Man of Straw says who won yesterday. Eventually it was Phil Tate. So it is 36, Sam. Our figure in the top right is correct.
Yeah, that we will see Gilly do anything here. It is a really Small size from Dooley. Maybe Gilly feels like he's priced in, but A7 off. Surely just gets out of here. Middling ace-X. Gonna go for the 4-bet jam. So Dooley with the small size to induce, and it works perfectly. Little 2.4x out of position. 40 might have gone slightly bigger, but he's induced this 4-bet rip from Gilly. And once again, against Suki, the ace-5, it was 4-6-8. Suki flopped the gutter. He's got to fade the gutter again on the same board.
Unbelievable. Can he do it again?
Well, now, Diamond's not working. It was a 2 on the turn against Suki as well,
No, it was
wasn't
a
it?
3. So you were double gutted, weren't you? Oh, no, yeah, I wanted a 3 on the river.
And it's a 2 on the river, so Dooley.
Yeah, that's just exactly the same 4 cards. Unlucky, Gilly.
What a start for Dooley. Not even 15 minutes in. His starting stack is 3 stacks now.
Seats open, 13-1.
Always, right? Always, bro. At least like 6 more outs. And then I saw it down like shit. I looked
So on 64.
7 dice, 7 dice.
Phil Suki, Tamakamau, Mendigus Kalinskas, Brandon Shields and Gilly Black. Busting out in the early stages.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to lose half the field this session, Tower.
Yeah.
Blind on blind. Midi with a 7-3 suited. Going to bump it up. Oh, and Thomas Clack. Kings and now Queens. Not going to be getting too much action from Midi unless we take this route. Flats the ladies here. Facing the 3 VBs from the small from Midi. Bottom 4 Midi, Tom Clack with the overpair turn set. That is strange. Oh, and would you have a look at this river? We're not sure if Tom actually has queens because the Queen of Hearts on board. He obviously doesn't. The fact that it's gone check on the end. Did seem a bit strange.
Yep.
Choosing to flat.
What?
Feeling alright. Holding suit, yeah.
No, I feel a bit under the weather. It's actually connected to that's the most insane thing around. What?
If you ask,
You do 4 people serious. Come on, man.
Sweet? 3, 4, 5. What are they?
Are you scared of this one?
You know what? I swear, I thought you had a 100k
And the
stack.
curse is broken.
I didn't realize because you had your hands in front of the thing. I looked over. I really thought you
You set yourself
I
up.
didn't realize you had a big stack.
What is this trap? What is this trap?
oi, oi, champ in the building.
Can I get my money?
Antoine on the back.
Frenchie on my left. Oh my god, what a...
The 2550 in the Vic has disappeared off the app. Do you know it's been cancelled? Yes, it has, Ryan. It has been cancelled. They're not too sure that the Vic is going to be fully complete and ready. So rather than rush the job, the 2550 in the Vic has been cancelled in June. It's been replaced, and I know it's a little bit further away, but it's been replaced by a summer festival in Portsmouth. And we're going to be live streaming from Portsmouth. but we've been assured that the event in July, the GUKPT, will be there on the 16th of July until the 20th or whatever it is. It's actually the week before Goliath. They've added one in as an opening festival. We will be announcing the Goliath schedule from tomorrow.
Oh, will we now?
Yes.
First I've heard.
I've been up all night.
You've been doing it.
I've been working out
Right.
what's good.
Great.
I've been working out when we're going to be jigging about.
So basically, we've now got an 8-flight Joker's Wild. You've been doing the schedule.
Portsmouth is the 16th of June, a C4. June, not July. London is the 16th of July.
Gun open from Mark. Midi. Letting the ace-4 suited go. Fairly strong range it should be from Mark Dyson, opening off a 15 from gun. Oh, and of course, a couple of ladies for Toddy. Why wouldn't he have them in the big blind tower?
That's why you're the best.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how you become the best.
He does love Coventry.
Yes, Portsmouth ends on the 16th of June. We'll get a summer festival on the list this week as well. But June, the summer festival is the 11th of June until the 16th. I think it's actually the 9th till the 16th, the whole schedule. But we're there on the 11th.
A6 suited for Dooley. 50 to start the hand. Raise and take.
The 16th of July is the Vic. So yeah, Ryan, the 2550 has disappeared. But, we'll have schedules thrown up on the stream all the time. Just keep watching. Card Room Direct and GUKPT and Grosvenor Poker at 888. We'll see all the team in a couple of weeks.
Yes, we will.
From the 888ers.
They won't see me though. Not if we're in Glasgow. I'll have my earmuffs on, my Eskimo hoodie on. You only see me eyes, that's it. Actually looking forward to it. It's always nice to go somewhere new. You've never been before. Bit of a trek. Drake, we'll get any sunshine tower. Are you taking the clubs up?
I don't think I am. I think it's a train journey for the lads this time. I'm pretty sure. I don't think. But if the weather forecast all of a sudden changes and it's 15 degrees in Glasgow the week after, the few days after, I might just have to change my mind.
I can't wait for golf this year. Been a good start for Tom in terms of distribution. Kings, Queens, now Ace Queen. But the rascal that is Ravi on the direct left, free betting the King Nine of Hearts here, and against this certain customer, not going to be folding. Just weighing up options as Tom. Like, call seems fine. Going to dominate a lot of Ravi's 3-bet bluffs. May even think about getting aggressive against this particular opponent. And does go for the 4-bet to 84k. Quick fold from Ravi.
It's sunny today, says Valerie. Afternoon, Val. Hope you had a great birthday. And it's sunny today. I might change my mind and take the clubs up. I've never played golf in Glasgow. Played in Edinburgh, but never in Glasgow. I've only ever been to Celtic Park twice. They're my only trips up to Glasgow ever.
How you doing, Rossa? Good day, gents. How are you doing? Next still bothering you, old man. Yes, it is. Still bad. It's actually got a little bit better. I woke up this morning and it's still there, but it's got better than what it was.
Cheers, Oakers. Already on the case with that. PK's on the floor at the minute, but we will get it changed. Thank you very much. This is the high roller day 2.
Tourney with the open. Dooley with the 3-bet to 36k. He's 10 off here for Tourney. Not really going to want to continue too much out of position. 4-bet could be an option at a low frequency. We'll see what Toddie's got in mind here. Looks like does go for the little low frequency 4-bet. 3-bets, 4-bets flying in here in the high roller early stages. And Dooley just going to be 5-bet sending, I assume. Don't think we've really got room to click. If we're clicking, we're just committed. Maybe a bit alarm belly as well. Just feel like going to be a 5-bet send from Dooley, fold from Toddy.
And Dooley, an A2 buying. All of a sudden, you've got 70 big blinds.
This is a sick one, isn't it? Yeah, I know this is a sick one. You love it.
What a start.
You love it. No, we were on the street. Loved it.
Yeah, we'll get the full payout structure up shortly. Just under 80k. Going to be going to the winner. Unlucky, Sam, mate. It was a spread bet we had, right? Was it spread?
£10 a point.
Yeah, £10 a point, weren't it? Over 71. Ace 10 for Tom. Raises to 12. Bobby, King, Queen suited here. Just going with call. Out the small off of 17. It depends what we think about Tom. I feel like Tom is going to have enough opens even from gun. Maybe one that could take from small blind specifically. Maybe more flats going on in the big. Chooses just to see 3.
Jack 7-4 is the 3.
Yeah, it seems like a nice combo as Tom even freeway to potentially continue. Doesn't with the ace of clubs in hand. Maybe not wanting to get check jammed on by Bobby when we got some nice backdoor equity to realise. I would have probably led here as Bobby Tower. I feel like it's a really nice spot if we're not going to send it pre. Like Tom checks back, going to have a lot of ace high, king high stuff. Even some stuff like 6s, 5s. Seem like a potential nice spot to lead as Bobby, but now we get to the river. It's midi with the check mark and 2 pair.
21?
Yeah, half pot. And against half as midi here, you feel like just got to raise. As played anyway, like Jack 10 sets probably all going to start leading turn. Maybe the 8-9 of clubs is one that could check turn, but most of the range here of Bobby for value is just going to be capped at one pair. Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack that didn't elect to lead turn. Maybe some Ace 10, King 10 that feels like it's got the best hand enough of the time. So really fine value raise here from midi. Really nice. Mr. Clack, not relinquishing, thinking about it.
He eventually gets out of the way. So too does Bobby. Afternoon, Mark Roberts on YouTube. Sorry if it's a repeated question, but is Twitch off for the year? We are now back on Twitch, Mark. It was yesterday's IT problem, the security or whatever in the club or whatever it was regarding Coventry has been sorted by the IT guys overnight. We are now on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube as normal. Then send us a message, Mark, when you log into Twitch. On Twitch.
Toddy letting Queen 9 of clubs go there. +1, covering everyone. Might have treated myself to an open. Taking the tighter approach. There's room for Antoine to open. Cut off Ace 10 to 12. Can't do anything here as Bobby. Maybe he can. He's going to go for the jam. Guess still have some fold equity at just sub 12. Anton with Ace 10 though, never folding. Cut off versus button. Thumbs up from Bobby. Maybe just feels like he's going to get enough folds from Anton's cut off opening range. You still feel like we don't need to take every single ace from button facing the cut off open, but the Ace 6 off is in. Leading.
Yep, one of the sixes. One's dead.
Well, that's not the worst card to see. We do have some chop outs now. 7 or 8 would chop this.
Well, no, it's a 9. So Antoine Labatt takes out Bobby. Unlucky Bobby. Out he goes. We've also lost Ariane Kashani, Chen Cheng, Phil Joyce, Konstantinos Pastokoris, Dean Hutchison, Robbie Bull, Hamza Nazir, Keith Johnson and Shamil Patel. They are dropping, as you said they would do.
What's Sham doing playing this? Haven't seen Keith Johnson. Haven't seen
Who else haven't you
Tama.
seen?
Haven't seen Phil Joyce. I reckon there's probably about 30, 40 players that have just turned up today.
Yes.
And then here for the weekend.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you're not flicking it into the high roller, you're going straight into the main event. Million guarantee.
I'll tell you who I've seen and heard though. Ravi in seat 1
Ravi
was on the wine yesterday.
Okay. No
And,
way.
He might have had a few too many. Because like you could hear him just like walking through the card room, like you know you can just sometimes in the background hear someone who's a bit loud. Ravi was someone that I've certainly seen yesterday.
Which is what? Is that why there's a water and a coffee at the side of him?
Of course.
Day off yesterday, straight onto the red. Is this not one of, if not the most stacked GKPT high roller ever?
Very similar to the one we had in Manchester
Yeah.
a couple of weeks ago. That was stacked as well.
Huge, 150 runners. You've earned your coin if you win one of these.
like a credit to him. He makes everyone.
Green eye flop for midi.
Nice board for him. And to be fair, met by C-Bet here, I wouldn't actually mind once in a while, like not always going to take it, but one that Alex could potentially get a bit fruity with. Overcard, 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, power suits against a wide C-Bet range from the cut-off, but just a snap fold.
Gutted to be sat on the M1 at junction 21 for nearly 2 hours. Going to be alert home and miss the mother-in-law. That is a long way. Not the best road in the world, to be fair, junction 21. Ooh, juicy. £6,600 if you make the FT. 15 get the money. So we'll be on 2 tables of 8. So when the 2-table redraw comes in,
That's the bubble.
that is the bubble. So redraw at 16. £79,150.
It's probably got to be, other than Goliath, the highest high roller prize I think we've ever
You're
had.
right. Yep, I think you're right. They are there. That is a chunk up top.
Ravi on the button opens. It's a 16k mark, short in the big. Just 8.5, but does defend the Jack 8 here and got a flop that he's going to get to go with. Top pair on the 7-8-4. Ravi A6 with heart in hand is just going to set Mark in for pot. And off we go. Ravi in the hunt for an ace or a 5. Mark needing to fade those cards to double and get back to just north of starting.
Ten of hearts turn, aces and 5s. Needed, and it's a deuce, so Mark gets a full double. Ravi just under $500,000. HGV shed 550,000 bottles of water due to 21A. They're running out of water here, might need some.
Yeah.
Anybody at junction 21A?
Don't go via Coventry, do you?
Not being funny, but HGVs this in the last 3 or 4 years on the roads have just made a law unto themselves. They drive as fast as they want. Every time there's a 50, they know they're not getting done, so they just drive at 60. They're always in the second and third lane. I think nowadays with these 4-lane motorways that it should be HGVs should be in the 2 lanes only and not 4.
I agree.
They can use the third lane, and I just think they just hog all the motorway. Plus, there's too many cars on the roads anyway, and the roads are in the worst state than they've ever been. There's roadworks absolutely everywhere you can go, but we just have too much traffic for the roads, and HGVs just constantly ruining everything.
Never heard of you.
It's all the HGV drivers' faults, and I used to be
I
one.
know, that's what I was about to say.
I used to be one, but I never hogged the middle lane or the second lane, anything like that. I was always on the inside, taking my time.
Yeah,
Paid,
I bet you were. I bet you were, yeah.
I was on the hourly rate.
Pit stop every hour.
I was on the hourly rate. I could tell you what was at every shop at every pit stop there was.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. So Dooley with a stab with the 5 deuce. Drawing dead. Facing Mark's 9-8. Has he got the second barrel in there as Dooley? Never going to win with check. Does he feel inclined to bluff at this now? What's it look like Mark has? Once Mark checks twice, difficult for him to have 2 pair plus. Does feel like he's going to have a lot of 10x, Queen X, these type of holdings, and Dooley does Get the 8 out of there. Come to play today, as Dooley.
He has indeed, up to the 460k. Sabri asked how I used the paper. I did. I did use the paper disc. God, they're always wrong. Never took my brakes, me. Not my problem. I never stuck the taco on brake. Looked like I'd not had any. They're obviously so easy to manipulate now. Now they're digital. So blinds up shortly. 40-minute clock all the way through. J9. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Jay.
They told me you cannot verify certificate.
That's only for the French people.
Dooley on the button. Opening to 12k. Antoine in the small blind. Ace 3 off here. Not ever going to be playing cool. Let's just get out of the way. Midi should be defending Queen 6 of hearts. Quick defender off to the flop. Going to sweat this one from Midi's perspective. Not much to sweat. Just going to be check folded on Ace 10 deuce if met by C-bet. We're not met by C-bet, and even as Midi here, like, we're not going to do any lead-in. Like, once Dooley checks back this board, just don't expect him to have any hands that are going to be folded to turn lead. If he's open like an 8-9 suited, he's going to C-bet. If he's open like a Jack-9, he's going to C-bet. So once he checks back, expect him to have some 10x, expect him to have some pocket pairs, something like an Ace 3 of diamonds. Just face with 10k. Out the way as Midi.
Nick Margins, I've not even seen Nick.
I've seen Nick.
He's bust out. Chris Brammer, Gary
seen
Smith,
Brammer.
a couple of GDPRs after Ari and Kashani. £79,150 up top.
Should play Triton events. I'd buy a piece, says Jay. Fancy playing Triton Tower? Jay's going to flick us in.
Triton?
In the chat. I'll tell you who was playing the Triton. Guess who's in Jeju playing the main event? Well, yesterday he was playing the main event.
In where?
In Jeju.
Where's that?
Somewhere in Asia. I think it's Thailand. I could be wrong. But it's somewhere in Asia. Where the Triton is at the moment.
Who's playing? Do we know him?
Yes, we do know him. He is a GUKPT champion last year. Or did he get second? He definitely come first or second. Who haven't you seen this week?
Rod Stewart.
Zicheng is over in
Zicheng,
Jeju
meow.
playing the Triton main event. Meow meow.
Wow.
is playing the old Triton, main. South Korea, thank you, HBS.
Nice one. I like your dulcet tones, Mr. Tower, and Jay's wisdom. And Jay should play the Triton event. There you go. Yeah. Now I know Gene Hackman's died, and Jay's no idea who Gene Hackman is ever. Couldn't even name one movie that Gene Hackman's been in.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
No.
No?
But
What do you call Gene?
that was Gene Wilder. Good effort though.
Yeah, see, I wasn't far off.
It was 95.
Okay.
So his wife in 95. Gene Hackman died.
Yeah.
His wife of 64 died, and the dog died.
Okay.
No suspicious circumstances. Work that one out.
I don't know.
Work that one out.
I don't know.
What was it? The cat?
I don't know. Ravi with the double barrel there with the small pair gets the 9 out of there.
Yeah, French connection was like. French Connection was a brilliant film in the late 60s, early 70s. He was in Superman as well.
Superman.
One of the original Superman.
Never seen Superman.
Oh, no. So and one of the greatest movies ever made, The Poseidon Adventure. That was a great movie.
Pocket 9s for Mark. Kind of an awkward one. +1. 13.5. Does just go for the send. It seems like a close one, whether to make it too big, whether to jam. Mark chooses jam. And we're going to be getting it through.
Indeedy, indeedy.
The bloke that plays Willy Wonka in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory Sabria is literally
Close.
he's got the same name, and I remember that actor on screen being called Gene, and that is literally all I ever remember. I couldn't remember his surname, but I remember it being Gene. Hey then, Steph, mate. Good afternoon. I know it's Gene Wilder now, Tower told me. But when he asked me guess one film, who's it, Gene? Who are you talking about?
Which one? Oh, Gene Wilder?
No, the other Gene you mentioned.
Oh, Gene Hackman.
Gene
Hackman.
So I had a guess. That was my guess. Back to it. Thomas on the button. Couple of 8s. Toddy, Queen 6 suited. Pretty clear defend. Got a little fun one here. We got 2 pair facing flush draw, quarter pot continue from Tom Clack. Toddy, always continue, just which avenue to take. Obviously, Rays does have the merit of folding out some better queen highs, king high stuff, even some ace highs, but some of Tom's ace highs would have to continue. But Toddy does go for the raise here and now, making it 33k. Pretty nice hand to just call as Tom. Don't think we're ever free betting. Definitely not folding.
Six of hearts on the turn.
So Toddy now picks up showdown. We do jump in front of some hands that Tom will call with, like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. this type of stuff. Even like a king queen with a club, a king jack with a club, these type of hands against a small check raise. So Toddy now checking on the 6 after picking up some showdown. And now over to Tom with the 8s. Is he going to try and get to showdown as well? Goes for the small turn probe here, making it 45 for 40% pot. Now Toddy can't go anywhere. We got a pair of our flush draw. Assume we're just check calling. Or is he thinking about getting creative here? I think it would be a bit ambitious to start turning a 6 into a bluff, target like 7s, 8s, 10s, jacks, all this stuff. Feel like we just want to check call. Like Tom can still have some king jack here, some maybe jack 10 with a club, like this type of stuff that we're in front of.
2 of hearts on the river.
No, it's just always check, check, tower and 8s. Going to be taking it for Thomas.
Well, this table is really interesting. Mr. Clack.
Is he thinking about going cutthroat? We got the 8 of hearts, but what are we trying to target? You got to remember Toddy's check raise flop, so shouldn't really be any 6x in there other than the 6x Toddy has. So we specifically target just maybe some like ace 3, some 3-4 suited. Doesn't seem like there's enough in there to get called by, in my opinion. We'll see what Tom thinks though, because he is thinking about a razor thin value bet here. Can still potentially have some Broadway holdings with a club that he floats flop with as his bluffs. His value. Does he feel like he needs the bet when he has the pair in his hand and a heart alongside it? I personally think it's too thin. Like against Toddy's hand, it actually would be really good against the Queen 6 of clubs, because Toddy has turned a 6, but he just doesn't really have many 6x Toddy other than the 6 that he has, the 6x of clubs. And is he really going to hero a 3? It's an interesting one, but Thomas Clack knows best. Instincts on point. Felt like he's got the best of it, and he's spot on. Goes for a little 55%er to try and get called from Toddy. And
move the line.
Toddy just with the jam.
Look at this. This was going check, check, you said.
This is the other thing as well, Tab. We sometimes open ourselves up to this. This is one of the other reasons why I think check back's probably the way to go, because you can open yourself up to getting check jammed on as a bluff. And if Toddy isn't even contemplating calling a 6, then what are we trying to get called by? If he's turning his 6 into a bluff, then where are we trying to extract calls from? And now Tom is in a real predicament here. Blender town for Tom Clack, and was not expecting this from Alex Todd. I really wasn't, but I think Alex has just deciphered that Tom always has like 7s through aces here. I think Toddy's just said you probably got 7s through aces. If you want to hero it all off with 2 pair, good luck to you, sir. Really good card to have though, like the 8 of hearts. Like some check raises for Toddy may come from hands like 7, 8 of hearts, 8, 10 of hearts, jack 8 of hearts, stuff that are wrapped round this 9 of hearts. However, what I will say, these hands probably continue barreling turn. If we've check raised a 7, 8, a 7, 5, a jack 8 of hearts, we're probably going to barrel turn, right? So maybe we're going to eradicate flushes from Toddy's range. He hasn't really got too many. Maybe something like ace 3 of hearts. The 3x of hearts are the flushes that make sense. But other than that, he shouldn't really have many flushes. Now, speak about boats. 9x on the flop could definitely raise. Is that not going to continue barreling turn though once it goes two-tone? If we've raised like a 9-8, a jack-9, surely once we're two-tone on the turn we're going to want to go bet as Toddy. So maybe Tom thinking he's just not got bare trips here either. So thinking 9-6, 9-3 suited, 9 deuce suited. These type of hands where the value is going to come from. But I think that the key element here for Tom is there's just not many flushes that Toddy gets here with other than 3x of hearts. And not too many boats either, because he might not even defend 9 deuce 9-3 suited.
I just don't see a raise with 3 extra hearts on the flop.
Could potentially for protection tower. If we've got a 3 in our hand, we could definitely go for the check raise. Like Tom's just going to c bet, so just flushing out like a jack 10, a queen jack, this type of stuff. So could potentially have 3 extra hearts. That's the way that Tourney gets here in form of a flush. But like the 10-8 of hearts, all this stuff not going to be able to get there. And what a sick call from Mr. Clack with the pocket ace. And Tourney went for it with the queen 6 of clubs. But Mr. Clack was not having it with the 8s. And I guess he's just thinking as well, like, it's hard for Tourney to have a flush here. It's hard for him to have a boat. He doesn't really have too many. And if you're going to make the assumption that the 9x just continue barreling turn once we're two-tone, then he's basically saying, I've got a boat, I've got 3 extra hearts for value, and that's it.
Fantastic from Thomas Clack, who's now chip leader on the table.
Sick little hand.
And Dooley's just checked his pulse. There must be ice in them veins, he says.
Sick little hand. That was a nice little treat for us early doors, day 2 of the high roller. Really fantastic poker hand. Tourney with the move. Thomas Clack sniffed it out.
No, I love it. It's a sick day, bro. I love it. Are you kidding me?
And we move on.
I would have like folded like 20 hours ago.
There's nothing to respect with
And is that Martin's Adonai that's just come to the table?
I believe it is Martin's Adonai.
Just $500,000 last week. $500,000 last week in Hollywood. He won't come to Coventry. What a guy.
This is chip thumping 100%. Honestly, it's chip thumping 100%.
Yeah, on first glance, did think the 8s might be too thin there from Thomas Clack, but when you're in game and the game flow's there and you're making correct decisions, confidence is on your side. He may just have thought in the moment, I've got the best hand here, and it happens a lot in the live scene. You just sat there at the table, you get to rivers, you just feel it, that your hand's best. Maybe some live stuff going on. What a terrific call from Thomas Clack. Tourney has got the heart, I would give him that, says Sam. He got some heart, all right. I was not expecting to see the jam, but turning the 6 into a bluff is kind of a nice one to use, Sam, really, isn't it, as well, when you block 6s, like Tom's got 6s that play in that way pure as well, so I guess it's kind of a nice one to have when there's only one combo left, the 6s. Having the 6 is kind of relevant. But sick hero still. Hard to call off for your tournament life in a situation like that. Just set for a fantastic day in the high roller.
Absolutely. If that's the way it continues. Ravi opening to 16. So Martins comes to the table with 16 bigs. Was in Hollywood in America playing, getting first in the 3,500 championship, the Lucky Hearts Poker Open. $512,000. Cashed 4 times in the trip, and I'm guessing made a profit. Cash in the Bahamas at the end of the year.
Yeah, some tables to brew. Not just the names you mentioned as well. Obviously, Ravi coming second.
Yeah.
Last leg, winning Blackpool last year. Mark Dyson winning the mini main last leg as well. Dooley always there, running deep. It's pretty sick table. But I feel like it's going to be what you see when you're looking around the field. Ravi with the boots, and Martin's first hand. He's going to be well involved here.
Well, he's got the goods. Don't want to flop.
Yeah, how'd you flop top set with aces and you're still only a 2 and 3 job? Still going to lose this 30% of the time. And Martin's pair flush draw. Have only got 12.5 bigs in our stack now after defending. Does he want to run it here and now? Maybe he's shallow enough too. Like if we are slightly deeper, I feel like we just play a lot of calls. Still plays calls anyway. In general, as I always say, when you got the pair with the flush draw, ones that do generally like to just play call.
Wow.
What a ridiculous turn for Martins.
This could be the end of Martin's, I don't know.
Oh, unless it's a 4, it is the end tower. It's no good about it. And really nice turn to do this. Once this 4 rolls off, we are going to start playing some leads on the bottom card. Not just with our 4x, we'll need to have some bluffs as well. Maybe some like 5-3 suited, some 5-6, some club draws scattered in. Can't just be leading here with a 4. Need some other holdings. So 14k on the 4 turn, and Ravi Chef just licking his lips at this. Just expect call. We've got position. Get to dictate on the river anyway.
The flush completes and everything. Martin's does it every avenue and he's lost the hand. The 4 of hearts was the killer pair in the board. Can only see one move. Less than an SPR. Yeah, all of it, snap call and turns over the aces. Martin's short and sweet on the feature. And I'm guessing he'll be jumping into the main events. Unlucky Martin's. Martin's had a night, $500,000 last week out of the high roller in Coventry. This, but I'm guessing, will be jumping in the main, the 1 million guarantee. Right, I need a tea. Would you like one?
Yeah, I'll have a cup
Are you
of
sure?
tea. Yeah.
Wow. The guy like had bad liquor and everything. Everything, bro. What's the full house? What's everything? No club, you get it. Thank you. Ravi, no club, you still get it. What's up, bro? Huh? What? No club, you still get it. Yesterday. Yeah, cool. Wow.
Here's Jay now. Tower, how does he always do it?
Oh my God, you're actually imitating.
Not an ace again, Tower.
It's actually a really good. Yeah, that was you're in the bonus there.
Is it a flush?
Enjoy it.
That's a walk for Midi.
I just want like 2 like American towers to do like
The old
See how big the Triton Jeju is? First event. See how big
It's
the
a
first event?
re-raid. It's a re-raid.
1.1 million the first 52K. Bro, I don't know what which one, chat?
King Jack for Dooley and the cut-off. Hour into the day. 4.5x this day 2 buy-in. Got to be feeling good of your duels, ain't ya? Going to get bad news here. Free bet coming in from Midi in the small blind with the ace queen. Yeah, nice and big out of position from Midi. 4.5x the opener Dooley just north off. Kind of interesting for Dooley because we are effective button versus small blind here with no one being there in the seat 7. Dooley thinks better of it. King Jack just straight into the muck, not tangling with Midi. Quick rundown as well, guys, of some names that we have lost.
That's a good line, that actually. To be fair, that was a good
So we just saw Martins, Alan Ayup, Charlie Coombs, Dave Doherty, Hamid Toshan, Mitch Johnson, Andy Headley, Leo Lees, Dan Bedson, Dean Lyell, Nick Marchington have all exited the field. We heard about Nick earlier, but everyone else up until then, that is where we are. So it should be 41.
More or less.
Thomas Clark, Ace King suited in the small blind. Starts with complete. Ravi with the 10-4 in a check option. Ace 6-5. Nice looking flop for Thomas Clegg. Nothing really going on here for Ravi, but Tom is going to send over the bait. Little check. Knows his customer in Ravi. Ravi not going to stab the 10 high, even with 3 to straight. And that is the check mark for Tom on the turn. The ace of spades rolling off. And I'd probably just start going for value here now. Tom goes with check. It's well timed because it's the best way to get any money. Might have just gone for the bet to get to bet 2 streets here. But Tom Clack knows best. Knows that Ravi sometimes can't help himself when check 2 twice and is just going to fire here with the 10 high for 8k. What did Thomas have in mind? Is it check call, keep Ravi's bluffs in? Is it check raise, build the pot, get the bet and lead ourselves on the river? Expect we will see some betting going on from some 6x and 5x of Ravi on the flop. Tom thinking, needing to bump this one up, build the pot here and now. Ravi out the way with a 10-4.
I can't have aces.
6 big blinds. You can have an ace.
No,
Maybe not for that side.
I said aces.
We just have to
I have a literally the worst hand.
Oh.
Very 16.
Aces for Mark this time. From Garnan. Going to get some defence from Toddy in the big line with the Queen 8 of clubs. He's not going anywhere. Top set yet again for the boots. For Mark on this occasion. Tourney backdoor clubs, middle pair. Going to be sticking around if Met would continue. And Mark goes for the 1BB. With such a lock on the board and against one big. Always got to continue as Toddy. Won't be wanting to see a queen or an 8. Even a club's going to be a bad turn and keep him interested. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. This could be a bit of bother because we're going to have to call another street here now as Alex. And I guess as Mark, we're just going bet, bet, bet. Try and get this in by river. Yes, some hands complete, but so much still out there to get called by. Yes, 9, 10, 4, 5, 9, 5 all getting there, but all this like 8, 9, 6, 9, 6, 7, 6, 5. So much shorter pair, straight draw, 6x of diamonds, 7x of diamonds, 8x of clubs, ace-x of clubs, not a thing from our perspective, but absolute catalogue of stuff to get called here from us, Mark. We're going for half. Toddy has to call. Off to the river we go. Needing to see a club. And it's a 6 of spades. So ace is full. Once again, this time for Mark Dyson. Don't think we're getting paid though. There's a jam from Mark, so Toddy, I doubt he's going to call an 8 with Queen of Clubs in hand as well. Terrible little side card to have if Mark's open king, Queen of Clubs, Queen Jack of Clubs, Queen 10 of Clubs. Like these could be some viable barrel offs. Just like for value, he's just got all the like Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King. He has, I know Pocket 8's only one combo. That's going to be in there. 7s are going to be in there for the turn set, Rivered Boat. Feel like it's a pretty easy let go now for Toddy. Have to take our price to the river with the pair and flush draw. That seems elementary fold once we get there on the end.
Joe Diego, nice to have a chat at the bar. He was sat at the bar. Who was sat next to him? On the end table in the corner, one seat in.
Kev.
Yes.
Oh, yesterday.
No, today.
Oh, today. Yeah, I've seen Kev today already. I've seen Kev. Said hello.
That's mine.
You might as well have it because Lee brought 2 teas.
I said, would you like a cup of tea?
Yep.
I said to Lee, can I get 2 teas? And he went, yeah. And he went wandering to the bar. So I thought, I'll get them myself. Fetched them myself. Lee went to the bar to get us proper cups. So that's how we ended up. It says
Well, it's 1.1 million for the first 15k event.
Is how much?
1.1 million for first for a 15k event. It's huge. Everyone's there.
There's like alternates and stuff like this.
No, because
You know, if train younger kids who play like the high road, just
Mike that.
no, not Mikey. CJ. He's like in his like 20s. Like he's like 18 or something. He plays like yeah, he's gone to play train.
all of it.
Here we go. Mark Dyson. Ace Jack, Ravi, King Queen, Button versus Big, and if anything, this is just a respect call from Ravi. He says to Mark, okay, you've shoved 22 bigs, but I know you're good enough to have some King Jack suited, some Queen Jack, some King 10 suited, a lot of hands. We got 40-45% against and flipping versus the pairs. And he also probably says as well, Mark's probably going to 3-bet call Ace King, Ace Queen, which is good for us. So Ravi snaps it off with the King Queen. And it's top pair, top kicker for Mark, but Ravi's still with that 40%. 10s, kings and queens all working.
Does it run like Ravi?
Not at
Same
the
scenario. Mark needing to fade a 10, a queen, or a king. And does. So when Martin's bust out, he was out in 42nd. Just short of £80,000 first prize of the high roller. Fantastic turnout.
These 4 suited for Mini. Cannot open. Raise and take. King Queen again for Ravi. This time in the hijack. Opens to 16. And Dooley ace 5 of hearts here. Could be used. I prefer it maybe like LP versus LP in position, or like EP versus LP in position, but wouldn't be surprised if we saw this one get free bet once in a while as a bluff. It does just take the passive approach. Goes with call.
Off to the flop. Queen, Jack, Jack.
It's a really nice flop in 2 pair, decent kicker. Ooh. Need to be wary of Dooley's flat range in the small. Like we'll have this Jack 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack that doesn't elect a free bet. So will be some really strong hands in Dooley's range on this board. So Ravi does
Find a check.
Yeah, take his option to check. Yeah, don't mind it, Tal. Like, as I say, like you think against big blind, yeah, I feel like we are just gonna bet relentlessly. When small blind's in, it is gonna change slightly because now like Dooley's gonna have a lot of pocket pairs in range, stuff like Jack 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, like around this sort of margin. So can understand the reason why we may check back here some of the time as Ravi facing small blind. Now, Dooley going to try and exercise some of that range with a lead, 22k. Basically saying, I'm going to have a lot of strong hands on this board from this position.
Nine of hearts river. A bet and a call.
Just a shot down from Dooley here. And I feel like as Ravi facing check, we got the green light to go for value. Dooley can still have some Queen 10 perhaps, maybe some stuff like A7 suited, probably not going to pay. Ravi doesn't choose to value bet, gets to see Dooley's hand. Trying to think what we're actually trying to get called by there, as Ravi thinking about the hand. 10's probably free bet pre. Pocket 8s might be the one. Queen 10 suited. It's actually not too much to get paid from by Ravi, so maybe why we see the check back rather than the value bet there with the King Queen. Difficult to find a lot of combos that are going to pay us off. Only a select few. Maybe not wanting to open himself up to a check raise either.
Man hits from last night. Getting some congrats from Tom Middleton.
Labato's just here.
Hey Sam, hope you're all having a good week up in Cov. Fun day. I've streamed this, you're not wrong. This is, hey up, here we go, my mum's electric rings coming. Jamie Dale. I just wish that hat would glow red, just once. Bring back so many memories. All good, Sam, hope you well too. Good win for your boys yesterday. What are they? 10 points, 15 points clear? Have they won the league basically? The old Liverpool. Got to win it by now, haven't they? 40 left. 15, get the money. We are playing to a champion tonight. We thought with the amount of buy-ins and the amount of runners it might have needed a day 3, but pretty sure this will just play its course. And it'll be a full stream day. Be a great day, by the way. Really good. So we should be crowning a champion tonight. And it's £79,150 up top. Which is a lot of money.
Mark from +1 opening. Ravi pocket nines in the big here. Feel like just always plays cool against EP specifically. At this stack depth.
Are they back from a break? No, not in a break yet. We are having a break in 40 minutes time for the first time today, as the clock has just gone into the next level.
So Mark continuing 18 into 44. Little 40%er. Ravi with a 9's not going anywhere, just one overcard we're met by. Still ahead of some ace high, king high stuff. Even stuff 7s and 8s that Mark would open. Six of hearts on the turn. A card potentially some of our range could start leading on as Ravi. Like in general, prefer the bottom card from the big blind, but when Mark does get stripped of a lot of 6x and we have plenty, could definitely have some ideas with some holdings about leads. I feel like 9's maybe one that doesn't do it too often. Looks like Ravi disagrees. Does have the function of potentially flushing out 2 live cards that are always checking back, like an ace king and ace queen. These type of holdings. They're just a card that Mark never really hits too much. Ace 6 suited, king 6 suited, that's about it. A few select combos that connect with the 6. So Ravi recognising the shift and starting to lead, and maybe just knew.
Oh, you just know it's Ravi.
Lead turn and see this river. Ravi chef. How do you do it, sir? And now this looks good because once Mark calls our turn lead tower, he is going to have a lot of Jack X over pairs in range as well. Some hands that we're not getting called by stuff like King Queen, King 10, Ace X of diamonds.
What's the reason for betting smaller on the turn than the flop?
He's just leveraging the fact that we have a lot more 6x than Mark, and like in terms of size, like when the board pairs, we don't generally go big tower, we like to go small. So he's just trying to say, I defend all these suited 6x, you open A6 suited, King 6 suited, so you have a couple of combos of trips, I have countless combos. And Ravi just went for the greedy jam on the river, the absolute lot. Big old jam from Ravi Chef. Wanted it all.
What a river card.
Ace is full twice, 9's full now. Seen some big hands made so far, first session in the high roller. Mark going to kick us off. We're going to open this hand from gun, back to back opens. Pocket 5s.
Minute with the suited connectors. Calls.
How you doing, Pete? Robbo?
Robbo.
Afternoon, chaps. Just stuck a link on the Poker News homepage with a link to the stream. Good luck with the series, fellas.
Thank you very much indeed, Pete. Are you over in Dublin for the Irish Open? Is that where your ventures take you? Or are you home and working from it? Open ender for midi.
I feel like once Mark checks here as midi this deep, we got the license to just bet 9 high, folding out some better hands, but gonna go for the check behind. I guess Mark is going to play a lot of checks from midi on the button still with some strong hands, some like King Queen, King Jack type stuff. Even if we get call with midi's hand, we don't really care with position. We bet call flop, got a heap of equity going to the turn. King of clubs rolling off, so that's 2 pair for Mark. Not going to be much 6x or 7x in midi's range, more around the big blind range of Alex. Feels like 5s can be best. Need some protection. 25k, size of choice. And now it's awkward as midi because like we're always continuing, but I don't think we get to raise tower because when we raise, like what hands do we check back flop that now want to raise turn? It's kind of interesting. So just play call. I think I agree. It's hard to kind of rep value when we check back flop, raise turn in position on this particular board.
Midi just getting there on the river.
Right now Mark only beating a few select combos tower. Once midi calls in position, we're ahead of stuff like Ace Jack of clubs, Ace Queen of clubs that didn't elect the 3-bet. Basically the nut flush draw. Ace X of clubs is the hand that we are still beating as Mark, but midi can still have some hands like King 10, King Jack suited that want to check back flop with a backdoor flush draw. Like even on this river as well, I think like Jack 10, Queen 10 and Ace 10 of clubs all get to value bet as well. So even some river 10x that had the flush draw. I don't think there's going to be too many bluff combos in here for midi, other than specifically the Ace X of clubs. Mark doesn't take too long before letting the 5s go.
Indeed.
Yep, we'll be at the Irish Open, Pete. Tower's hosting it.
Yep.
I will be donating to it.
Indeed. I'm there working this year, Pete.
great schedule. Can't wait to get over there. First time actually doing the whole lot as well. I usually only go for 5-6 days, but for the whole thing, first day to the last day.
Roving the Poker taking loads of people with the packages as well. In the Irish Open. And Gas says, "Hi guys, Miller's at home on Saturday. Relegation battle. You're not wrong. Home win." I would say that I'm gonna say that Rotherham United will not have a shot on target in the match.
What, all match?
Yep. Yeah, Joe Diego. To be fair, Laura Cornelius on the mic, or some great trouble lad from Yorkshire. You know, I know where you're coming from. Half an hour to go until the first break in play. Don't know how long it'll be, but we'll certainly let you know. Down to 38. Watching from a hot tub in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
Says Smiter. Has it got electric, or is it just a cold hot tub?
Loving the peace and quiet. Have you heard the tower? Loving the peace and quiet. You won't get any peace and quiet with a tower in the booth, I'll tell you that.
Whereabouts are you, Smiter? I love the old hot tub breaks with the lodges in the
they're
middle
nice.
of nowhere.
They are really nice.
Great shout, that, Smiter. Looking at Loch Lomond for my next one.
Loch Lomond. It's got to be Scottish, ain't it?
It certainly is.
King 10 for Thomas. I'm going to be over to Jamie in the big blind, working with anything that can defend. Probably not with the Queen Deuce off. When Jamie folds, as he does there, guys, we are going to have a quick spin over. This outer table. And it's Atanos Pavlov all in with King Queen against the Ace Queen of Cully. And the King Queen no good for Atanas. And Cully taking him out. And just before that, guys, this is what we had a little wander around the room.
Look at Clemmy.
Paul Clements, Stato.
Clemmy. Not Clemo. Clemmy.
Clemmy.
I've been warned.
Okay,
I've been warned by the missus.
okay,
He had that much TV time
Yeah.
in Manchester.
yeah,
It is not Clemo.
okay.
You know what I mean?
Clemmy.
Florian Dewar. Conor O'Driscoll.
Hendrick
I tell
there.
you what, these fields, this week.
Look at Hendrick studying, watching the stream with the earphones in.
He's watching the outer tables. Paul Clements, Stato, Andy Hume. I tell you what, it's so good to see these guys on the feature tables. Golf at Loch Lomond. I probably wouldn't take the clubs up, but I would love, you know, if ever it happens where you get 2 or 3 weeks off, and just take a road trip up to Scotland with the clubs in the back and just say, I'm in this town, who's coming?
Yeah.
I'm in this town, who's coming?
You got to know a lot of people for that though.
Well, yeah, that's true. we almost got Razor Kev versus Clemmy earlier.
What happened?
Well, Paul's just had coming in for day 2 of the high roller, and Razor Kev shouts, "Good luck, Clemo!" and he stopped in his tracks and turned round.
Oh, really? did he say Clemmo on purpose? Did he say it on purpose?
No, not at all. Oh, and we just chuckled.
So Jamie takes that one away from Midi, gets the better hand to fold. Kev's watching from the bar. Afternoon, Kev.
Nice one, afternoon. Good to have you back in your usual place in Coventry. Good to see you. Pokemon says, have you guys decided what Scottish stuff you're doing when we get to Glasgow?
Wrapping up warm. That is number 1 on the itinerary in Glasgow. Make sure I got the thermals.
Could you not make Coventry melt? It's been a great 10 or 11 days down here, this festival.
A6 suitors for Ravi. He's in the hotel. There's Kev. Mark with the free bet with the ace-9 of clubs. And Mark just starting the hand with 25, so expect this to be hand over. But you never know with the chef. You just never know. He might throw in a 4-bet once in a while with a suited ace. He might even play cool facing 2.5x out of position. I feel like once Mark full ring, 3 bets are gun open, done with the hand a lot of the time with the a6 suited. Maybe take some will stuff to 4-bet at a low frequency, but I personally wouldn't take the a6. Mark Dyson taking that one down.
Quickly over to the outer tables yet again. Julian Seaborn and Virgil Turchi in the hand.
Oh, you did make the point. You got.
It's ace queen against the ace-9 who needs to hit to survive. We're going to need hearts. We're going to need a 9.
Oh, 5.
Oh, 5 for a chop. It's not. The ace queen will play Julian Seaborn. Hits the rail. There he is. Off he goes. The actor. A good poker player. Julian Seaborn taken out by Virgil.
Real rough session for Tourney. Come in second in chips, but that big hand played against Tom Clack. Went for it, showed the heart on the river. Nearly got the fold from Tom, but Tom found the hero and has left him with a small percentage of what he started the day with, but still plenty in terms of big blinds. 25, more than enough to work with on this structure. And Jamie with the King Jack opens to 20 in the cut-off. Probably going to get a defence from Ravi with the 9-7.
Off to the flop.
Seven 3-3. 2 clubs. Jamie not choosing to continue.
Nine of hearts on the turn. Rabbit now with 2. A better 2.
Yeah, just going to be leading a lot with this hand as Ravi. Once again, a lot of ace high, king high stuff over there for Jamie. Not allow that to realise for free. Like, we still will get called by some ace high stuff perhaps. Maybe I expect stuff like 6s through 4s to bet flop, but I feel like some ace highs will be continuing here when we're going to start leading all this 5-6, 6-8, 10-8, 4-5. No action from the king high of Jamie. And it's all happening.
It is all happening.
On the outers. And we have Ludo, who is all in against Cully.
Not seen Ludo.
And we have not.
And then he turns up.
And Ludo needing an ace or a jack to counterfeit. Does not find it. Cully Sadu busting Ludo from the tournament. Just every table you look at, Tower, it's just faces everywhere, isn't it? Look at Mark, Dre, Sachin, I can see at the end of the table.
One of the best stack fields we have ever seen. Amazing.
Can be one that free bets here as Tom. He doesn't take it. Dooley gives him credit. Dooley fairly low down in the former 7-8 of clubs, but raise and take. We'll be happy with that. Ace Queen for Dooley. Opens. Oh, this could be interesting because we're going to be met by a free bet here. Mark making it 75k. This is really grim here, Tower, because gun versus big blind, like in general, it's one of these like under bluff spots. People don't tend to free bet bluff from the big blind that often. Like Mark definitely capable of having it in there, but it's actually real grim here for Dooley with ace queen off. What to do, because when we open gun and big blind wants to free bet, look, just going with fold. Yeah. And that's how powerful as well. Like if you're up against thinking players that recognise gun versus big blind so under bluff, how powerful maybe some free bet bluffs can be from the big face in early position. If Dooley's taking 10 seconds to fold ace queen off tower and not even really think about continuing, and it's just so powerful, you're going to start free betting these early position opens from big blind. A lot of people just give you credit. People don't tend to fight back. I'd love to know if Mark had it or not there, or whether he did find one of these once in a while bluffs.
Got to be thinking he's had it. Got to be.
How you doing, Lords? Hey up, boys.
Hey, Lords, how we doing? What are we doing in Leeds, Mel? So, I don't know. We are all good, Lords. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so fairly wide open from midi here, 9-7 suited from +1 specifically, and straight in with the punishment is Thomas Clack. Basically making it 65k. To be fair, these two 60 deep. I probably wouldn't continue 9-7 suited. I'd continue 8-9 suited though at 60 deep here as midi. So we're not going to be too far off. We'll see how he proceeds when back to him. Dooley has to fold unless he fancies a cold 4 and there's some sort of read on the situation that Thomas Clack is going to be light here. It'd be sick from Dooley if he just made this like 140, but how can we, Tower? And now it's midi. Yeah, straight into the muck with the 9-7. Tom gets it done with King Queen. Been a great first session for Thomas Clack, up to nearly 3/4 of a milli.
75 big blinds. 15 minutes to go of the session, then a 15-minute break.
Get a new feature table on as well, guys.
We will indeed.
Nine-7 suited for Mark. Fine to open on the button once folded to. Makes it 2 bigs. Should lose Dooley. But won't be losing Jamie here in the big blind. Ace 4 of hearts. Feel like in general at this stack depth we just play cool with the suited ace-x. It's just annoying if we do go for the free bet bluff and get jammed on. Like, prefer taking offsuit here with reduced playability if we are going to get aggressive. The suited just plays so well post that we're happy to just call and take 3. Because like when we free bet this hand and we get 4 bet jammed on at 30, we can't call and then just have to let it go without seeing a flop. Not continuing for 15 to 55, just shy of 30%. We do have ace high with backdoor flush draw, Broadway and will draw here as Jamie. Against the bottom range we can still have the best time. Will be suited kings opening for Mark that want to continue here. Stuff like he has at 8-9 and 9-7. Just feels like ace 4 suited slightly too low down, facing just south of 30%. Jamie out the way.
Out of the way.
And then Paul Fletcher, shout out to the White Lionfish, watching the stream for some last minute study before tonight's finals.
Quickly over to the outer table again. Former Goliath champ, Florian Duta, with a king jack on a jack 9-7 flop. Runs into aces. Hits the meaningless king on the river. And Eunice Baraka in seat number 1 takes out Florian Duta. Another big name gone from the list.
I opened here, you free bet from there. I swear. You're the only person who can free bet when you're there, isn't it? I think you open a lot, Tom's there, but
I tried to sneak in a limp bet so I can livery raise.
6-7 suited. Mark treats himself in the cut-off. Dooley, who flew out the traps, had a little bit of a setback last 45 or so, but going to be right back in the thick of things with the ace-king. Making it 55. And not deep enough to think about doing anything as Mark. Straight into the muck with a 7 height.
I want to see what he has this today.
All folding round in turn to the button.
$20k from Jamie. Unfortunately not picking up Middy's whole cards, but free bet is going to be working facing Jamie's holding.
Treebop is going to be at the 888, the emergency, because he's won a satellite.
Nice.
Nice one, the Treebop. We will be there.
I started with fireworks and it just died down a bit.
The 888,
We had like 6-7 hands in a row.
Glasgow. Here it is.
Like 6-7 hands.
That is when we...
Oh, it's not long away, is it? It's only a
No,
few
that's the
weeks.
first week. We're obviously not there. The first week.
What are we doing? Wednesday to
Sunday.
Sunday,
Yes.
so 5 days.
Yeah, but they're all the side events before we get there as a team. And then the second week, there we go. Wednesday, we are streaming. Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Cash game Wednesday.
Not sure. Don't know. Who knows? Things. Anything. Tiddlywinks. Game of chess. I don't know what to do anymore. Won't even know anymore. Born middle up to. I'm sure there's a technical term for it.
It's not just E4.
No idea. E4 to E6. Who knows? But with that, great schedule as always. 888. All the team will be out in force. They should be coming over for these events, these million guarantees. Why do none of the 888ers turn out for this? Where's Ian Simpson in a million guarantee? And do you not want to win £300,000?
He did 15 years ago at the Irish Open.
Well, I did.
It was probably about 10 years ago.
We should all be here playing. Massive, massive tournaments, these. We've got a guy sat on the outer table over there that's not even gone home, come straight from Heathrow Airport.
Who's that?
Straight out. Not been in the country more than an hour, and he's playing poker. Straight from Heathrow.
Why are you not flying to Birmingham?
Who?
I don't know, whoever just landed at Heathrow.
Because he's coming to Coventry.
Yeah, so why didn't he fly to Birmingham?
Because they didn't have flights from
Okay,
Birmingham
that's all I wanted to know.
from wherever they were.
Where was he?
Cambodia.
Ah, okay.
We don't do Birmingham to Cambodia
I
direct.
don't think they do, Tar. Don't think I've ever seen the Birmingham Cambodia flight.
Have you guessed who it is yet?
Martins.
Nope.
Dan Cholton.
Correct.
Dan Cholton's here. The Cholton's in the mix.
He is in the building. Already sat down and in the building.
Have to go say hello.
That's twice in a row. I'm so good at that. That's 4-3-4. No, gotcha. He's Mike Postle, I swear down. He knows everyone's cards. I swear down. Just call him Mike. Just call him Mike.
Well, wasn't it 5, 6, 7 4?
6, 7, 8.
Oh, I thought it was 5, 6, 7. That's what I thought you said.
Oh, stronger, yeah.
Do I win a seat for guessing Charlton?
Oh, yeah, the upstairs out.
I'll tell you what, Ross, up. If you're getting it right, I'll send you the free roll password Sunday.
Yes. Early.
Early. I'll send it to you an hour early so you can get in before everyone else, get a head start. How's the main started today? Let's have a look. Main event. $111 in so far today.
Very nice.
In the main. King 5 for Mark, line on line ups complete. Dooley at bottom here with the 8 deuce off. Gonna check most of the time, but once in a while could attack with bottom of range and does go for that option. Just a quick fold from Mark with the king.
Last 5 minutes of the session, we're down to 33 from 69.
Rugby from +1 opens to 20k. Ace deuce off for midi. He's going to defend.
King high flop, king 6-8, 2 spades. Midi checks again. Ravi from 1. The initial raise. Also checks back.
No one can get it on.
Midi thinking about dislodging some better ace highs. Like, because we just expect like the queen 10, the queen 9 suited, 9-10 suited hands that might open that would be, they're just going to bet on an earlier streak. So midi trying to dislodge perhaps some better ace highs, ace 7 up to ace queen.
One more hand.
One more hand.
Then the 15-minute break.
Cheeky little river, that kind of hearts top. 4 against me. Very disguised.
Very over for me.
So this will be the last hand of the session. What a great session, from 69 down to 33. Big names departing. But there are some huge names still in the mix. Time to wet the whistle. Go for a quick wander, stretch the legs. Oh, forgot to drink my tea.
Toddy, last hand of the session with the ace jack, opens to 20k. 8-9 of clubs for midi in the small blind. They fancy a dabble. And that's going to bring Thomas Clack in with king 10 off from the big. They're going to have multi-way action. Last hand of the session.
Ace high flop, ace 10 deuce. Top pair for Alex. Nothing for midi. He's already given up on the hand.
Should be getting a street here as well as Toddy. No checking going on here, just want to bet our hand. Multi-way, don't need to go big. Looks like 27, just shy of 40%. Tom, king 10 with heart. Shouldn't be going anywhere just yet. Jump in front of Toddy's like 7s, 8s, 9s. It's king queen, it's king jack, it's queen jack.
Next to call.
Really nice turn for Toddy now, especially like two-tone. We can still have more bluffs, stuff like maybe king 9 of spades now that want a double barrel. So just comes down to size. It's going to be a tough spot for Tom, but king of hearts, annoying side card to have. Like we probably prefer to have like 10-9 of diamonds here than king 10 with the king of hearts as Tom. Just removal to like Toddy's king X of hearts, his king queen, his king jack. Viable bluffs that could be double barreling on this turn. So like don't think going to be the best hand to be continuing here as Thomas, just because we got that little king of hearts, which is an annoying one to have. Lock in a lot of Toddy's bluffs. gets away correctly. We will be back in just over 10 minutes, guys. 25 to 4. We will see you then.
See you soon. Thomas Clack.
Hello.
Many congratulations on winning the High Roller League last
you very
year.
much.
First place for like 11,000, whatever it was. You made 7 final tables last year.
What did I?
7. Which is pretty impressive. And obviously, when the league's running and your final table, you're probably not thinking about the league. The 7 finals obviously helps.
For
How
sure.
was last year for you?
It was really fun actually. So I mostly played online prior to this. And then last year I won a package with Grosvenor for 30 quid to go out to Vegas.
Yeah.
And then, that kind of just set off me just being like, oh, I quite like this live malarkey. So thought I'd play the MPL and then, caught the bug kind of thing, started chasing points. And then here we are 12 months later.
Yeah.
Winning it.
And champion. 3 podium finishes last year. Was it disappointing not to just get over that line that you need? Or was it always the top 3, it ain't bad?
Yeah. I mean, it's always nice to win. Like, if you are not first in a tournament, you always think, oh, I could have done better.
Yeah.
But if you ask me at the start of the tournament, do you want to take third today? I'll be like, yes, please. So it was a bit annoying not to get over that line, but since then we've had leg 1, and then I closed that one out.
Yeah.
So that felt like I cemented it kind of in place. I can win one.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to last year before we obviously touch on this year for the start off. Last year at the last event, you didn't play the High Roller. Did you realise at the time the implications of it?
No, I didn't go into the calculator and figure it out. But I did say to someone, I was like, I'm not gonna buy in today because there'll just be more points in there. I didn't actually think it would be that 0.2.
And it actually worked in your favour because you didn't buy in, and like you said, the extra players mean extra points, and it could have been, it could have meant you coming second in the league if you'd have won it, bust it, and then the player that was second that could have won it was they could have caught you, and that would have been
I didn't
like.
realise it was that close. That was mental. When you told me that when I was doing comms, I was just. It was not calculated at all.
If it was
very low.
If it was calculated, it was genius.
Yeah, I wish it was.
The favourite. Can you remember like the final tables you were on? What was the favourite moment from last year? Can you remember it? Do you have any highlights from last year?
Oh, so in Luton last year, there was a very bizarre story where I managed to 3 out a cow near the bubble. Sorry, cow. With Ace Queen versus Kings, and then I had a bizarre final table moment where I had queens on the bubble and someone else had jacks on the bubble.
Yeah.
And we went all in, and he said, "Wait." He said, "Do you want to do a free roll kind of deal?" And I was like, "Huh? What are you on about? I've got 80% to win." He's like, "Do you want to? Whoever loses buys each other into the main." I'm like, "Well, free
yes,
roll."
please.
He had queens, I had jacks, so he was gonna win. So he doubled, and then I was still in the tournament.
Yeah.
And then so he's got this bizarre where he has to pay me, and we're still on the bubble. So he won't mind me telling this story, and thankfully it became third and second between us. So
I think initially when he said it, he must have thought he had you covered.
Yeah.
And then if you just like two-outed him, he must have thought, you know what, I'll just get a bit of insurance.
Yeah.
Oh, that was bizarre.
That was very fun.
These high rollers, we know the fields that we have. We know the players that play, and we know a lot of the regular players do play. Any tough players that you don't like playing against, or any players that you think, oh, he's at my table, this is going to be tough?
Probably Mukhtar. Very fun. Very fun, very difficult to play against sometimes. I mean, there's just so many people in that high roller league that if they probably played every single stop,
Yeah.
it would be much harder for me to have won it last year. Thankfully, I didn't miss too many. There were a few stops I missed, but there weren't too many, and that consistency really helped when you're not pushing it over the line.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
good start now. So
One thing for sure is if your heads up against Mukhtar, you're not going to be fans' favourite.
definitely not. Definitely. Just a word of warning for you guys.
We've already had that, as we know,
Yeah.
in last year in Luton. There was just crazy scenes when he's on the final table,
Yeah.
and his heads up. He is a bit of a fan's favourite,
Yeah.
but obviously you end up as league winner last year, and then we start Leg 1 this year, and as you've touched on, you've already nailed one. You've already taken a trophy for the high roller of 2025. What's the plan for 2025 now? Is it just to continue the high rollers?
Yeah, I think definitely playing the high rollers makes a lot of sense. And with this new top 20 caches kind of thing, I can, they'll count for quite a lot of points if I do continue to do well in those. So I'm going to continue playing MPL, just see how many points I get kind of thing, and just judge it by ear. But I think I'll be playing most high rollers.
I think people now, obviously on the feast table as well, and when you turn up in places like this, people know who Thomas Clack is now. Is it strange at the tables when you just like sit down and say, "I roll a champ"?
It is a bit bizarre because when you first sit down, you just think, oh, nobody knows who I am kind of thing, and it's just the presence of playing a lot live you just get so much more known compared to online, and everyone's really friendly around here, and so it's just a warm welcome really when everyone's saying hi.
NPL this year, we know we started really, really well. The NPL and everything else, are you full steam ahead for it? Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's good. I had a good Coventry run, so I had the first and then a third in the cup. So fingers crossed we can build on that. And then it's just getting more and more caches, just improving.
Yeah. Always learning.
But anyone can win it because it's top 20 caches, so anyone can come down.
Yep.
And they just need to run good on the day, and 20 times. That's all. Easy. Just 20 times.
Well, you started with one, which is really, really good, and this is yours. So I'm going to hand over this to the winner of the High Roller League for last year.
Thank you,
Mr. Thomas Clack. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You are that's yours.
Thanks.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Clack.
I'm going to show you a little trick. It's called Finding the Kings, but it's a trick that only works with the 4 kings, okay? I'm going to ask you, sir, to touch the back of any one of these cards, okay? Anyone you like. This one. Now, I'm going to try and find the 3 cards that match that one. For example, if he picked a queen, I'll find the 3 other queens. But remember, the trick only works with the kings, okay? I think that should be king number 1 just there. I'm not looking, but is it? Did I get it right? King number 1, king number 2 just round about here. King number 3 should happen just like this, if I'm looking. It's like an acrobat look, the king of clubs. That's spades, diamonds, clubs, and hearts. Now, I'm going to do the trick 2 more times, but each time we do it, it's going to get more and more impossible. This time, once you've picked the card, you can change your mind as many times as you like. Can you touch the back of one card for me, please? Anyone you like? This one? Now, do you want to stay with it or do you want to change it? Your choice. Stay with it. Remember, the trick only works with the kings. You remember I was telling you that? It only works with the 4 kings. Now, stay with it or change it. You're sure you want to stay with it? Because I hate to think I was cheating, but you can change it if you want. No? You can change it. Do you want to stay with that one? Perfect. That's king number 2. King number 3, I hope, should be round about here. And that's diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades.
I watch that card all the time. I do not take my eyes off that card.
I said we're going to do it 3 times. This time, you can change your mind as many times as you like, and we're not going to look at any of the cards until the very end of the trick. Remember, it only works with the 4 kings. So just touch the back of anyone for me. Which one? This one? Do you want to stay with it or do you want to change it? You sure? You can look at it. Don't show anybody else, but you can see whether it's right or not. In fact, I didn't even know there's a king or not. He doesn't. In fact, you can lie or tell the truth. It's up to you. So lie if you want. What is the name of that card?
Change it.
Jack of Diamonds.
The Jack of Diamonds. I mean, I'm definitely I'm calling on that one. I'm definitely calling on that. All right. Remember, the trick only works with the kings. Try to stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Perfect. Okay. Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
Stay with it or change it.
Stay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Remember, the trick only works with the kings. Unless you get an ace, it always works with the 4 aces. I don't know how it works, but it does. No. What I'm going to ask you to do, sir, take one card for me.
Take it.
Yeah, take it out of the pack, look at it, remember it, show the camera, show everybody else. Everybody knows what it is. And then pop it in the pack. Remember it, right? If at the end of the trick you forget what it is, just agree with me, okay? Perfect. Now, before we find your card, I'm going to show you something with the aces, specifically the red aces. Because we've got the ace of hearts. I'm going to try and make the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds change places. Not with each other though, with the black ones. I don't know how it happens, but it does. Now, I'll show you again, because it happens pretty quick. Slow motion review. Now, we've got the red ones, that's the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds, and the black ones, which is clubs and spades. Name for me, red or black? Red. Which close? The red aces, watch. So what card did you pick? The 10 of diamonds. What a legend. I don't even know how it happens now. So you can check out, it really is the only 10 of diamonds here in the pack. Say stop for me anywhere. The 10 of diamonds goes in here, but watch, it really does go right in there. But if I snap, the 10 of diamonds changes to the ace of hearts. I don't know what you're thinking. Where is the 10 of diamonds? Have a look, sir. Turn it over. Show everybody. Now, like I said, it does happen pretty quick. In fact, watch. But I know you're thinking, where did the 10 of diamonds go? Yeah, now, some people think I cheat. They think that when you're not looking, I take the 10 of diamonds. They think I hide it in my hand, put it in the box. That's not how it's done, because it's not the 10. To change the ace back to the 10, you shake it like this, that's when it happens. Some people think maybe there's more than one 10 of diamonds. If it was true, it would look hopefully something just like this. Obviously, that's just a lie, because you see, all I've got is the 4 aces. And if you want to know where the 10 is, have a look just here underneath the box.
How did you do it, that Sean Hayden? Welcome, Mike. We can't give you the chip counts, unfortunately, because the system's down. Which means we are running off the app at the moment with the eliminations. So we can only give you information as it is. The guys are working on it, the IT working on it as we speak. Conor Mack, the Goliath schedule will be out tomorrow. It'll be on stream. You'll be able to take a screenshot of it all. The full schedule will be on screen tomorrow. Another table full of names. See Kevin Allen in seat number 1. John Adley in 2. Who's in 3?
Meng Shi Tian. 1 Tao Tang 4. Tom Hall 6. Antoine Labat 7. Virgil Turchi in the 8 seat.
We're down to 33. 15 get the money. And we can tell you that chip leader in the room is Josh Bolton. How many's he got?
At this stage, probably about 1.4, 1.5, I'd say.
1.9.
1.9.
And also, Jared Boyne tonight is 9-2 first goal. Cheers, Connor.
Back. Cheers.
What did you do? Go on, tell me how you fixed it. Go on, I know it was you. Go on, tell us what you did.
I didn't fix it. I waited for Joe to fix it. Doing the break at the end of 17 to line up to the buffet.
Break at end of 17. What people? Or level 17?
End of level 17, yeah.
Okay, thank you. End of level 17. Oh, so 2 levels until the buffet break. So an 80-minute level, 16 and 17. And then there will be a buffet break of probably half an hour. Might be 40, we'll let you know. Want it?
No.
He's queen for 1 tower, blind on blind. But I might raise call at 10. Just so strong blind on blind at this effective stack depth. Might just make it like 2.5, 2.6, something like 31k to call a jam from Tom. Let's just send it in for 10.5.
Virgil, 57 bigs, chip leader on the table. Nice to see Tom Hall and Kev Allen with a decent stacks at this time. 15 get the money. There it is. 15 getting the money. 4,200 as a min cash and £79,150 as first place. Fantastic prizes. So we have a 2-table redraw at 16 and that will be the bubble. Exciting times.
There's queen again for 1 tower. Back to back jams.
So 2 levels this session, 16 and 17. Down to 32, as it says on the screen. First person out of this session, Mr. Navas Robles.
Navas, haven't seen him in years. Remember he was playing regularly about 2 years ago.
Is he a Spanish dude?
Yeah, the one with long hair.
Yes.
The one that was getting coached by Charlie Carell, I think, a couple of years ago.
He had a different name on stream, didn't he?
Yeah, Rafa.
That's the one.
King 8 of hearts of Kev opens from gun, makes it 24k. Just the raise and take. Phil Clark comes to the table.
Right, Clarky.
Must mean
Always walks in like he's got his belongings on his back, no matter where he's walking. He's always got the rucksack on both shoulders.
Ace Queen suited for Tom. Raises the 24. Virgil finds a pair and small. They stack depth, feel like just always playing cool, nothing else. Thinks the call. 10-7 off, three-way as Kev personally let it go. Heads up, probably defend. Does go with fold. Just splitting equity three ways.
Jack high flop with 2 diamonds.
So 3 to a roll here for Tom. There's a board that will still have lots of bets on. Not the over pairs, got the strong Jack X as the opener.
Makes it 18.
Yeah, quarter on the nose. And against quarter, I feel like fives, even without a diamond, 3 to a straight, does have to come along against this particular sizing. Virgil agrees. Check calls.
So we return that. The 3, which is paired.
Yeah, not really going to be much 3x for Virgil Tower, just the ace 3 suited. So 2 combos. We'll have like a lot of Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack that doesn't elect a free bet. And like we're ahead of diamond draws already as Tom, so he's just going to check back, and Virgil loves to see that. 5s full on the end. Not going to be getting any payment at all. Only real bluffs that Tom is going to be beating now are some front door diamond draws. There's a fair amount out there from small. All the ace X of diamonds, all this king queen, king 10, queen 10 of diamonds, these type of things. So Virgil goes for the check over to Tom, and it's a check back from Tom Hall. And the 5s not getting a bite.
Minutes into the latest session. 2 levels this session, and then a complimentary buffet break for the players, which will coincide with all the players from the main event going on their break as well. Means there'll be a queue for sausage and mash.
Is that what it is, sausage and mash?
Sausage, mashed peas and gravy. Ooh.
Jack 10 suited for Virgil. Just raise and take. John can't defend a 10-3.
Joe Connor, Mike, why does there seem to have been football on for the last 10 days or so? Every day.
Got to squeeze all the fixtures in. This is what annoys me. They have 6-7 international breaks a season.
There's no football on Saturday.
No football this Saturday.
No Premier League.
Just no Prem.
No Prem. There's just no Premier League.
I have no idea, but I always think like there's too many international breaks throughout the year, and then you got all these fixtures crammed together in midweek and stuff
Tuesday,
like that.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, let's play Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays.
Scrap the international.
Tom Hall raising to 20 war from +1. And look at the bats.
Things you love to see.
It should always be a race from early. And it is. To 60.
Yeah, that will be that. Feel like we're just a pip out as Tom. Queen 10 suited probably just gets in.
Into the bin there we'll go. It's the Far Cup this week, says Hanak.
Ah.
That's why there's no Prem. Okay.
I know we ain't in it. I take it Rotherham ain't in it. That's probably why me or you didn't know about it,
We're
Tower.
playing Bristol Rovers in League One. Bottom of the table clash.
And then Chris Cunliffe tuning in.
Oi, oi.
You here tomorrow, Chris? Feel like there will be a few more new faces we see tomorrow that haven't been here already this week, coming down for the weekend, Friday through to Sunday. And Kevin the cut-off, pocket fours. Yeah, so effective stack behind Kev here. Looks like 15 effective, so really nice for Kev to just send it in. Yeah, Mengshi's the effective stack here, 16 big, so just good awareness from Kev. Effective stack behind is 16, so any pair, we just get to say the words I'm all in. John with the ace-10 has called it off for his 12. And we are flipping.
Here we go. Mr. Adderley. Can we survive? Yes, we can. Needs to fade a 4.
Oh.
The pit next door. So Kev down to 195 and 16. And John up to 27, 28.
You're not well, Sean. You are not well, Sean Lewis.
He's on his way to Tenerife. Won't be here on Saturday because he's on the big 60 bash up in Teners. They've got internet in Tenerife, you know. You can watch the live stream around about 2:30. And the treble will be there. Can't give you a sneak peek on Thursday.
I wish you'd give us a sneak peek for Saturday's treble next Thursday. Rosser says, can you ask Cunliffe to stop winning all the money online and save some for me, please? Stop winning all the money online, Chris.
Yes. And Neil Wolfrey. Hope everything's gone all right, young man. Had a big operation this week, didn't Mr. Neil Wolfrey? Yeah.
Is he all good?
Fingers crossed. The surgeon said that they're happy, and he says if the surgeons are happy,
okay,
he's happy.
There you go.
Neil, hope to get you fully 100% back to normal, and then we'll grab in some golf and a bit of poker later in the year. It will be great to see you.
Ace for Virgil. Going to be opening from +2. It's north of 2 BBs. do anything. There's Ming Shi with the A7, but One Tao can do a lot of things with the boots here in the small blind. Only got 12.5 bigs. I'm gonna exercise this option with the flat from the small. Like big blind heads up 100% flat here. Small blind, not sure. Like what hands are we going to flat that aren't nutted off of 12.5 facing the open from the small? We got ace king, ace jack, ace queen, they're just all in. We got 8s, 9s, 10s, they're all in. So once we flat off this stack depth, I'm guessing our range becomes really condensed to a few select combos. Would he pill like a 10-9 suited here off of 12? Would he pill like an ace-x suited off of 12? I don't think so. So once he flats off of this particular stack depth, maybe in Virgil's head, need to be wary. So one's out with the check call.
Here's two clubs on the turn.
Kind of interesting now for Virgil with the 8s. I feel like 8's too high up. If we had like 4s, potentially a much better hand to bluff, try and dislodge King X by the river. But once again, do we expect King Queen, King Jack, King 10 to call off of 12 over against our open? Or do you feel like these are just going to play jam? Like the King Jack off may even just fold. Like, so now Virgil going to go for 20k here on the turn, and maybe 20k on the turn to set up a river jam here, tower, to fold out some King X of One Tower. But it just becomes really complicated because it all stems back to pre-flop. 12 big blinds and our man's flatting the small off of 12. King Queen, King Jack suited. Are these? Oh no, he's not jammed, is he?
Yeah.
Or is it a raise?
Clicked it to 50, I think.
He's gone for clickety click. I thought we might have just seen call here as One Tower when we heavily blocked the ace-x.
I think the click looks more strength than the all-in.
Yeah, now 6-1 in position as Virgil, but probably in his head he knows needs to hit an 8, and on this occasion 8 not even good for us. Really surprised to see this from One Tower when he's played it in this trappy manner and his ace rolls off on the turn. Like Virgil is inclined to triple, like the Jack 10, the Queen Jack, the Queen 10, maybe pocket 4s, pocket 5s. Like these hands are probably going to triple off, and when we have 2 aces in our hand, there's only the case ace remaining. So unlikely that's over there in Virgil's hand. So surely when we just lock up the hands that we're trying to get called by, once we get here, flat seems like the best avenue. 8's out there. They may have checked back river anyway, we'll never know. But interesting turn raise there from One Tower when we heavily block the hands we're trying to get called by.
Up to 21 bigs. 32 players left. 15 get the money. With the 8s and 16. Raises, rates at 25. Oh, the old 24. The kind of defence with a 10 deuce. They are suited. Yes, indeed. flopped set for Kevin Allen. See better to win. And back up to 20. Sevens for Kev, raises it to 24 again. Tom makes a call this time from 6 with a 6-7 of clubs. And Clarkey coming along with a 9-3 of diamonds. Ace 3-5. So I've got a shot for Tom. Bottom pair for Phil. I think Kevin might see about this. It does, makes it 25. Tom with a good shot.
I'll get them tomorrow.
Clarkey going along for the ride of bottom. Still Kevin's pot. The 8 of clubs on the turn. Now double gutty for Tom. I want to see a free river, double gutted.
Just catching back with a hand here, guys. Missed the start of it, but guessing it's gone Kev open, call, call.
Correct.
Flop checks through. And then Tom now.
Kev bet 20.
Kev bet 20, Tom call, Phil call, okay. Surprise Phil overcalled here with a backdoor flush draw, but we're small. Now Tom just going to start bluffing the 7 higher once check to. Nicely done.
Kev back down to 16. So I've been on 32 a while. 17 spots off the money.
Yeah, still a couple of hours, I reckon, until we get there at least.
Oh, easy. Easy.
Jack A suited for Tom, opens cut off. aces. Seen aces incredible amount today already. I think this is 7 or 8. We're not even 3 hours into the day. Phil bumps it up to 81. Expect that to be that and hand over. Not really much Tom can do. Jack 8 of clubs. Expect to hit the muck. Yeah, it could be a long one tonight, guys. To be fair, I always say I don't mind sitting here for hours upon hours when the field is as good as this, the play and the spots are like keep arising. First sort of 20 minutes of the day, it was 3-bet, 4-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet. It was all going on that first feature table. Sick bluff from Tourney, sick hero from Tom Clack. You don't mind a longer night when the action is good and the poker is good, and we got some really notable faces in the field.
It is a cracking field, that is for sure.
It's when you have one of them and you may have a final table, few unknowns, very passive play, not much occurring, lots of raise and takes. But this is going to be some day. There's Tom with a king 5, we'll get out of there. So will Antoine. Virgil completes the 7-3. Kev will get to check option if he pleases. I want to see the 8-4 off one of these trash holdings, and if we are ever going to raise, we're probably going to be really polar in this spot off of 13. So bad hands, good hands. Both catch on 10-8-7. Middle for Kev, Virgil will bottom.
Now does Kev approach this one after Virgil checks?
As I always say, Tal, you can't really do much wrong blind on blind because there's so much of this going on, so much of that.
Oh, Virgil's hit the 3 for 2 pair.
Yeah, and probably just starts leading now as Virgil try and build this spot. Still stuff to get called from, some ace highs, some potential turn 3x, turn heart draws, even maybe some sort of king 9, queen 9 that checks back for Kev. And especially an 8. We're going to be getting payment from 36k. Pot on the turn from Virgil. And I'm guessing we're potting turn to set up some river jams. Just trying to make the pot as big as possible. Lower the SPR, go into rivers. However, this is not one of these rivers that we are going to get to send for value.
Virgil will not have liked that river.
So interesting to see how he's going to proceed. May block, may go small, but I think this is the avenue. We're just going to check over to Kevin. Now Kev with an 8. Probably feels we'll still have a sliver of showdown. I think if you had like a 3 here as Kev, you'd have to bluff. But maybe an 8, we still just beat enough stuff. I feel like if we're as low down as a 3, maybe the ones where we start bluffing. God, you're on point today, Gas. The board added up to 37, and he had 3-7. How would you? Why would you even? How does your brain even like go? Hold on a minute. That adds up to 37. He's got 3-7.
So, lost 1 player this session in 35 minutes. Just the one.
Just Navas. we go. And we're going to spin over to the outer table.
Oh, we're going to lose one this time.
Second in chips to
Toddy's
start
filming.
today. Toddy all in and at risk. He's going to need to crack the aces of Thomas Clack. Just like that.
Whoa, 8-3 queen, flop set of 8s.
8 on the flop. Toddy cracking the boots, still needing to fade. And there's a spade on the turn. It's not easy. Spades and aces to fade.
And does the king of hearts. So Toddy gets a huge double.
Yeah, big old double up there for Alex Todd. Cracked aces with kings yesterday, all in pre. Found a king on the flop. It's the pocket 8's turn today to crack the boots all in pre.
And they left Thomas Clack there with 50,000.
Better to be lucky than good, Tower, as they say.
Yep. Wowzers. Toddy got chunks, and now Thomas Clack needing a spin.
Yeah, Tom Clack left with 50k after that hand, so they'll be getting in very soon.
There's the jack on this board. 10-3 jack. Main sheet, 13 bigs, Kev Allen 11. £79,150 for the champion. Whenever we crown that champ.
Seven suited for Antoine opens from +1. Did Minksy just jam? No.
Yes.
It's probably going to work, but that's a wild one, Tower. Facing +1, A6 off, in for 13 from the small blind.
You don't normally see it, but this time we have.
I don't think I've seen Mengshi V-pip this session yet either, first 40 minutes. Now suddenly he just wants to take this one. It's well timed because Antoine with the A7, thinking about it. It is only 13 bigs, and Antoine's going to call, and he's going to love what he sees.
Wow.
A7 suited against the Ace-6 off. Gun versus small blind, 8 max. I am surprised these have got this in.
We have chops with a 2. 6 to double. And now catalogue.
Yeah, ridiculous amount.
But not a diamond. Not a diamond. Antoine Labat up to 600. Mengshi busting out with the absolute punt with the ace-6.
Open, table 13, seat 3. Thank you.
You want to sit him down? Go 10 minutes room?
Absolutely.
Talk about the wheel.
The wheel. Talking of the wheel.
Here he is.
Hey, come and sit here, young man.
Come and sit down, John. Have a chat.
We'll get Jay getting the cheese in.
Have a chat with the chat box.
Here he comes.
Thank you very much.
Here he comes.
How
How are you?
Isn't it? It's been a long day. So
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Jonathan Whale.
All right, on the screen. Yeah.
We are, we're live.
Yeah,
We're live.
all
You
right,
can
okay.
swear as much as you want.
No, I'm swearing at all. No.
You're here because of the wheel.
I am the wheel. Yeah. I was sweating it because my message didn't go through, and I said, "I'll give you another 10 seconds." And I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, you got 10 seconds to claim it.
It's just, I think on Facebook it must be the slowest sort of turnaround time, innit? Like, do you know what I mean? But,
Well, when you're playing for a biggie next time, make sure you're on one of the others.
Yeah.
Either YouTube or Twitch if it's going for another biggie.
Yeah.
How often do you play poker?
Not so much now. Not so much now. I used to play a lot with sort of through Red Tooth organisation up until sort of about 2019.
Yeah.
I play a little bit now, but not a lot. I just play for fun now, basically. At the end
Are you
of the
down
day.
south, yeah? Are you down in Devon?
Just outside Plymouth.
Just
yeah.
outside Plymouth?
Yeah.
Oh, big game this weekend. Man City, isn't it?
Big game for every weekend,
Well,
isn't it?
I think it is.
They play Cardiff, Derby, all the bottom teams, so yeah.
Yeah, FA Cup this week, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
I feel the worst, I think, unfortunately.
So you used to play a lot, and then you get involved with the wheel.
Yeah.
You see your name on the wheel.
Yeah.
Like, everybody must think, well, it's never going to be me.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? You're going around. I was actually playing a little bit of poker as well, so I had it on the YouTube on my TV,
yeah.
and I was watching it going around, it's spinning, and I thought, I'm still on there, and then like, well, I seem to miss it by quite a long way every time. Do you know? I wasn't like even like close.
Yeah.
And I just thought, well, God, blimey, perhaps my luck's in, you know, and you get heads up as a manner of speaking, but yeah. Yeah, you can get the first one in the bag, and it's all quite good.
So now I'm guessing the biggest buying?
Oh, by far.
Yeah?
Absolutely. By country
Just
mile.
don't tell anybody.
No.
Don't let them know. Don't let them know.
No, it'd be like, target on your head. Yeah. No, it's just, I can't thank Grosvenor and yourselves enough, because I would never, ever, in my lifetime, be out there paying to a tournament, unless I obviously had a big win, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just way out of my
that was Jim walking in, basically said, would you like to give a C2A to the UK Open? And here we are now.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So, how long you been here? Just got here?
I got about an hour ago.
Right,
I booked in next door, so it's all nice and close. So
yes.
Yeah, convenient.
Nice one.
Few of the football pitch, but no football.
No, that's true. No, they're away. They are away. That's the only time you get one of those views, though. That's the thing, you see. You
nice
wouldn't get that room if they were at home.
No.
You'd be on the other side. But no. So when are you jumping in? What's the plan?
I'm playing tomorrow.
Excellent.
So I'm going to jump in the cash out satellite at 9 tonight as well.
Yep.
Play that and jump in the tournament.
Fantastic.
The 12 o'clock.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on you for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Really, really well done on winning the wheel, but good luck tomorrow in the million guarantee.
It's going to be
£1 million.
Yeah, I just had a quick look at all the guys out there, and you just think, when you watch the stream, and just saw everyone walking past, and you know, if there's one more recreational player on my table, I don't know. It's going to be an experience.
But at least you've got here a day early to chill out and get used to all the ambience in there and watching all the people. So many, many, many congratulations.
Right.
And we will see you at the table tomorrow. That guy over there will be keeping his eye on you.
Thank you.
As the wheel winner.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, wish the wheel winner much luck tomorrow.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jonathan Whale, winner, our champion of the wheel. 1,500 ticket. Well done, sir.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Nice one. Good luck. We will
Not
see
too
you.
soon, hopefully.
Absolutely not.
Thank you
we
very
will
much.
see him at the tables. Jonathan Whale winning our seat to Coventry. He's got here a day early. He's enjoying it. He's got himself to Cov, and he's now got a chance of winning around about £250,000. Very nice indeed. Well done, Jonathan. So we'll keep his eye on him tomorrow when he plays day 1C.
Great story.
Is it table today? Is it D tonight?
No.
Tomorrow? What is it?
D's 10 a.m. Saturday. You fancy that one? We're streaming that as well.
I can just imagine you. You'll be thinking you'll be none at 2 o'clock for the day.
I would go to bed. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on John. Great little story.
Yep.
Getting in for cheap. And that's what we love. People that never get the opportunity to play a tournament like this. They're here. They're going to be in the mix and could potentially change it into life-changing money. As Anton here choosing to bluff river. Setting one tail in for the lot. I'm just going to pick up this hand, guys. So we've got one tail open. Antoine call. Flop goes check, bet, raise. Anton with the up and down, check, raising, and one tail is going to flick it in with the ladies. Anton with the 5 high. Tried it. One tail non-believer. Correctly calls it off. Up to 525. What a pop.
Very nice indeed. And as you said, the old Clack Monster needed to double. He's got them in. Ace 4 against the King 7. Flopping a king is doubly. Bit of spade draw and the nut flush draw for Thomas. And now a wheel draw.
All the draws.
Got about 15 ounce.
Ace 5 spade.
There's one of them. The hard way.
The hard way.
Deuce on the turn. 5 on the river. Thomas Clack now up to just over 100,000. Easy game. Thomas now getting himself back in the game.
Jack 10 suited for Kev. Has to go in. We've only 8 big blinds. For 8, King Jack here for Phil. Feel like we'll be fairly close. You think Kev's shoving range here for 8 from +1, knowing the blinds are going to come around. He is going to shove some King 10 suited. He is going to shove some Queen Jack. He is going to shove some Jack 10, Jack 9 suited. Some suited kings, perhaps we dominate. That gives Kev Allen some respect. Doesn't think it'll be too light. Doesn't call it off with the King Jack there for 8. Thought Phil might have got in. Ace 9 for Tom. Should see an open in the cut-off once folded too. King Deuce off here for Virgil. At 25 tower, the old King Deuce, high or low, not going to take. Just folds to the opener Tom.
.33 of this session to go. And then a 30-minute break. Yep. 30-minute break for the complimentary buffet that the players will get. Jill says to Kev, how many have you got out of the big? And the triangle's gone in because Kev was less than 10. 15, get the money, so we still need to lose half the field. With 30 players left.
One out with the King Jack. Opens to 32 from gun. Six-five off for John. Feel like Josh gets in. Defense.
Off to the flop. Here's 10-4, 2 downs.
Just a prime combos to see bet here. King of diamonds, Jack of spades, ace high board. Just gonna be hand over. So Kev Allen going to be needing a spin. If he's sub 8 PBs.
Any sponsored pros left? I think Katie's playing tomorrow, isn't she? I think.
I haven't seen Ewan.
Not seen Ewan. Not seen Cal today. And Matt Davenport. Sinead's in, so I'm guessing Matt's in. No, Jack Ludo's bust. We saw Ludo busting out earlier, and Mr. Hardcastle is not in the country.
Is he not?
I don't think.
Didn't he not say he was going to play this one?
Did he? Oh.
He might be here tomorrow.
Maybe. DD's here.
Yeah, I've seen DD. I've seen RB.
Yeah, I saw JH the other day. And LD. Antoine with a 10 jack.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he opened here off this stack. Does let it go. From gun. We'll leave room for Phil to open. He's 10 of spades +1. Should be getting in the mix.
The Adder Lee in the bin.
That's 6-5 off. Exact spot. John just had versus +1 with the same hand. As I say, feel like Josh gets in. We'll probably fold 6-4 off.
Off to the flop. 6-8 deuce. Tom flop's best. See what Phil does. As it's checked to him. Oh, decides to check.
Fair enough, the check. We'll see a lot of leads now from Tom. Going to be ace highs, king highs galore in Phil's range. In general, we'll see the big blind just lead small a lot of the time now to out. So third pot from Tom. And Phil, just the 2 overcards, no draw here. Sort of handcuffed. Yeah, Tom can be bluffing like some 7x, some 5x, which is double gutted. Only really got coverage on ace and 10 rivers that we can call on, but it's going to have a look as Phil. I guess when the 5 is a double gut shot, maybe just every 5x of Tom, other than the ones with a pair alongside, have to lead. And it's actually a really good river for Phil. We're calling turn. It's not changing much at all here. This deuce still beat all these gut shots, double gut shot type stuff. But we'll see as Tom, if he is going to hunt for value with the 6 here. Does he feel like we can extract from ace high? It does feel like he can extract from ace high. Delicious little value bet.
About 38.
Yeah, so less than 30%. Really trying to get Phil to flick in an ace king, ace queen hero call here. And as I say, Tal, we can rep a lot of bluffs from the big blind, especially when the bear 5 is a double gut shot. So all our like king 5, queen 5 suited, jack 5 suited, 10 5 suited, all this stuff. Maybe just needs to bluff, and we are going to get the hero from the ace 10. Nice bit of value on the end there from Tom Hall. Gets 2 streets with a 6.
Very nice from Tom. Moves up to 540. And 35 bigs. Final 25 of this session.
As that occurs, we are spinning over, and it's Stato who is all in with aces against the 5s of Eunice. That's a fair start.
It is indeed.
No runners for the 5s.
Dooley, they're doing me dirty here. Yeah.
Oh, but a stone cold 5 on the turn.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Wow. Stato busting with aces. The time banks are in, and off he goes. Unlucky at the Stato. Sometimes this game. Eunice says he's gone. And there he goes. Eunice Barakat taking out the Stato, Andy Hume. Very unlucky. We lose another. David Jenks is on his way up from Devon. Very nice, safe trip. Thursday evening.
Devon. HEC's watching on delay, says South Korea when we were speaking about Jeju earlier.
Oh,
only 2 hours behind.
It is South Korea.
9-7 for Anton, definitely gets in. Facing the button open, does defend. Facing the 2 bigs of 1 tau.
Queen half flop, Queen 7 jack.
Peter says, just fold aces on the outer tables. Here, double now. Cracked by 5s, cracked by 8s. One towel. Going to continue the Queen Jack 7. And Antoine pair, backdoor heart draw, not going anywhere, or at least he shouldn't be.
Three clubs on the turn.
Not really too much going on for us now as 1 tau. We beat some stuff still with the ace high. Jack of diamonds drew up. Going to give Antoine the check mark here. And against button, is there any like small bets going on here with a 7? We expect 1 tau just to continue barreling his Queen X on the turn, unless it's specifically Queen X of hearts. A lock of the Jack X are going to play check on the flop here. So just from that Feel like we can do this as Antoine. As I say, Queen X probably going to barrel turn, Jack X going to play heavy check flop, so 7 likely to be the best of it here, and we can rep some King 10, 10 9, 10 8, heart draws as our bluffs, potentially getting some heroes from some ace high or perhaps under pairs to the 7. 32k on the end here from Antoine. And one tails catch, not really the best, but he is going to flick in the hero with the ace 4 high. Feels like Antoine's got enough of this King 10, 9, 10, 10, 8 heart draws. Heroes it off with the ace 4.
Antoine up to 421. Virgil still chip leader. 20 minutes to go of this session. We're down to 27.
Yeah, maybe one tail feeling that he just doesn't have much Queen X, doesn't have much Jack X, and ace high is good enough to call in that spot. But I feel like we are going to have some better catches. Nice bit of value from Antoine on the end. And as that happens, we are going to spin over again. So we'll be spinning over to the outer table, guys. Just see if anything occurs on this hand. Queen 10 of clubs open from one tail in the cut off, and Tom with the 8-6 out of the way. King 7 off for Phil. Feel like facing cut off specifically, finds to defend. Not much for either. King high actually still best as Phil. One towel. Not choosing to c-bet the ace high board here. Checks it back. And as Phil, King 7. Just don't think we're ever going to be doing any leading. Maybe a bit wary about this check behind on the ace high board too. And one towel just checking the whole way down. Double paired board with the nut kick up. Phil going to take this one, assuming we get to showdown, which we do. And now let's head over.
Who is it?
Show you what we were about to show you. We only caught the end of it, but it's aces for Jamie Dow against the 6s of Tom Clack.
Flush over flush in the end.
And rough 45 minutes for Thomas Clack, losing aces versus 8s for heaps all in pre. And then busting 2 aces just after that.
Yeah. Literally, and just after Stato. Stato's still wondering about texting if he's bust out with aces.
E6 of clubs at top. Opens in the cut-off. 32 to go. Over to Virgil. Ace 9 of hearts here. Feel like going to defend. Just one of these. Feel like too high up, suited. Sort of too good to free bet if you like. From big blind specifically. It's going to be an interesting hand now. Tom, king high board, going to have lots of c-bets as the opener. And Virgil, even with just ace high and a whiff here, Tao, do expect this hand to continue the ace nine of hearts if met by c-bet from Tom. Like Tom going to open like 10-9 suited, queen jack, queen 10, some like 8-10 suited. Still enough of Tom's range in here that we're ahead of as Virgil, and we've got the backdoor hearts, we've got the backdoor will, the overcard. So we'll definitely be continuing here, especially facing 20% of Tom.
Which he does. Spot on. Off to the turn. This is the 9 of spades and the check mark for Virgil.
Yeah, really nice card to see, especially on a board that Tom probably just bets range. Like we jump in front of 4s through 8s, we jump in front of some better ace highs, ace 3, ace 2 suited. It's a nice turn to see for Virgil here. And now it's Tom. Complete rainbow board, not really much going on for us. May just check this behind and still ahead of some 4-5, 4-6, 5-6, ace 4, ace 5. Or is he going to really try and rip some of the stronger King X? Decides against.
Queen of hearts on the river after it's checked.
And not the best card to see for Virgil. I think one thing that is kind of nice though, like Tom probably never has queen jack, queen 10 now, jack 10, because these are probably mandatory barrels on the turn. So yes, the queen rolls off, a card to our 9. However, I think it's only going to be specifically like queen 8 suited, ace queen here for Tom that's going to connect with this queen. And Virgil sort of sussed this out. Goes for a nice meaty half pot value bet on the river, even with 2 overcards out there, and sort of this is just very good hand reading tower. Tom's going to bet a king on the turn. His queen jack, queen 10, jack 10 stuff are going to double barrel on the turn, high frequency. So he only really gets to the river that beats us now in the form with something like ace queen, queen 8 suited. We can still have some will draws, some 5, 6, 4, 5 for bluffs. But tidy little value bet there on the end. Didn't get paid by ace high, but I think that's a sign of a good player there. Value betting the 9, just recognising a lot of the bluffs that now hit the queen on the river are going to be barrel in turn. The queen 10, the queen jack, the jack 10. So he felt like his 9 was best.
Nice stuff from Virgil. 26 players left. 14 minutes left of this session. 30-minute break after this session. Sausage and mashed peas and gravy after this session. Jay's like, go on, lad. Do you eat anything like that?
I like mash and gravy. Mash and gravy is me.
All right, okay. Mash and gravy.
Like I know it's terrible. And I'm like a child, but if I'm at home and I'm hungry,
and I'm like a child.
No, if I'm at home and I'm hungry, and I want something quick made within like 5-10 minutes,
yeah,
she'll put a few Yorkshire puddings in the air fryer, some microwave mash in the microwave, gravy, and I'll just have Yorkshires and mash in a like puddle of gravy, and that's like my snack. Well, it's not. It takes like
in a puddle of gravy.
Yeah. It takes like 5-10 minutes to make in the air fryer and / microwave.
I'm guessing the pre-cooked Yorkshires in the freezer.
Yeah, they're Aunt
Bessie's.
Aunt Bessie's. They're Aunt Bessie's. So Yorkshire puddings, mashed potato, puddle of gravy. It's a nice little snack. It's a good snack. It fills me up for a few hours.
It's the puddle of gravy that gets me. Just a puddle of gravy.
That's sort of me go-to when I'm hungry and I want something within 10 minutes.
Oh, nice. Afternoon, Richie. Watching on YouTube. Hope things are well, pal.
Yeah, this is actually quite an interesting one here for Phil with the ace-jack suited. Starts the hand with like 24. If we free bet here, we have to free bet call. Like does probably play some flats facing cutoff specifically. You'll see some flatting going on with some stronger ace-x, ace-queen, ace-jack. And this is just to do with the fact that we dominate a lot of Antoine's range that opens with position that would potentially fold to our free bet. Goes for the aggressive route straight off the bat, does the job, and we are spinning over to the outer tables because we have a big all-in and call here. Ace-5 suited with the 4-bet send
against the hooks.
Jacks of Connor. This is an 800k pot, So open 3-bet, 4-bet call. And it doesn't look like Josh is going to be getting there unless Barry wants to make an appearance.
Josh Bolton was chip leader. And now Conor O'Driscoll has just taken around about 400 off him.
Yeah, big old pot tower over 800k there going to Conor O'Driscoll, Josh Bolton. Don't mind it. I love the heart, love the combo. Not sure about the dynamic between the two, but if that was there and Conor had been free betting us, can get behind it from Josh. Not necessarily a bad play just because we've run into it.
Just over 800 for Conor, heading towards the break. 26 left. Sevens for Clarkey. No action from the big.
He's the banking monopoly.
So guys, just under 10 minutes, we'll be going on dinner. Get the tables rotated. It's only a 30-minute dinner break, which is perfect. So we will be returning at about 5:25.
He's got all the advice. You just keep looking at kids and then don't bring them up. Nice advice from the back.
John with the sevens gets the jam over the open and call. I'm never calling off King Jack off here for Phil. We're not calling King Jack off for 8 bigs in the big blind. About half hour ago, we're definitely not calling King Jack off for 13.5 bigs after a squeeze jam. As Phil folds, we will rotate to an outer again. This time it's Mr. Saoud.
Oh, over yes.
Antoine is all in with the top pair facing the flush draw of Cully. So now he's got a flush draw, but he's behind. Cully jumps in front with top pair, both with a flush draw.
Oh, the diamond on the river.
And it's Cully that makes his flush. And we're going to lose Antoine Saoud.
Ouch.
Cully Saoud taking him out just before dinner. The ace 10 of diamonds getting there on the turn and improving on the river.
You're Cully. Stuck there for Cully. 7 minutes to go until the end of this session and then a 30-minute break.
Richie Bernard got his tickets for the AZ game at home today. Olio we have left for a trophy, says Richie Burner. It is. We're favourites, believe it or not.
The A to Z game?
Yep.
What's that?
We got.
You flick a page and you find the street.
We got AZ Alkmaar in the Champions League. Champions League, Europa League. I'm thinking about next year.
I thought you picked a street in the A to Z and trying to find out what football club was closest. King high flop for Antoine. What about the ace king, top.
Ace 10's real cuspy here versus gun for Tom. Like ace jack, ace queen, definitely continue. Ace 8 off with fold, ace 10's that real sort of cuspy one, but it's gonna call facing the tiny size of Antoine. Oh, and catches a 10 on the turn.
Interesting turn. Tom checks the turn. Well, Tom might have to come for one.
It's very difficult to float ace high, improve to second pair, not kicker, and then fold to this turn barrel tower. Like it's rare that you see people float, improve to like top pair, second pair, whatever it be, and then fold to the turn barrel. And 90k for Antoine here. Tom check call in. Going to be a real rough decision on the river for Tom Hall. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. This could just shut it down.
Always goes check now. Like Antoine never getting value from worse. Well, I say it just goes check. Tom hasn't checked it over. Does he feel like he needs to turn this 10 into a bluff here? Once he gets to the river, when you think about Tom's range at check calls flop, check calls turn, and now this card rolls off on the river, we don't really have a worse hand tower, because like the 9x that continue turn are going to be like the 9x with a straight draw, which now you make 2 pair or a straight. So we actually can't get to the river when it's complete rainbow on the turn with a worse hand than just a bare 10. Like we're going to fold 10-8 on the flop, right? So like the only 10 we get here with that isn't 2 pair plus is ace 10. So here we are. And I said just going to go check, but when you really think about the hand and Tom's range and where he is in range, he's actually as low down as he's ever going to be, because it's 9x folds turn. So it's never going to have a worse hand than a 10 here, and a lot of his 10x are just going to river 2 pair or a straight to go alongside it. So it's a really intriguing river lead here from Tom, and he gets the better hand to fold. What a play from Tom Hall. And just sort of recognising here, not like, I think I would have as well, just sort of snap check river, but when you take your time, think about the spot, think about where you are in range, you can't actually have a worse hand at the river there than just a single pair, which is a pair of 10s. Yeah, we get to the river with a lot of 1 pair king X as well from the big blind, but that's probably the worst hand we're ever going to rock up with. So Tom, bottom of range, choosing to bluff, getting ace king to fold. Lovely stuff.
Really impressive stuff from Mr. Tom Hall. Final hand maybe of the session, and then a 30-minute dinner break. Sausage mash, peas and gravy for the tea.
No peas.
What? Well, I'm not having any then. Ish. No peas. Could be the last hand of the session. Antoine in the big. Is he defending from a +1? Yes, he is. Ace, 8, 7. Virgil flopping second. Goes check, check. So the last hand of the sesh is upon us now. 30-minute break and then a new table with 25 players left. Check it a check.
I think maybe delay could be an option there as well after checking back flop, but decides to check back the 8. Like maybe on clean rivers gets to go for value with the 8. I'm not sure about this one. The Jack of Diamonds. Does Antoine feel like he needs to bluff his King 6? Check from Anton.
Should be a snap check back, and it did indeed. We will be off with a new table in 30 minutes. Enjoy the whatever it is. What you're going to have. See you in 30. One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bousey.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
Long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, yeah, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good, good game, good pots, and everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, he was on my table. I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing. There's a lot of the lads who are still. It was a really good community.
It's an amazing community, and we'll come to that during this little chat. But can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you, it's 2007.
2007. Yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was. Yeah. That was a tour, the gala tour that started. Yeah. Before Grosvenor bought them out.
Yeah. I think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was.
The gala tour. Yeah. Like the Teesside. The Teesside gala was massive for you lot, especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour. Back in the day, we would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And I finished. Maybe a side event, a £200 event, might finish 4th or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. And you've probably still got the £865 in the pocket somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was White Fibers one day. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GUKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GUKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm gonna have to start travelling around a little bit.
Yeah, they both were running like side by side.
Yeah.
And the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights at Blackpool before the GUKPT took it over, and I was blown away. I walked in the casino, the atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. I still love that feeling when you go there.
Yeah.
I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season 1 because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. And maybe Newcastle. Was it Newcastle like?
I think there was.
Yeah, I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle.
Yeah, it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going. I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GUKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
2008 Gala Tour. You started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the player was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, I think it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, you know. I didn't think, you know, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, you know, in general. But back in the day, there was a lot more like gamblers who play, you know, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, you know, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, you know. And so your first main cash in a GUKPT. Yep.
Probably your favourite stop.
Yep.
And you're probably your favourite casino for a GUKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool, yep.
2014, finished 10th. You know, is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's, you know, as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. You know, there's cash games at all levels. There's small buy-in tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. And they come for the holidays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, you know, so they really enjoyed that. And it's still great to this day. You know.
Same season, the grand final. 10th. Gutted not to hit the final table, I'm guessing, especially with the first prize.
Lost. I remember. I mean, I was short stack, believe it or not. I played my short stack very well, so nothing much has changed in 15 years. Played short stack really well, and then doubled up right at the end of day one, and kind of got in the game. And there wasn't many of us come back to day three. Sorry. There wasn't many of us came back, and I got in a big flip, nines against Ace Jack with Charlie Carroll, who ended up, I think it's his first live tournament.
I know,
He ended up going on to win it and winning about 84 million, and that was about 200 pound cash since.
Brilliant. Obviously the grand final and the Vic, it's got that thing. A lot of people say it's one of the toughest fields assembled in Britain. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think there's a good mix of like kind of local like businessmen who play, you know, as well as like the tour regs, and occasionally get people coming in from all over playing, you know. So that was. I mean, the other thing was, well, I was working quite a lot then, and that time of year I got a lot of time off in November, December, so I would play Blackpool in the grand final. But I would say there was a really good mix of standards. You know, there were some really good players. You know, and you look at the fields. If you look back through the time, you know the ones who've won it. You know,
absolutely.
And keep on coming time after time. There is some class players go there.
We move on to Vegas, 2016.
Yep.
Was that the first time you ever went? Because that was your first cash.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
I only went for a week.
Everybody goes to Vegas for the first time at cashes.
To be honest, I only went for 4 days.
Really?
I was going for a week, and my daughter had a show in London, so but it was organised after I'd booked the trip, so I had 4 or 5 days there and then came home, so played one tournament, cashed it, and this is easy.
Vegas, all the dollars.
Vegas is easy, I'll come here again. It hasn't quite worked since, but
Brilliant. We introduced the National Poker League.
Yep.
And I'm just going to quickly run through what you've done in it. 2019, second. 2020, you won it. 2021, seventh. 2022, fourth. 2023, must have been a shock to finish ninth. You know what, I'll tell you.
I want the stewards inquiry for that.
What is it about the NPL that just like brings out the best in John Bassfield?
I just like league tables and league points, and like, so I've always been the same. I mean, the Gala Tour actually had the leaderboard back in 2007, and I won that. That's funny enough. So I kind of always like, when that, I've got something to aim at throughout the season. And when the NPL was first discussed, I've kind of heard a few rumours behind the scenes, and I just knew I was going to give it a good go, you know. It's obviously a big commitment it's been for the last 5 years, but I've loved it, and of course each year you get new players, new faces turning up, and kind of giving it a go, and then some of them drop by the wayside when they realise how tough it is to the stamina you need for the full season, you know.
Absolutely.
So.
If you put a list together of the NPL over since 2019, your top,
Yep.
But you're not just top.
Yep.
You're top by an absolute margin this wide.
Yeah,
That's a testament to yourself.
Yeah.
But it just shows, with the NPL as well, it just shows how the players take to it.
Yep.
And obviously you do see the same faces in the top 10 for a few of the years, but it just means you've still got to be playing and getting results.
Yeah, you have, especially the way they changed it. I mean, I know I've got quite a big lead in the NPL, like overall leaderboard, if you like, but it was a couple of the years you got points for cashing, so it's a little bit of a cheat. I got a few extra points there when you were just getting points for playing rather than cashing. They've changed it to cashes, which was a lot better, a lot fairer, you know. And obviously a lot of people have stuck to that as well and give it a good go. This year they've added more stops, which has been tougher again for a lot of people, but we'll kind of see how that goes, you know, next season, see what it's like then.
2022, your biggest cash, 31k, the mini main. Was it disappointing not to get the win, or is it all about the trophies at the minute?
Yeah.
Obviously 31k.
I like money.
Yeah,
I like trophies. I like the fame, the press. But no, it was. I was well down heads up, so it was a little bit disappointing because he had a part of one ship lead, and I managed to get just in front, and then lost hand straight away. So it was like I took about 3 hours grinding back the level, got in front, and then I bluffed it all off. Yeah, which I don't do very often. So.
Favourite stop? I know we've touched on it a little bit earlier, but where is your favourite stop in the UK?
Yeah, Blackpool. Yeah. Blackpool without a doubt. Blackpool and London have always been my two for the grand final. The Vic's like a great card room, you know, and Blackpool is definitely up there. Yeah. Leeds, but I love Leeds as well. We're getting out today, Leeds. It's my most local one, so it's very friendly. You know, you get a lot of the same faces turning up for that. I really enjoy coming down here, and we still get a lot of the Teesside lads who don't travel as a group. We still get a few come down here. You know, it's closer.
A few weeks ago, we posted like 20 faces on who would be the picks for the GUKPT Hall of Fame. Would you have any inclination of who would you, if you had three, if they came to Bowsy and said, Bowsy, give me 3 names?
Yeah, I would have to say, I wouldn't put me in it, so I did get a couple of mentions, but I wouldn't put me in it with the main event. I haven't done well enough in that, I don't think, but I would say, looking back over time, Kimber for his record, Jeff Kimber for the record he had for so many years. Ben Windsor for them. For,
the grand final wins and the 3,
And I'd probably put, I mean, the third one's close because you could put any of 10 of them, but Matt Davenport has kind of been around for a long time. Like, last few years been brilliant, and he just keeps he's really consistent.
It's amazing with Matt as well, because he stopped for a few years.
Yeah, he did.
He wanted the hiatus. He wanted to leave it for a few years. Come back. And has absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think again, but that's like the NPL has kind of helps people. Kind of you think, well, I'm going to give it a go, and so you do get that commitment. And when you're playing more, you get to know players. You get your confidence builds up. So there's a lot about it that you kind of once you're playing week in, week out. So. I mean, Matt's having a great one again today, like the Leeds, and he's well up there. There's a few like Cal is probably going to be in it, and if you ask me in 10 years' time the way he's going, but obviously he's done really well the last few years. You know, as a few, there's a few older ones, maybe like Simon Deadman, Trigg, you know, we could put in there.
Absolutely.
They're all really tough to pick from, but yeah.
Do you know what happened 16 years ago?
16 years ago?
You posted a picture on the Endon mob.
Oh yeah.
Can we have it changed?
That was about 3 weeks. That was about 3 weeks ago. That's 3 weeks ago. That one.
We say it to loads and loads of people. That once the picture's on, nobody ever changes it. It's
I mean, I didn't put the picture on, but yeah, somebody put it on. But yeah, there was a bit fresher face that one. Yeah.
There's a lot of people like that. Let me tell you, there are a lot of people.
I mean, I do have a bit of resemblance. I've seen some of them. You can't even recognise who they are. I'm thinking,
Poker, it's been good to you.
Yep.
You're still loving the game.
Yep.
We have a charity night in Teesside on the Christmas week.
Yep.
What does that mean to you, and especially with your charities as well that you do? Because you do a lot for charity.
Yeah, I'm a trustee of a local charity at Teesside. We help kids with neurological conditions. The charity is called Remembering Rebecca, and we provide equipment, respite breaks. There's a sibling project where we send the siblings of the families on trips. Brilliant, all voluntary run. There's not everything that comes in goes out. We decided to have the charity night for one. John Law was really great lad up there. and we just carried it on. And then probably 5 or 6 years ago, when I got involved with the charity, they moved over to us, and we've had a great night. A fantastic night, you know.
Absolutely.
Singing, dancing, playing poker. What more can you ask for? Yeah, singing, dance for, raising a few quid.
Raising money for charity.
But that's how I got into charity in the first place. I just got invited to an event, and we went out with a few old school friends who we hadn't seen for quite a long time. It was like 4 couples. We all got together. We had a great night, a few drinks, dances, went out afterwards. Yeah. Afterwards, we all saying we need to do it more often, and then we'd raise 15 grand on the night. And I was saying, like, what more could you ask for? So we just started like following the other events. You have like the 80s night, a race night, you know, and been really loved and enjoyed every minute of that since. Really.
Every credit for it, and it is great to be a part of it as well. So well done to you. If you stay fit and healthy, which you're looking pretty good to be fair. Right. What's the future? Carry on playing poker?
Yeah,
loving it.
Yeah, playing. I mean, fit and healthy. I'm doing the Great North Run again this year. So yeah, half marathon at Newcastle in September.
Watch it.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll have to do a bit more training on that over the next couple of months. But I'll still play. I've had a bit of a short of the biggest break I've had for the last 5 years, the last couple of months. But there's a lot more stops I'll be playing. There's Vegas next week. There'll be Goliath's a great stop, and then we'll have all my favourite ones back in later in the year anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
it's been a pleasure. Keep it up. Always good to see you at poker tables. And we always have a laugh.
Yes, we
and
do.
A joke.
We do. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Long way to
John.
continue.
Dowsy.
Thank you.
Blind rankings. Come on, then. What on earth is blind rankings?
Nice and simple, Tal. So both of us, we have picked 5 previous champions that we've encountered over the years on the live stream. Of these 5 names, you've got to rank them 1 to 5. So the best player being 1, the worst player being 5. But the catch is, I can give you any one of those 5 players in any order, and the first one I give you, you've got to give them a rank. So you might get to 1, 2, 3, 4, and we get to number 5, and for example, I say the best player in the world, and you've got to put them 5th. So that's the catch here, Tower. But we're both going to do it. We'll see how we get on. Would you like to go first?
No, I'll let you go first because I'm a bit worried about this.
Okay.
I'm a little bit worried about this. Go on then. Right. So I'm going to give you a name.
Yeah, any name.
So my first player for you in blind rankings is Ludo Gaelic.
Ludo. Right, I'm going to go Ludo at number 2.
Number 2? Ooh. I hope I'm on this and I'm number 1. Ludo, number 2. Right then, go on then. Give me a name.
Oh, what? I'm not doing my 5 straight off the bat?
We're doing all 5?
Yeah.
Okay, oh wow.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing 1 each.
You wouldn't remember who you picked if we go back to me.
That's true.
That's the thing.
That's true. Now then, blind ranking number 2, Calogero Morial.
See, this is where it gets hard because I'm going to go with Cal at number 4.
Number 4? Poor old Cal. 3rd on the list. Ooh. Rob Boone.
Rob Boone. I'm going to go... Sorry, Booney, I love you, and I love you on the stream, and I love watching you. Love you off the tables, but I've got to go for Mr. Boone as number 5. What are you doing to me, Tal? I love Rob. What are you doing to me?
One of the most consistent players in GKPT. I cashed in the first ever event, 2007. Number 5? Well, I texted him. Oh, next. Oh, Rick Trigg.
Rick Trigg. I'm going to have to put him at number 3. And I'm just going to have to pray that you've gone for someone that's very good at poker as your last pick, Tower. Oh no, it's going to be Ali Malou. I can see PK laughing. It's going to be Ali Malou, isn't it?
No. Number 5 on the list is me. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. So, the last pick is Matt Davenport.
Well, Matt's top of the shop then. There we go. Fits in nicely. But it's a difficult game because that probably wouldn't have been my order. I don't think. I don't think that would have been my order. But I'm happy with it.
Okay.
And I've got my chance to get my own back. So I'm just going to navigate to my list tower.
Yeah. Can I have a pen? I'm bound to forget what number I picked somebody at.
Right. Are you ready?
Right, go on then.
Blind rankings.
Blind rankings.
First
ready.
player I have for you.
Right, straight in.
Grand final champion many years ago, Mr. Kev Allen.
Oh, Mr. Consistent. Been years grand final champ. Ooh, I'm gonna go Kev Allen. I'm going middle of the pack. I'm going number 3.
Number 3. Good
Number
shout.
3, because I reckon, even though he's been good, and there might just be a couple that I think might just be a little bit. No, yeah, number 3, Kev Allen. I like that.
Second choice,
Yeah.
Mr. Bousfield, John Bousey. Mr. Consistent as well. Where are you going to put Mr. Bousfield?
Oh, he's got to go up. He's got to go above Kev, hasn't he? He has to. He's got to go above. I'm going to have to put Bousey at number 2.
Bousey, number 2.
I'm going to have to put Bousey at number 2.
Bousey at number 2.
He's just done it for years.
Okay.
I like it. I like 2. I like 2.
This is how the game goes.
I like 2.
Next one.
Yep.
Jack Hardcastle.
Oh, Jack.
So we got Kev Allen at 3.
Yeah.
We got Bousey at 2.
Oh,
where are we going to throw Jack?
Oh, gold. He's going to have to be. Well, we don't see him too much now, so my feeling is that Jack, because he's not been on the scene for a couple of years, he's going down to number 4.
Going down to number 4.
He's going down to number 4. Is Mr. Jack Hardcastle.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Next one I got for you.
Yeah.
Playing today in the high roller.
Playing today.
Tom Middleton.
Oh. He can't be fun.
So you got 2 options. You can either put Midi at number 1 or you can put him at number 5.
Jesus. Has he won a GUK? He has, hasn't he? He's won a GUK PT. Is he? Oh, no.
EPT champion, right, Midi?
I know he is, but we're talking GUK PT mainly. And I know he's a great egg. He's a really good egg. I'm going to have to put, and don't listen, I'm sticking Midi at 5.
So, Tower.
Because I think, oh no.
It's gone.
I'm putting, even though he's an EPT champion, he's a GUK PT winner, I've got to be thinking consistency in Midi. He's got to be number 5.
Well, you're going to be happy with it.
Yes.
Because the last name on my list, Mr. Sam Grafton.
Oh!
I so wanted you to put Midi at the top tower. I so wanted you to put him up there. But Sam Grafton.
One of the best there is. One of the most. Oh, he's won a grand final. He's been great. I love him in the chat box. Love him in the comms. And he's won it millions over line. Sam Grafton, number 1. What a great choice. Good shout.
So I'm just going to recall Tower's list. So he's got Sam Grafton at number 1, John Bousfield at number 2, Kev Allen at number 3, Jack Hardcastle at number 4, and Tom Middleton, bottom of the shop, at number 5. So rankings in order there for Tower.
Sorry, Tom.
Is that it? Is that it for blind rankings? We need to do more of this.
I enjoyed that. That was good. Thank you very much. Blind rankings. We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UK SPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker.
Yeah.
And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there.
Yeah.
We played a tournament together, and we ended up dropping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it. I was.
The UK SBC had got some great names,
Yeah.
and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UK SBC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner. These people I talk to every day still.
Yeah. Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well,
on the,
I wasn't.
on the mob.
I wasn't playing. I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously.
Yeah. Did it help the lockdown?
Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor.
Yeah.
So that industry was just wiped out, obviously.
Yeah.
And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there.
Yeah. 2021, obviously, biggest score ever.
Yeah.
At the minute, 165,000 to UKPT.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Can you remember it all?
Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. It kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time.
Oh.
Oi, oi.
Oh.
Never easy.
Any
10,
4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was before.
4 out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double a 4 out of 5. There'll be a cheer. Oh my word! The crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first series, first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GKPT series I played, and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river. And getting it in something like ace 5 off versus jack, so jack hardcastle and winning, and kind of those 2 hands are the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. I kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah, obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was playing chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, "Oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there."
I was gonna say when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. Yeah. And then we got...
Obviously what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience. Obviously flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail. You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
Any player bust before the last one? So we got a small blind.
Yeah, I raised into your big blind, right? So
yes, I defended and then got cut off it. Yeah, I remember.
What was it though? Because I feel like I was in the cutoff. Was I not? Was I on the bottom?
Yeah, but it's fine.
I guess I was in the bottom.
Yeah, no, it's right. It's right.
Because I he left. Yeah, no one else passed him when I left. You got your energy drink.
I'm on the button because I need it.
You bloody need it.
And we are back, guys. Nice little 30 minutes for the high rollers to grab some dinner. They are the updated chip counts, and Tourney, who potentially could have been out, got it in 8s versus aces of Thomas Clack, found the 8 on the flop, doubled up, and since then has been getting to work with the chips. Midi up there as well. Good session for him, up to 1.2 million. Josh Bolton up to 1.2 million as well. He's going to be on our featured table, but ridiculous amount of names just looking down that field. Absolute class from top to bottom. Boz and Kev Allen, two of our shorties, are going to be needing the spin. New featured table for this session, guys. We'll run you through the names. We got Eunice Barakat in 1. We got Paul Clements in 2. We got Rob Bostock in 4. Josh Bolton in 6. Conor O'Driscoll in 7. Antoine Nguyen completing the lineup in the 8th seat. 2 hours of poker. Don't think that will get us to the money, but we will see how we fare this session. So far, been a great day. Good couple of features. First 2 sessions. Seen some big bluffs, some big calls. Some cold decks. Aces have been out in force as well today. .150 entries in this one. Jonathan Brown, that is right. Incredible turnout. We saw Conor against Josh just before the break on the outer table. Ace-5 suited. Couldn't get there against the jacks of Conor for a 800k pot. Now opening the King-10 of hearts. And Paul Clements with the A6 suited on the button. He will make the call. Nice looking flop here. Conor with the King-10. Does check out of position. Over to Paul. And Clemmy here could be in some bother if he continues throwing the barrels in. Conor checking out of position with the King-10. Nice one to use as well with a straight draw to go alongside. Pretty comfortable check call and off to the turn. It's an ace of diamonds. Does bring 4-liner though, so don't think we're going to be doing it all here as Paul. Would like to see Chet back here. We do jump in front of some stuff, maybe some suited King X of Conor, like a King 9, King 8 suited that would open.
Sorry I'm late.
Where have you been? We're 22 minutes into the session.
Just had a massive, nearly had a massive fight with Antoine Labat.
Oh no.
Tell you in a minute.
Well, that is a bad river here for Clemmy. 6 backdoor in 2 pair. Pot-sized bet left effective, and Conor sets Paul in, and Paul's backdoor 2 pair here with the A6. But where's Conor's bluffs going to come from, Tower? He calls it off.
Clemmy, he's going to be out the door. Just come to the table, and Paul Clements busting out. Worst river in the deck. Gives him 2 pair.
Come on then, what happened with Labat?
So I was just talking to Jim about us revealing the Goliath tomorrow, and it showed me it's on 4 pages and it's going to be lengthy and we're going to have a chat about it, blah blah blah. So we're talking. So as I was walking to the table, Antoine Labat stands up and has a stretch. Now, he's about the same size as me, just about an inch, about 6'2", same size as me. He's dressed casually. He's got joggers on. He's got black joggers on. One leg of the jogger is pulled up to his knee. and the other one is obviously worn normally. So he's got half a leg showing.
Yep.
So I literally went, pull that down, or I'm pulling it down for you. And he went, you know, like the French way of wearing trousers? And I went, no, you don't wear one leg up and one leg down. You don't do it. Pull them down. Get them down. No. Oh, no. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. Pull it down. Anyway, stood up, my way, pulled it down. Might be back up now, like.
Okay.
Pulled it down. What's that about? One leg up, one leg down.
Madness.
Bonkers, these French.
Big hand for Josh. Blind on blind finds the aces. 5 for a spades for Connor. Always getting in here. Suited and gaps. Makes a call with position. Oh my word!
Wow, do we flop 2?
Bottom 2 for Connor. Aces with the ace of diamonds for Josh. Seatbelts on, guys. No, 9 high board. As the opener is Josh. Still feel like we're happy to continue, but it's going to mix in a check. I guess if we are ever going to check the aces, this is probably the combo to do it with diamond club. So checks over to Connor with the bottom 2, and I can't see a world in which Connor ever checks this back. Want to just start extracting value from our hand. We get calls from ace highs, we get calls from some king highs. Even a hand like jack 10, queen jack of clubs has got to stay and see a turn. It does start with 80k, and now over to Josh. Obviously we know never folding, it's just whether he wants to fast play the aces here or potentially check call. If he has gone for the deceptive check with the diamond, I'm guessing we are just going to take this approach. Sort of laid the trap in our head.
Queen of spades on the turn.
This is going to be really rough here for Josh Tower, and Connor's going to have to size up here around pot. We got 940 in our stack, but maybe not pot. Maybe we can go like 3/4 here as Connor, a little sort of 240, making it 800 in the pot going to the river, which give us like 80% jam. Go slightly bigger. It's a 275, but the idea is there. We need to size up turn so that we get to jam river for like less than pot. Going to be around 2/3 pot jam on the end for Connor. And now as Josh with the aces. We're not loving it, Tower, but obviously we're never going anywhere.
So the all-important river and a big pot. Out there, and it's a 3, so boats up for Connor.
That is just ridiculous, because now Josh can this. You can't ever fold. Has to call pretty quickly. Yeah, has to snap.
Yeah,
and we'll see
look
the bad
at
news.
The 5-3.
That's sick. That's just a sick river, because like Connor's got no 3x that double barrel. The only 3x Connor ever has here are 2 pairs, 9-3, 5-3, Queen 3 might not even bet flop. That's just a ridiculous river for Josh Tower. What can you do? Like, it's just one of these rivers that we can never fold. We may be able to get away on some, but on a 3, when Connor never double barrels a single 3x and there's no 3 with a flush draw, he basically needs to have 5-3 or 9-3 here, maybe Queen 3, but should check flop some of the time. And then we counterfeit 9-5, we counterfeit Queen 9. It's just sucky river there for Josh. You can't do anything, sir, other than pay.
Wow.
That is ill.
Yep. So we were on 24. We got 3 new players. We got Boz. We got Dre.
And that is because we lost Dooley on the outer table.
Oh, Dooley's out.
Didn't actually grab it, but after we lost Clemmy, Dooley out on the outer table.
Yeah. I know Foggy's come as well.
Now king on the button for Josh. Good enough when we've only got just sub 4.
Yeah, what a pot. What a massive, massive hand that was.
It's a triple average now for Connor. And is he going to take them all? Seems like it's always the way. And yeah, go back to before break tower. It was these two when Connor called off the jacks against the ace-5 suited of Josh. He won that one. He doubled. And just wins that 100 big blind pot. And now he's going to take the rest of it potentially. How you doing, Gerard?
On his way to Coventry. See you soon, Gerard. Might even have a little JD and Coke a bit later, if you're feeling it. Safe trip to Coventry. Numbers are good in the main, and this high roller is just superb. Kings and 3 needed. Oh, Connor O'Driscoll is taking the lots of Josh Bolton, who had 1 million chips at the break. And that is it. That is a tough spot.
It's just such a sick game, Tal, because like you're on break, you're out there, you're chatting to your mates, you're talking some hand histories, you're sitting comfortably on over 1 million chips, and then you sit down and within 5 minutes you're suddenly out. It's just a sick game we play. And Josh can't do anything different. He literally cannot play the hand any different. Like check flop with that combo seems perfectly fine. Like even if he bets flop, he's still going to go broke on that run out. It's just sometimes it's your time in this game. No matter how well you're playing, it's just your time to die sometimes on the felt.
We're getting closer to the money. 23. 3 tables of 8. The 2 table redraw will be the point of the bubble. Josh out.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Connor's going to approach this stack now. 7 spots off the money. Do expect to see a lot of this, a lot of wide opens, putting pressure on. Twan here with ace 10, starts the hand with 28 bigs and going to go for the free bet. Facing the button open, makes it 210. Nearly 40% of his stack into the middle. Quick fold from Connor. No, the Mad Turk, I haven't seen him all day. I don't even think he played today. I'm not sure he bought in day 2.
He's in the main.
Oh, he's in the main. There you go.
He's in the main event. He's sat at the side of Texas Johnny.
How's your mate, Mr. Kenny Billipstone?
Kenny?
That said he was coming down after winning the spin on the wheel.
No, Kenny comes second.
Yeah, I know he comes second, but he won second. He got the.
What did he win?
He won like some credit, didn't he? Some credit, and he said he's going to come down. And
He was earlier. He was here earlier in the week. I think he was playing one of the satellites because he was sat on one of these tables over here. It would have been a satellite win to get into the main event, old Kenny.
King Jack for Boz in the hijack, all in for 12, and Connor with the ace 10 suited here. Gonna be calling, that is for sure. And Twom now with ace queen. Gonna get to jam the lot in for 33, or at least he should do. Hijack shove range of Boz for 12. Gonna be fairly wide, like Connor's gonna call some ace 9 suited, some potential king queen suited, ace 10, ace jack that we dominate. Ace queen just way too good in this dynamic to do anything but say the words I'm all in tower. I think it would be a bit of an error here for Tourney to let this ace-queen go. Yes, there's an all-in and a call in front of us, but it's an all-in from the hijack and a call from the cut-off from the man with all the chips. Like, the key element here is like Connor has calls which we dominate, a fair amount of calls which we dominate as well. I've got a funny feeling he's going to let it go, Tower. No, he's found it very well on Tourney. Good move. Connor should now be folding, and Boz will like what he sees after this action as has occurred. Having King Jack in this spot for a treble, we're more than happy. I doubt Connor's ever calling this off. Yes, he's getting nearly 3-1, but just almost certainly dominated here. There's the fold.
So Boz with a shaking the laugh with the head. So king on the flop for Jamie O'Connor.
That will do nicely. And this is more than a treble up, Tower, here. You just got to fade that ace.
Or a jack.
Or a jack.
Does not want 2 pair.
Connor would have flopped not flush draw. Could have been interesting either way. Fading jacks and aces.
And does to get up shy of 800k. And 40 bigs. So Conor O'Driscoll, big chip leading out. Mark Foggy second in chips.
As that occurs.
Yes.
Off we go.
Uh-oh.
And it's Tourney against Ravi. Hijack versus Cutoff. All in pre. 600k effective. Ravi with aces. Tourney with queens.
Spades not played. Aces. Top of the table. Ravi gets a double. That's Tourney back down to about 650k. And Ravi just shy of $1 million.
A bit of a cooler for Tourney. Not much he can do. Mark here. Drake's fairly short. Probably just to jam, maybe raise call. I'm not actually sure how much Dre's got. Looks about 250. Either or going to be fine for Mark here. Yeah, this is actually really nice. Not a lot of people find raise call here to actually just jam, but when we're suited king queen, such a powerhouse blind on blind. Feel like so much better to take this route as Mark get some shoves from hands that we dominate that wouldn't call the jam.
All of it in the call.
And Mark already well aware what he's doing. Raise calling the king queen suited. These two were always going to get in blind on blind. And Dre with the ace jack needing to hold.
And there we go. Does Dre survive? Ouch.
Going to struggle too on that board, Tower. Needing an ace, 2 backdoor straight draws, but would love to just see an ace on the turn. There is one of those backdoor straight draws. So needs an ace or a king, otherwise it's GG to Dre.
And it is indeed the 8 of spades, means we lose another. Andreas Olympius out the door in 22nd. Foggy up to 1.3 mil. So down to 21, Dre busting out. Unlucky, sir.
Pocket 8s for Bosnell. Gets to open. Twan deciding to flat this one. Offer 20, interesting. And Mark got an interesting spot here with the King Queen of Diamonds. Like, I'm going to make the assumption Twan's never got a strong hand here, or a hand that could call a squeeze, because offer 20, I don't think he's going to be playing any traps here. So, like, as Mark does just play cool, like in general, we do like to flat the suited, more playability, but maybe with that flat of Twan there, is there any room to squeeze 40 effective against Boz, when we just assume that Twan's never got a hand that's going to be able to continue facing squeeze? But lands on call, going to go three-way.
We do, King Jack 10, top and bottom, against top pair, decent kicker. And unders for Boz.
Yeah, have to check here as Boz. Yes, we have ace queen. Yes, we have all the sets, but strong range from Twan, strong range from Mark, both in position. Continue for 50. Third pot over to Mark, who assumes just always going to call here.
And that'll be the end of Boz.
Yeah.
So what, needing outs?
Lots of them though.
That's not one of them.
Now, as Twan, just the 1.2x pot back, just over. Is he going to try and get this over 2 streets or go for the lot now? Going to go for the 2 street option. Making it 115. And Mark with his hand. Just going to have to call again, Tower. I think one thing that's really good for Mark here is, like, Twan should never have 10s, jacks, kings, ace, queen, because these hands off 20 are just going to want to get in. That 20 just going to shove ace, queen over Boz's open, kings, jacks, 10s, potentially 3-bet call. So something that's really good here for Mark. There's not a situation, ace, queen, not a thing, queen, 9, not a thing, set of kings, jacks, and 10s, not a thing. So a lot of the time, if we are behind, we're going to have a lot of equity within the pot still, Tower, to hit a 9, to hit an ace, to hit a king, counterfeit jack 10 suited, hit a jack to counterfeit king 10 suited. Like, fair amount going on for Mark.
And Twanley stays ahead. Mark whiffing everything.
Wow, Twan checks and doesn't jam for his last 2-10. Mark probably thinks he's good. He probably thinks he's good after the check from Twan. I'm shocked that we've not shoved river there for like 0.4 SPR. That's a strange one from Twan. Is he trying to bluff catch? But what are we trying to bluff catch against? Because, like, all the Queen X are going to have a pair alongside it. Queen Jack, Queen 10, they're just going to knuckle back, right? So where on earth are we trying to extract bluffs from with Mark? That's a strange old check on the river from Twan. He would have had his reasons, but I feel like we do just want to be saying the words there, Tower. I'm all in. It's difficult once Mark called twice to, like, have a hand that can now potentially get to river, that wants to bluff if he's going to get creative and bluff Queen 10. I doubt it. Interesting check on the end there.
So we're on 20. 15. Get the money. We're on 3 tables of 7, which is why we got to play it across.
How many times are we going to see aces today? This time it's Mark, but they're literally, I'd say like 1 in every 6 or 7 hands. I know we've been to the outer tables a lot and seen a lot of aces there, but seems like they're out in force on this Thursday. Oh, and would you look at this? Rob finds jacks here, and it's open from Twan, 3-bet from Mark. We're 7 max here, and Rob's sitting with 45. Just says the words, I'm all in. Pretty sick for Rob, to be fair. Mark's a very good player, will 3-bet correctly. I think this is the only avenue we have as Rob, 46 big blinds. I can't see how we'd get to do anything else but jam here as Rob. Twan always folding deuces. It's just a call up. 10s is kind of grim, but I feel like jacks is most certainly got to do this. Unless we have a read or it's player dependent, a guy that's never 3-betting other than top 5%. But can't fault Rob for that jam tower. I think it's actually going to be a really good jam versus Mark specifically. We are going to get a lot of folds.
Just the old Foggy picks up the boots. And Rob stands up, so too does Foggy. Overhead view of the board.
It's a big old pot tower, 100 bigs in there nearly.
And that is just about it. 8-10.
Jack, Jack.
Jack, Jack. Dead on the turn. Unlucky, Rob.
Yeah, it's just a cool game. I feel like the jam is the only option we have there as Rob against Mark specifically. So it's one of these. Sometimes you just run into it, but seen Mark play on stream many a time and will 3-bet hands like King Queen, some Ace-X. Just going to get a lot of folds there and pick up like 12 BVs. Unfortunately, running into it.
Down to 19. Rob Bogstock 20th, Sachin Joshi 21st, Andre 22nd as we saw. Down to 18. Down to 18. Who's gone now?
Mr. Ali.
Oh, Mr. Ali's gone. Ali Abdul Zara has bust out as well, meaning 18. 3 off the money, but 2 off a redraw.
King Jack for Twan. Opens from +1. Buzz with the King 10. Almost certainly defended.
Flop 10-7-5. Good for Boz. Reversals on that flop.
I feel like one that maybe check or some bigger bets going on against big blind when there's a catalogue of straight draws, everything from Jack 9 all the way down to 4-3. Let's go small though, quarter pot from Toine. Was with the top pair, pretty easy check call. Maybe against quarter if we're met by that size. Not sure if there's any raising going on versus EP, but just something to think about. And this is where it's going to get interesting, because this ace turn, I'd most certainly be barreling this as Toine. All bozes 7x, 5x, even some 10x going to be in the cage here on the turn. So going to have to barrel all this ace king through to like ace deuce suited that we open. We now make top pair with. And now Boz with the King 10. King 10 too good to be folding just yet. I feel like we're going to let go of our 7x, 5x, 7x it isn't, 7x of spades at least. However, King 10, just too good. And if we're folding King 10 tower, essentially we're folding everything that isn't an ace or a better. So we are going to need to defend some 10x. And this is going to be a decision on the river.
How big will he go? And then a decision.
Come on, Toine, we've got to bluff this hand. We haven't got a spade.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah. I know it's hard in game when you're sat there and you know your chips are going to be at risk, and you've double barreled your opponent's call twice, but so much of Boz's range there is just going to be one pair. 10x, 7x of spades. He could even have some ace-x that are going to have a tough time on rivers. I feel like King Jack there for Toine could have really been a good one to fire, especially King Jack no spade, when Boz can still have some sort of snap folds. The King Queen of spades, King Jack of spades of his own. Decides not to bluff the King Jack on that occasion, gave it up. Boz is happy to see that.
He is indeed the bozzer.
It's so nice when you're sat there, Tower, and you're sort of aware that it's a board that your opponent's going to triple on, and you've got a hand that's going to be in a grim spot against a triple, and then they just knuckle back. It's such a good feeling. Mark with the ace-5. Doubt we're going to see much. Keep thinking about a free bet. Feel like we are going to be able to eke into some better combos of choice. Mark finds the block up and is going to use it. And to be fair, something to note, we are 3 off the money. So like a player like Eunice off of 35, when he plays a pot against us, as Mark has with the chip lead, going to have a significantly higher risk premium. So probably going to take back what I first said. Like usually in terms of chips, not really a hand we're going to choose, but when our opponent is going to have high risk premium against us when they play pots out of position, maybe we do just get to overdo it with some ace blockers as Mark. Obviously can't just any ace free bet. Feel like we need to be selective still, maybe randomise. There's going to be some bad news here. 4 bet from Eunice, snap fold from Mark, and guessing that free bet was just a function of being 3 off the money.
Well, it's a Turk talking to Boz.
How you doing, Bobby? Bring back the Jabracada. I didn't even realise you were in the chat, Mr. Wilson. Are you coming to play this, Andy, or are you abroad?
Big old turnout for this one, Andy. 150 runners in the high roller.
Playing online.
£79,150 first prize.
I saw you. Who was?
There's three different. There's two against Javier and then one against Pierre Callum Wilson. There's me, Pierre, and Ross.
Spare plug. Ten high flop, 10-5 deuce. Jonas with a king 4.
Would you look at this from Twan? Floats the overcard, free to flush, free to straight. Might have some spicy ideas down the streets with this one.
7 of hearts turn.
The problem with like check call tower, I wouldn't check raise it, but I probably would prefer check raise if we are going to continue this jack 4 of clubs. The problem with check call, like when we are just met with a double barrel, we just have to check fold turn anyway. So like, would have personally just check folded flop, but as Twan, if we are going to be creative, maybe we could go for like a little check raise with the overcard, free to flush, free to straight. Still wouldn't take it, but if we are going to continue, maybe that is a slightly better avenue than check call. But we're going to see if he had the ideas, because river rolls off, but it's not really what we're looking for to bluff. Just going to hit Eunice so often, this ace of diamonds. I'm guessing he did have the idea of leading river as a bluff when turn checks back, but on this ace of diamonds river, it's just a horrific card to potentially bluff on. However, Eunice needs to be bluffing this card. Target some 5x, target some deuce x, even 10x. Going to be in a real tough spot. Two-thirds, just north of. That will get the job done.
100 bigs for Foggy. Conrad Driscoll the same. Eunice Barakat on 50 bigs in third. Final 18, not in the money yet, of the high roller at 6 p.m.
Yeah, you were done 2 hours ago in Portsmouth.
Yeah.
You literally were done 2 hours ago in Portsmouth.
Boss, this card is marked.
This one?
From next end, I guess.
Yeah. That's so it's an ace then.
Unless people are like, they see the 6 and they can look up. Raise the 4.
Queen 9 of diamonds for Mark. Gets to open a lot.
Like a mark on the here. I used to sell it.
New things of money.
I think he's got one of my arms. I can't hit the wheels.
Just raise the take for Mark.
It's either like the ace because they really like it, or 4 because they're frustrated they're getting the same thing.
They misread it, aren't they?
Or that, or that.
So 18 players out of 150. 15 get the money.
There's a bit of chat going on at the table, playing for 80k. It's probably a joke there as well, to our Frenchman, an Englishman and an Irishman walk into a bar. Ace Queen for Virgil.
Rolls the 40. Eunice with the 8s.
Yeah, just call. I don't think we're going to do any free betting here, facing the gun range of Virgil opening off a 36 to start the hand, 3 spots off the money. Can't really see a realm in which this plays aggressive route at this stage. There is the call from Eunice, and King Deuce of Spades for Mark here. Pretty confident he's going to defend. We are 3 off the money. Never know if the big stack has got any fruitful ideas. Putting some pressure on this close to the bubble. It does just defend, 3-way action.
Two, 3, 4 flop.
Yeah, we do have the wheel draw and 2 overs, but feel like 3-way is one that Virgil potentially will be checking back a lot here. Like Mark, when he covers both, does get to defend fairly wide in the big, even like deuce 3 suited, 4 deuce suited, ace 5, 5, 6, this stuff, and getting check raised, not really viable at this stage. 3 off the money as Virgil.
There's a 4 on the turn, brings the 3rd heart as well.
Yeah, I feel like Eunice is going to play some leads now, Tower. Don't really want this checking through, letting both players realise equity with overcards, a bigger heart, this type of stuff. So here comes the lead.
$45. Mark out of the way. Virgil. Redraw with the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, Virgil was always calling here. I don't, not raising, just always playing call. With position. Hand way too good. 2 overs, will draw. Queen of Hearts in there as well, working. And the price as well, Tower. 4-1 on money. Is he thinking about some sort of fruity raising position? There it is, he is thinking about that. Now, this is creative. Like, we will check back some flush draws. That's sort of key here as well. Like, we flop the nut flush draw, the king, queen of hearts. Like, we're not necessarily going to bet these 3 ways. So we can, it's not like a situation we're stripped of flushes here as Virgil. We can definitely have some turn flushes on this 4 of hearts turn. Can also have some potential 4x suited, like an ace 4 suited that checks back, turns trips. But that's probably just going to play cool. But Virgil getting the 8s to fold, and Eunice not taking much time before letting the 8s go. And I always say it's a spot that is so infrequently bluffed that when you're playing against good opponents and you do check back flop, raise in position on the turn, like a lot of people will overfold because they just believe that the spot is so under bluffed that they're not going to be correct enough of the time. And 8s with a heart of Eunice there, just straight into the mark. Very nice from Virgil, getting the better hand to fold.
Down to Eunice on the button.
Pocket 8s here for Virgil. Similar scenario to Eunice just had here. Like these two, almost identical in stack. Spot slightly covering us, but this close to the money. Both with high risk. I feel like one that just only plays call as Virgil.
Ace 3, 7. Buzz. C bets. Is it 35?
Yeah, 8's still going to need to continue once here. Especially 8's with a heart. Oh!
8 on the turn.
That is a sight to see for Virgil here. And Boz got no reason not to bet again, Tower. Against big blind, worse ace-x out there to get called by. Now that it's two-tone as well, all this like 4-5 of clubs, 4-6 of clubs, 7x of clubs, 3x of clubs, 8x of hearts. Whole host to get value from. Unfortunately, we are drawing dead here as Boz. And now decision point for Virgil here with the pocket 8s. Such a strong hand is just going to set the trap. And does keep the bluffs in of Boz. If Boz has like some queen jack, king queen suited that's barreling on the ace high board, got these drawing dead. If he's got ace king, ace queen, going to get the money from these on a lot of rivers. The 5 of clubs is kind of wet.
There's a ruin check.
Boz checking back, recognising 3x of club, 7x of club in there.
Over to the outer table.
Someone asked for Jabracada.
There it is with the 7s.
Wow, he's flopped the set. Any kings about for the 10s?
It's not 7s for Tom Hall, and it's John Adderley busting out in 18th, making 17 players left, and there's Tom pulling in the stack. Thank you very much, he says. Tom Hall getting it quietly. As always, 7s against 10s, hitting the 7.
Lance says, Tower, would be good to see you in this event and on the feature table. Is it possible?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
The only way I'd be on the feature table is if there were a streaker and it were me, or they needed an extra dealer for some unknown reason.
You can't deal cards.
Me? I was the best. We had a competition one year on the riffling and shuffling the cards and getting ready to deal the next hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I won it. And then Crassy came along.
Yeah, ruined everything. I'd probably get after it here as Mark. Don't even need to go big, like we can go for like 115 here as Mark. If we're going to free bet, like real good chance to attack Tower. This is like the stage where we can really build our stack. People are going to be overfolding, they're not going to be continuing as wide, and Mark not taking any time before finding the free bet here, making it 125. Might have gone slightly smaller against Twan's stack. Only starts the hand with 16 bigs, but it's going to be some bad news because Boz gonna get to 4-bet cram. 25. I agree, Mel. I do think Tower would be a much better dealer than he would streaker.
And Paul Trotter's right. I've been on the feature table every event as the winners chat. It is true.
If you do have a fancy though, Tower, at a football match or wherever you're going to be, NFL, just let me know so I can get on.
Yeah, streaking at the game, 50 to 1.
Yeah, exactly. Let me know so I can get on.
So we're on 17. When we get to 16, there's a redraw. And when we get to 16, we're on the bubble. Not even on the final table at 6:30 p.m.
Not even in the money at 6:30 p.m. Tal.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
that's more.
Yeah.
Like usually it goes sort of 4 o'clock sort of time in the HRs, 4 or 5ish. So we're a few hours behind schedule.
What bar is there?
Everyone's using full time around the table. I'd rather not do it.
A couple of ducks for Connor. Defend.
Off we go to the flop. Ace King 9. Let's check. Check from Connor.
Yeah, in your head here is Mark, like is a board that probably just bets range, but with this 9, I might even in my head already just be thinking, okay, we might be tripling off here. King 9 blocked, Ace 9 blocked. Good luck strapping in with one purser. But either way, it's just going to go check bet fold against the deuces, and we are off to an outer table.
Oh, Cully stood up.
Cully Sadu standing up. We've got King Queen of clubs for Cully, and we've got 8s for Phil Clark.
7-7-3 brings the flush draw for Cully.
Still flipping, and there it is. Turns the flush. Oh, no!
No, the 7 of diamonds for the boat.
What a ridiculous run out. Cully turns the flush, and it comes running 7s.
Whoa.
And Phil Clark.
Jeez, Clarky.
Takes out Cully Sadu. And that should mean we are on
a 2-table redraw.
Yes, we are.
We are on 16 players. We're on a 2-table redraw. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
So about 5 minutes, guys. Leave the pictures on.
We will. See who we get. We'll have a quick rundown while Jay's going to bring in the teas.
Oh, have I?
Aye.
Guess who's number 6?
Jay's going to bring in the teas. Well, I'm hoping he's going to shout for Bob and shout, Bob, can you get a cup of tea, please? Bob, 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 can I have a cup of tea? Quickly run through the rest of the UK Open this week, because here it is. There we go. This is the rest of the week. We're on the Thursday. I keep forgetting. Started on Tuesday this week. Streaming. Started on Tuesday. We're on the Thursday. We're on the high roller day 2. Tomorrow it's all about the main event. There's a main event, cash out satellite, the turbo, that is a 20 and 15 minute clock. That's the satellite at 1 o'clock. Tomorrow there is day 1C, which we're going to be concentrating on, but also the turbo at 8 o'clock, which is a 15 minute clock. And then the last chance, the turbo flight starting at 10 o'clock on Saturday. That is one for the books. 10 a.m. on Saturday. I still reckon there could be 100 runners in that, you know. I do. I think there could be 100 runners in the last chance alone in the turbo on Saturday. People might even just drive up Saturday morning for a game. No Coventry City at home this week, which helps. That helps. They are they in the FA? They're in the FA Cup, aren't they? Are they at home on Sunday or Monday? Something like that. FA Cup nowadays is just like every day, isn't it? So that's that. And then Saturday, the Cup as the side event starting at 3. And then on Sunday, the Cup finishers, the UK Open finishers will be crowned a champion, and the side events are the seniors and the closer. So plenty going on for the rest of the festival. And don't forget the online closer, which we'll have a couple of tickets for the rest of the tournament. That's on Monday and Tuesday online. So plenty going on. We've just about finished the redraw. Where's the lozenges? Here they are. Oh, don't realise how bad I was earlier this week. I was on my deathbed earlier this week. I was looked after really well. Oh, tell you. On my deathbed. But I'm here. Made it through. So we're on the Thursday. Well, here comes Bob with the waters. Very well received from the players, the 3 bottles of water. You don't get that anywhere else, let me tell you. $7 in Vegas for a bottle of water when you play in the World Series. $7 for a bottle of water. Free at any Grosvenor Poker event. Free. So, we're just doing 16 and we're getting our table set. Eunice Barakat in 1, Reese Keane in 2, Tom Middleton in 3, Tom Hall in 4, Tanwin in 5, or 6, depends where he puts his cards, he's in 5.5 at the minute, Foggy in 7, Mark Dyson in 8, and in 9 is Tourney. He's had a day, hasn't he, old Toddy? Up and down, up and down, up and down. But now we're on 16. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the bubble for the money in the high roller. It is either nothing.
Nothing?
Ah. We'll do that instead. Or £4,200.
Well, what about the Dyson? Been hoovering up the chips, as we say.
Oi, oi.
Literally, I remember when he left the feature, he was short. And that looks close to 1.5 million. Been getting to work on the outer table.
So here we go. We're on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. 16 players left. 15 get the money. Good luck, Mark, says Ahmed. Let's see some fireworks. Are we going to get any?
It depends on the stacks behind us here for Twan. Oh yes, most certainly fold. 2 monster stacks in the blinds. With the King 4 suited. Mark fogging here. Mark with a C versus Mark with a K.
Marky Mark.
So 14 bigs, but 14 on the direct bubble is plenty still. Not sure of the stacks on the outer table. If there's any all-ins calls, anything occurring, we will head on over. PK's there on the floor now with the camera. If there's any action coming from the outer, we will try and catch it. Reese with the nines from +1. Makes it 50k. Definitely not a limp. Mark going to attack on the bubble. 3 bets the Jack-9 suited. Maximum pressure on at this stage makes it 175. Everything like against a lot, I feel like this is going to work. Even works against Reese. Reese just letting the nines go. I know Reese quite well, to be fair, and not really the player I'd be bluffing too much. Does like to get involved. Maybe because we're on the direct bubble, will change his strategy slightly. So we are going to head on out
right
to the outer table.
We have an all-in from Kevin Allen against Ace King. Oh dear. Who's got the Ace King?
Ravi.
Oh heck. See you later, Kev.
See you later, Kev. So running Will.
This is on the bubble.
Oh! Mr. Allen!
Run like Kev.
Little date with an 8 on the turn, fading kings
There
and
you
does.
go.
So Kev with the ace-8 could have been out on the bubble, but he will bubble up through Ravi, and we will continue with 2 tables of 8. Kev can't believe it.
Ravi's lost hand, he says.
Yeah.
Against me. Whoa. Stick that one in the notebook.
I'm not off tomorrow, JG. I have Fridays off this year, but for Goliath UK Open 888 lives, I will be doing the full stint. It's just the UKPLs, the GUKPTs.
Yeah.
I won't be here on Fridays this year, but I'll be here tomorrow, mate. You don't have to worry.
Plenty of news tomorrow.
Yeah, we got big news tomorrow.
Lots of big news tomorrow. Be like that all day tomorrow.
It's just day 1 tomorrow, isn't it?
It is. It is the final buying day. Didn't realise until I looked earlier. Well, that went the first million guarantee.
Yeah.
Got 502 runners on the Friday.
Yeah, I remember because it was huge. It was 325k up top, and I remember Man Mock by name, Mock by nature. He mocked the last 4 because he took first prize. He said, "I'll have first. You lot chop the rest amongst yourself," and they were like, "All right,
yeah,
cheers, mate." Man, literally
Man made a mock.
Yeah, literally, man made a mock of the Final Four that year. Went, I'll have first place prize money if you want to do a deals, boys. And then you can chop the rest amongst yourselves. And they all went, all right, yeah, we're happy with that.
Evening, Gareth.
Hey then, Gareth.
Hope you're well. Good news about Portsmouth getting the summer festival in June.
Well, speaking of Portsmouth, last night, I've gone to the boys when I finished work. A few of the mates go around the house, play a few cards, watch a bit of poker as you do. Come back about 3:30, 4 in the morning. Not too late. I'm walking through the hotel reception. Andy Miles is doing the cha-cha slide. He's sliding to the right. He's sliding to the left. He's sliding back to the right. He just looks at me and he goes, what a night we've had, like that. But he could not speak to her, honestly. Andy Miles from Portsmouth last night, I saw him about 4 in the morning. He was sliding to the left, he was sliding to the right, he could not walk in a straight line. He was absolutely out the game. I don't know if he remembers it, because I doubt he does, but just I saw him in the hotel lobby last night about 4 a.m. It was so funny. He was like left, right, and he just went, what a night.
Brilliant. Oh, dear, love it.
So this could go on a while, guys. Kev was the outright short stack on the outer. He's now doubled to more than 15. So I feel like Tourney is our short stack in the field here. And on the 2-table bubble, it could be a lengthy one. And take for Mark. We are on a 40-minute clock, Jerry, for the high roller, all the way until we get to 5-handed. Then it does become 30 minutes.
Minutes. We are on the bubble, waiting for outer table action to finish. Someone goes on the outer table. If it does all go in, we will spin on over. What you ought to do is run out, get Toddie a microphone, get him plugged up, get him into PK's head, and start doing videos while I stood there. He does a bit of content, does old Toddie. Looks like he's cold. Looks like he could be like shivering up. Is he alright, old Toddie? On to the next, please. Thank you. On to the next.
Mr. Saunders in the chat says, good luck, Toddy. Well done to Joe as well. 48 bullets was it in the mystery bounty in Luton last week. Great effort, mate.
Oh, wow.
Did you cash? Always great, them Luton comps, because Joe goes and plays them and usually have between 20 and 40 bullets, and it just bumps up the prize pool tally. They're literally great, them Luton comps, for that reason.
I might start going.
Huh? Blind on blind.
Eunice out of the way on the button. Reese with the 10s.
Oh, big hand.
Makes it 50.
Oh, wow.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Everything but the back chips.
Blind on blind as well.
Wow. This is going in. And the call. Not on your backs just yet. We have an all-in and a call. Reese Keane and Tom Middleton. This is a 1.4 million, 1.5 million chip, well, 1.3 in effect. Mid is all in. Hey up, Christy. What a table, you are not wrong.
You joined us on the bubble. Midi needing to hit. Ace or king needed. Backdoor clubs there. But now down to just 2 10s.
A 10 for Broadway. Oh, and he hits the king as well. How ill is that? Midi, what a run out. Yeah. Awful run out for Midi. Robs him of the king, he hits it. He gives Reese a straight, which means stone bubble. In the high roller is Tom Middleton. Ouch. That was a terrible run out for Tom. Midi out the door. So, we're on 15, we're in the money.
Yeah, thought it could have been a long bubble tower. It's gone a lot quicker than expected.
Congratulations, everybody. Hey, Tom. Tom Fletcher. Go and get Christy that chicken fried rice that she so richly deserves on this Thursday evening. She tells me exactly what she does for you on a regular basis. All the time.
I can't even go and get her rice.
Unbelievable. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Tom, get on your bike. Go get some chicken fried rice for Christy.
So a bit of pressure relief now. Everyone's locked up a bit of money.
Oh, what a board that was. Anyhow, give me that short deck.
Ace Jack for Reese on the bottom with the not quite the chip lead now, but plenty to work with. 65 bigs now. It's an insane amount at this stage. Now in the money. Easing into Tom's big. Big blind only. Tom wants to have a look with the 6-5.
King flop. King 10-3.
It worked, Tower. He's left for the chicken fried rice.
Boom!
Less than 10 seconds. He was gone. If Tower says so, you got to do it.
There you go. Enjoy it, Christy. Just make sure you've laid the table. Got the cutlery out and the plates if you need it for when he gets back.
Question, if you're a Chinese at home,
yeah,
do you Put it onto a plate, or do you eat out the container it comes in?
It actually depends how good the containers are. Because now most of them are putting them in them round ones that are very good.
Yeah. They're the good ones,
yes.
right?
Yeah. If they're them little plasticky ones that you can't get the lid off and then end up splitting the plastic and it goes into your Chinese. Yeah. Then I'd have to have a plate.
I agree.
But yeah.
They're like white boxes, like the.
Yeah.
Did you get the noodles in?
Indeed. And Matty Smev has won the TV tonight. Well done, Matty. Matty Smev on YouTube.
Hold on, he says live stream on the tablet.
Don't mind that. Because he's got Band of Brothers on TV.
Oh, okay.
Band of Brothers on TV, if not the greatest TV series of all time.
That's I know them. They're the
It's not the Proclaimers. And it's not music.
It's not music.
No.
It's not the guys with the shades in the suits.
You mean Blues Brothers?
Blues Brothers.
Yeah. That was actually on Sunday.
Was it?
Believe it or not, yeah. That was on Sunday on the TV. Band of Brothers. You win television tonight, Matty. I don't care what anybody else puts in the chat. You were just about to start bursting out into everybody.
That's the one.
Needs somebody. I could. Hey, what a day. We are just in the money. Getting close to 7 p.m.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we've even at the halfway mark yet. This has got a long old way to go. You just look at the big blind level, we're at 25k, probably going to finish 250k. That would be about 60 bigs in play, so we need to get from 25k to 250k.
That's about 10 levels. So we're on 15. How many's in the main today? Do you have any guess?
Today, there is 241 in.
Is there?
I don't know. I had a guess.
Oh. No, there's not.
How many?
No, there's only 210. I'm saying only 210 for a day 1B.
Still a fair amount.
Ain't bad. It's only a Thursday.
Tom going for the 3-bet bluff here with the ace-9 off, and Mark just jams here, I guess, with ace-king. Effective stack is Tourney at 30. I don't think we got room for 4-bet not all in, so I guess we just jam as Mark. Tourney will fold, Tom will fold, on to the next hand. King Jack for Eunice is going to open.
The lines at 10.25 makes it 50.
one probably wants the 3-bet call here as Tom. 24 bigs. Some players may elect to just jam, but when we have a hand as strong as Ace King suited here, probably just be making this like 1-2-5 as Tom Hall. Yeah, I like it a lot. Just 3-bet, not all in. Goes slightly bigger, close up to 6 big blinds, but same idea. Like we want a Eunice to shove a King Queen suited and Ace 5 suited, hands that would not shove, well, would not call off our jam, but potentially could 4-bet rip. So we try and induce with the suited. Don't get any action from the King Jack.
So we're in the money. Tom Middleton, Ace King against tens. Busting out to Reese in seat 2.
Tens for Eunice, makes it 50. Queen Jack off here for Mark. Doesn't fancy it on the button. Ace in the gun opening range of Eunice. Toddy won't be going anywhere, 8-9 of clubs. Have to defend this one from the big.
Ace 4-5 flop, rainbow.
Complete with for Toddy here. Just going to be check folding if met would continue. Or that we are going to have high frequency C bets on as Eunice. I much prefer betting tens here than kings. Like if we are going to have some checks, prefer like the kings and queens not needing protection. Just a small bet for third pot. Hand over.
No one else stressing about how well you are. Just keeping it to yourself. It's very respectful.
Everybody needs somebody.
Ace Queen for Tom. Making it 50.
It's out of the way. Doing this with a 10-4 suited.
Yeah, I know we're suited and it's 2 BBs, but he's going to defend Eunice. Like in terms of chips, yeah. But now that we're 2 tables left, we're in the money. ICM there. I feel like we do start folding some of these suited combos, like the trash ones, the 7 deuce, the 8-3, the 9-4, the 10-5. It does want to have a look. It does outflop the ace queen of Tom on 9-3-4 rainbow. Tom continues small between 20% and quarter. Catching a piece, not going to be going anywhere here as Eunice with the 10-4. Check course.
Four clubs on the turn. Pairing up. And Eunice with a check mark. Turning trips.
Yeah, but may even start leading as well, to, as I say, from the big blind when there's an open and the bottom card or even the middle card does pair and our opponent's just stripped of so many trips, you can just start taking the action yourself and start playing some leads, and we'd balance this out with some like 5 deuce, 5-6 of clubs. These type of hands could even potentially start leading some 9x, just denying equity to overs, but definite spot where we can start playing some leads as Eunice here once this 4 rolls off. Makes it even more, makes it even nicer the fact we have trips. And Tom ace queen here. Do beat these 5-6, 5 deuce and 5-7 of clubs, this type of stuff. 90k, good for half pot of Eunice. And Tom making the call, drawing dead here with the ace queen.
And 10 on the river doesn't mean anything for Tom.
Well, it kind of does, Tower, because like Eunice's bluffs, like they're going to be some combo draws that start leading, as I mentioned, the 5-6, 5-7 of clubs, 5 deuce of clubs, this type of stuff. So now from Tom's perspective, like we actually go behind to some bluffs now. Like Eunice's value on the turn is going to be some 4x, 9x that start leading, and then a lot of his bluffs are going to be scattered around this backdoor flush draw. So now we even lose to bluffs here as Tom Hall. It's going to be hands like 5-6 with a club, 5-7 with a club, which isn't always going to defend at this stage. So I know we got the queen of clubs here as Tom, but you think about Eunice's bluff range on the turn, like a lot of this is going to be scattered around some club draws, and then the hands that we beat now are going to be stuff like the 5-6 with a club, maybe the ace-5 with the ace of clubs, this type of stuff, ace-deuce with the ace of clubs potentially. I'd be really surprised if we saw the hero here from Tom Hall. It just seems like one of these rivers that one of the worst in the deck for us. The club just seems really bad. Yes, we have the queen of clubs in our hand, but like Eunice isn't going to just check call flop with like queen 7 of clubs and then lead turn. This is just going to check fold flop. So although we have this queen of clubs, it seems kind of irrelevant. I guess queen 9 of clubs not a thing. We block that. But I feel like a lot of Eunice's flushes are going to come from like smaller flush draws, the stuff with the combo draw that we mentioned. And Tom is going to let it go correctly.
Indeed.
Boat for Eunice on the river. Doesn't get payment.
And moves his stack over the 40 bigs. The next time we're in Coventry after this event is on the background, the Goliath, 24th of July until the 4th of August. £200 buy-in for the main events, and last year they chopped it, and most of Gillett got 180,000. The year before, Kyle Jeffrey got 200,000.
You mean the year before?
Yeah.
Because the year before, the man that won it is actually sat right on this feature
Toddy
table
in between,
right
that's
now.
true.
He runs good in Coventry, the lad.
Mr. Todd. You ran well in Coventry with the year he won it. He didn't unzip his shirt.
Yeah.
He didn't unzip to show the Arsenal top. Aye, old Toddy. Phew.
I didn't actually run too well. It was only very small, but someone on day 3 had him to win, had a bet with me, so I didn't run too well. But it was tiny, it was really small. You don't mind parting with a few pounds to see your mate win one of the most...
Yep.
Well, one of the biggest poker tournaments outside of Vegas.
That is true.
So Mark going to continue on the King 5. That will be that.
Everybody needs...
We just got in the money, Curtis. The bubble has just burst.
Just.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this from Torn Tower. This seems potentially a bit of a misstep. Like 5s from gun. I think with 2 tables left, we just probably fold. Like we can't raise call when we get defends from like the big blind.
And there we go. What are we calling this one? Even though...
Sick jam from Reese, by the way, Tar.
9 bigs.
Very nice jam.
Call for Twan.
Very nice jam from Reese.
He could go for it.
Yeah, no, like we just fold. We should just fold under the gun and save ourselves 2.5 bigs as Twan. Like 5's just not good enough at this stage. We want some hands with removal. Much better to open an ace-2 suited than pocket 5's. Just having that removal there, blocking some free bets, blocking some reshoves. Right, we got a hand that is not going to be able to raise call. So when met with a free bet, when met with a jam, we have to fold. When the big blind defends, only going to flop a set 1 in 8.5 times, and then the times that we don't, always met by overcards. Just better to let this one go here, Tower. Save them 2.5 bigs that he's invested. And JG, estimated finish time tonight.
3.
If it's 3, you won't see me first 2 hours tomorrow, I'll tell you that. You'll be here running through the state, level 1 and level 2.
Absolutely.
I'm already getting an headache, come on. It's been absolutely cracking so far. It's nice when I can get my teeth into some hands. Whoa, he's raised called the 5's.
Said it.
Gun versus small. He has raised called the 5's as Twan. Weren't expecting the raise call with 5's. I guess
He only has 11.5 bigs.
Good so far for a double to 750.
Yeah, you feel so tilted if you lose this one as Reese. Like these sort of hands that probably should not be in here.
Any more outs you need?
So double gutted, ace, a king, a 10 or a 9. We need to fade as Twan. And he does. Oh no, it's not like that big a mistake, Steve. Like I said, I just think it's a little misstep. Like I'd probably sevens definitely raise call when I've got 11. 7 max, 6s seems kind of meh. Probably would just muck under the gun. But I don't think like it's a huge mistake. I just said maybe a little misstep. But like 7s for 11, 7 max, feel like fine to just raise call. 6s is kind of meh, but I feel like 5s just probably want to pass from gun specifically. It's not like a situation where he's got deuces in. I feel like the cusp is 10s. Like it's, if it's incorrect, I feel like it's only a little misstep, not like a massive mistake. And on this occasion, it's worked out perfectly because he's doubled up and he's right back in it. But the sick thing is, like, we've got 11.5 there. If we've got like 10.5, 10, we probably just play open jams anyway with like 6s, 7s, 8s. So it's actually really, like, kind of annoying that we have like 11.5 there from gun specifically as Twan. It's like right on the sort of cusp. Like, got 13, 7 max, probably just play 2 bigs. Maybe jam some like Jack 10 suited once in a while, and then like ace queen at a low frequency, balance it out. But I feel like when we're 2 tables out playing for 80k, when you're gun even 7 max, like 5s, 4s, 3s, deuces, as the shorter stack, probably just want to fold. Yeah, I agree. If we want to run the 5s, I feel like we are just better saying I'm all in rather than specifically raise calling as Twan does there. I'd probably say fold, jam, raise call. I'd say they're probably the order. I feel like fold's best, jam second best, raise call for raise fold third best, and then maybe raise call seems like the option that we don't want to take. I'm just guessing. Unless I've actually got it. The spot sat in front of me and I can see it visually. It's all guesswork. It's just my opinion. Could be wrong, could be right. Been wrong before. Will be wrong again in the future.
But more often right than wrong.
I wouldn't say that, Tower. I get a lot of stuff wrong. Just trying to give people my opinion on the hand and how potentially we can play it. Cheers, Nevdog. I appreciate that. The thing is, I just don't get pulled up very often. That's the thing. Like, I'm probably incorrect more than you realise because someone doesn't pull me up on it. But when I go and chat with people and like we actually run some stuff and we look at some stuff, you can see, oh, okay, I was wrong here, I was right here. So difficult without actually having the tools in front of you to get every single spot on what we're going to do. Try and just give the casual viewer, if you like, an idea of how we can go about trying to beat these fields or how the players are potentially thinking. Eunice with the Cowboys, opens to 60. Nice little fold there from Reese with the 8s, kind of interesting. Especially when we cover Eunice. Well timed because Eunice with the goods. Oh my word.
Queens into kings at this stage?
Yeah, how ridiculous. And start the hand at 34, 35. This is just always getting in pre. It's kind of interesting when you're in the big and there's an early position open, because you know that is such an underbluff spot that when you free bet here, your opponent knows that it's so underbluff that they just continue slightly tighter. But we're just on the end of a cold deck here, as Mark, making it 200k. Mentioned this spot yesterday. We saw in the mini final table a gun versus big blind, big pot, where there was a free bet from the big. But genuinely, when you see these free bets facing the early positions tower, you'll see what Mark has. You'll see a value hand. It's very rare. We see it once in a while. But it is rare that someone will turn up with a bluff here, EP versus big, because people don't tend to really bluff too much against early position out the big blind, because the way the mind works, you think, why would I bluff? I can just see a flop for cheap. I can go heads up versus my opponent. They've got a strong range opening from early position. And there is the jam from Eunice.
And there's a call from Mark.
Doesn't love it as Mark flicks the chip in.
Do we get Eunice over 2 mil? Or does Mark get lucky and take him out first in the money? No help for the Queens.
Yeah,
no disaster for Eunice.
Not a runner in sight.
Need to fear the Queen to survive. What? And does.
Big old double for Eunice up to 2.2. Rob Kemp says, everything I've learned has come from your commentary, Jay. No wonder I never win anything. That's quite funny. About 20 minutes, just over, take us to the next break.
Indeed. We're in the money, but nobody's been bust out yet. Nobody. Any big names left? All of them. All of them. This is one stacked field. Conor O'Driscoll, Virgil Turchi, Kevin Allen, Jamie O'Connor, Phil Clark, Antoine Labat, Ravi Chef, Wan Tao Tang. All of them.
Did you say Tourney?
Tourney.
Make sure you say
No,
Tourney.
no,
Otherwise,
he's on our
yeah, but he
feature.
gets the ump. Otherwise, he'll have a go at you. Otherwise,
Yeah, but I just read the names out of the other table.
Okay, all right. You got to mention Toddy, or
And
he gets a bit irate. All right, if you don't mention him in the good player list, he'll get the ump with you. All right.
And Toddy. But he's on our feature. Foggy had a cracking Vegas last year as well, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Do you know what? It was actually. Sure, he won't mind me saying it, but I don't know if he'll even remember it. So, Foggy, he obviously had his final table. The boys all went out that night. Next day, a friend of mine, Carl, he was on the final table, WSOP. So I was on the rail for Carl all day, just watching me and Chris De Silva on the rail. Got to about 4 left. They all rocking. They've been out on the lash from the night before. And Foggy come up with. I'm not gonna say it on stream because I'm not gonna get cancelled. But Foggy come up with the best chant ever, and even like all the Americans were like, "You can't be saying that," and so like all the other rails were like turning around like, "Whoa." Well, that's a bit far, mate, but he had me in hysterics in Vegas this year because he'd obviously been out the night before. They'd all been out drinking, all the northern lot. They're all there. They come over to Rail Carl for a bit, but they'd obviously been drinking for like 12 to 14 hours, and some of the chants that were coming out on that rail had me in absolute hysterics. He had his Newcastle shirt on, I remember. Mark with the Queen Jack. Mark Dyson with the A7 suited. 19 big blinds here to start the hand. Knows that Mark with this stack is going to open. Very wide range. Is this Mark Dyson's time? I'm going to go for the 3-bet fold with the A7 of diamonds here. So offer 20 should be a fairly small size, less than 2.5x. Should be working. If Mark had like Queen Jack suited here, potentially one we could 4-bet rip as a bluff, but Queen Jack off. Literally no decision from my perspective. I'm looking forward to Vegas this year though, Tower. Always look forward to it.
Yes.
It's nice to have a month off playing and
absolutely
getting on the tournament grind.
Yeah, you do need it. We need that downtime in between 6 months of hectic schedules. Still on 15. We are in the money. King 6 for Reese, Ace Queen for Mark, safe flop at 9-3-5. Rainbow, no diamonds in play. I was thinking first bet would win with the board of 9-3-5 and now 7. Both got diamonds in the hand. Mark's got the overs. So he's going to call.
Yeah, once again, like, spoke about this spot earlier when the 5x was double gutted, the 6x is double gutted here. I think it was Tom Hall that was involved in that hand. But same scenario here where ace high calls, like, when the single 6 is double gut shot here, like Reese with like queen 6 suited, jack 6 suited, 6 deuce suited, like all of his 6x are just probably going to start barreling here. And then the 7-6, the 5-for-6, the 9-6, they might even go for check when they got some showdown alongside it. So Mark recognising that ace high can still be good here with countless gut shots, double gutties out there. But this is a river that we will be folding. Always important when like calling light on turns, having in your head the rivers that we are going to be folding on, and this 8 of hearts is just one of the worst in the deck. Like the 8x getting there, the 6x getting there, basically only beating stuff like ace 4 now, which is a double gutty. So 175 on the end from Reese. I feel like Mark would have called some rivers with this hand, but as I say, not really the best river to call on. Like Reese doesn't necessarily have to have a straight or a bluff. He can value bet some 2 pairs. Mark really doesn't believe something here. Yeah, Reese can have bluffs, but he can just have so much more value. Like once this 8 rolls off, there's just countless combinations of value and sort of slim combinations of bluffs now. Maybe some club draws in there that we beat. Maybe some ace 4, which is a double gut shot that we beat. But then you go through the value hands. Think of all the 6x. 6 deuce suited up to like a6.
He made the call as well. Said he wasn't beating much.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that from Mark. Non-believer with the ace queen.
Indeed.
Maybe feels that Reese wouldn't value bet 2 pair.
Action on the outer. And it's Kev Allen again. He's up against King Jack. It's pocket 6s for Kevin Allen. He survived on the bubble before and now looks like being out first in the money.
Yeah, we need some hearts. So down to 2 6s for Kev.
Oh, the Mickey likes, baby.
6 of diamonds on the river. Kev Allen twice now finding a card that keeps him alive. Doubles up through Connor. Made him wait until the very last card, but Kev back on the spin.
I go to 400. Still on 15.
Tourney with the ace king and Twan once again tower. This is like it's quite an easy way to just start bleeding some chips, small pairs from early position at this stage. Yeah, by all means, we started the tournament opening from EP, middle stages with chips opening them from EP, late stages with chips opening from EP. But when you're sat with 20, Need to be really selective with the hands we're opening from gun and like freeze. It's not going to be good enough. Once again, not blocking any good stuff behind us. No blocking, no strong hands that can reshove, some strong hands that could call, strong hands that can free bet. Just sometimes this game can do things to your mind. Like Twan raise called the fire is probably the worst option at the time, and it made him double up, and like that could potentially, the way the mind works, may think, okay, so I've played that hand well. I opened my small pair from under the gun, it got me a double up, but then over the long run, it's just going to cost us a lot of chips. I'm going to raise fold the freeze that time. Good to see. I'm glad we didn't have the raise call on that occasion.
He didn't want it. Still on 15. We are in the money. 6 spots off a final table at 7:30 in the evening. With a big 15 players left. Average stack still over 30 bigs, 33, 34 big blinds average stack.
They're coming back at 40k. 40, 50, 60, 80, 100, 120, 160, 200, 250. So I reckon about 9 more levels.
9 more levels. What's 940s?
940s is 360, so that's about 6 hours plus what, 2 breaks. I reckon about 6.5 from here. Maybe 6 because we go to a 30-minute clock at 5-handed. So I'd say, what's that take us up to? About half one.
12-hour day. Started at 120. Wonder what the reason it started at 120 today.
No idea.
No. Normally the 12:20 isn't at the same time. Maybe because when we start at 12:20 in the high roller, the day 1A starts at 120 and the normal GKPT, so it's just a little bit different.
Yeah, and Tom Hall going to get to jam the lot in here, and he will be getting called. Mark with 9s. Shouldn't be folding here. It's a 13 big blind shove. Tom will have 8s, he'll have 7s. Potentially 6s. A lot of stuff we flip against. Tom capable of maybe finding a bluff like an ace-x suited that we dominate.
All of it with 1 chip. Foggy.
Yeah, just in case. Eunice shouldn't really have too many traps here, I don't think, but I just feel like as Foggy, just always call.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Eunice is behind us, but when he's as deep as he is, Tower, he's just not got any traps, in my opinion.
Yeah. We are plenty behind on the action, just rewinding to pull back, get the correct players in the hand. There we go. We now have them.
Is it going to be the first bust out since the bubble's gone?
Puts in the chips. His last 5k. Here's queen for Tom on a 3-5 deuce flop. Picks up extra outs with a 4. So Tom Hall needed an ace, a 4 or a queen to survive. Now down to a 4.
Ridiculous turn to see for Tom.
Yep.
Needs a will. Oh, wow!
There it is!
Finds the will.
Wow.
Tom Hall. Looked like he was out. Just see Kev Allen spike a 2-outer. Tom Hall spikes the 4-outer on the river to keep us at 15.
Sick game. Sick game. So Tom all doubles. Fogging still in.
Got the ladies for Reese in the cut-off. Pretty easy fold for Twan in the small. Action. Going to be on Mark in the big blind.
What's a break in 4 minutes?
Deuce off, yeah.
That's gone pretty quick. Don't forget, Jared Bowen, first goal scorer. That was the tip this morning.
Was it?
Yep.
Leicester are 1-0 up, aren't they? Are we switching tower? Are we switching tables at the break?
I actually don't know because we've just had a redraw. I'm not too sure. That I don't know. That I can't answer. I would say not.
Ace King for Mark. Blind on blind. Mark with King 10 here. 22 to start the hand. Mark fogging with the best of it. Mark Dyson. Don't think we're ever jamming here, Tal. Just call this much with the King 10. Dominate some of these like stills, like the offsuit high-low King X that Mark could potentially get aggressive with.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 5 deuce.
Yeah, not much going on for either here. Ace King high still best for Mark. Really clear whether to check, whether to bet. Obviously, as the opener, we are going to have strongest hands. Still the overpairs, the stronger Queen X. Going to hear at 20 effective as well. Like a lot of Mark's good hands are just going to be setting it in pre. Does choose to C bet 17k. Mark Dyson getting 4-1 with the king 10 wrapped around that queen blind on blind. Seems really awkward. I would definitely continue ace highs. King 10 wrapped around the queen. Seems like an awkward one. Does play the call.
Seven of spades on the turn. Guys thinking this could be the final hand of the session.
I think everyone's up, off, ready to take their 15. Interesting spot now for Mark. We don't fold a queen. We probably don't fold a 5 blind on blind. So I guess we just target some deuce X, and like some of this is just going to fold pre anyway. Beat some ace 3, ace 4 suited. Beat some ace highs, maybe some king jack.
Just come back there. And there we go. Better than fold. And that is it. We will see you in 15 minutes time. Next session we're still on 15. The experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FG.
Amazing.
That would be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
we could do with a Hume and Nicholas on that. I'd be there.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks, so we can play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know, really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason, just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I never final tabled a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
I final tabled a load of GKPT stuff, which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live.
Yeah.
But you do play a lot.
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand, lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah. And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
But you needs help. I can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 additional. Six of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought you and Nicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. 20 last year. Obviously last year we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of cashes, but I pretty much only had min cashes throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min cashes. So I just played a lot. I had a bad summer.
A bad summer and 16 cashes.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16 cashes if you were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we've watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually your final table will Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good.
Yeah.
There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid.
Yeah.
And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well. So you just got to win some all-ins. They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Yeah. Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 buy-ins, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing.
Yeah.
Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max late regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all-in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Yeah.
What do you normally stick to?
Plan that out. Well, it depends on playing cash or tournaments. I don't normally mix them up, but if I'm playing cash, I'll just play probably 4 tables of whatever's running, and then play tournaments. I just look for the good tournaments, open the lobbies, and then reg them whenever I got space.
Yeah. And is that the same live? Do we have a calendar? Do we look and think, I'm going there?
Yeah.
I'm going there?
Yeah. Kind of a month in advance or so. I look, see what's on for the next month, and then plan it out, book some hotels, or so I live in London now, so coming here to the Vic's great. I can walk here now, which is great.
Favourite comp of the year if it's not Vegas?
So like you said, I love the high rollers here. They're great fun. It kind of doesn't matter which casino it's in, as long as the structures are just good, not too long, not too short, over in 2 days. Like, nice group of people, and I run pretty good on them.
Nice one. You just said you're going to Vegas in 2 days.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's the schedule? Have we got one?
A loose one. I've got a spreadsheet with all the tournaments that are on.
Yeah.
I'll play every day probably. I'll probably have 2 days off over the summer and then
2 days off.
probably. Playing poker's always a day off really.
You're
It's
there, you're there to play. You're not there to sunbathe.
Yeah.
I don't suppose.
Yeah, some days you finish early.
So Vegas, obviously, the ultimate thing would be a bracelet.
Yep.
If
that
not,
would be fun.
if not, would you feel really happy if one of your friends did
Oh, yeah.
exactly that
Yeah, that'd be great.
on the final table rail?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some good rails during the summer because someone I know will have some deep runs and there'll be some.
usually do.
Yeah, there'll be some good morale on the rail.
They usually do, and if we don't see it at the poker table, we'll see it at the bar somewhere. That's usually the case in Vegas. Isn't
Yeah, cheers, Tower, calling me out.
Ewan's at the bar, he's not at the tables. We said you're 25, you're 26, you're 26 next. What's the longevity in this game can be 50, 60 years. We've got Willie Tan, 82 years old, final tabling last week, you know what I mean? Is this a game that you think you could actually stick at and really enjoy for a long, long time?
I mean, I love playing poker, but I don't think 6 months ahead. Asking me to think 50 years ahead is a little premature, but I love playing poker. I can't see myself doing anything else.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed for Vegas this year, and fingers crossed for a long, long run. And if you're there, and then you're on an FT, the Tower pom-poms are going to come out.
I can't wait.
Fingers crossed for then, and all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Nicholas. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Dale.
Top man.
Going to bring the rest of the field in.
Yeah.
Gary with 8s, Ed with 7s.
We're going 7 way to the flop here.
Victor's in with the King 4 suited. Ollie's out the way in the small, and Christian going to defend an unknown holding in the big blind. So we have got 7-way action here.
7-way.
This is a 1K, guys. Don't adjust your sets.
Oh! What a flop! What a flop! Who's got their 7s?
Quad 7s for Ed.
Oh, wow.
So nice to have the check mark on the flop. That doesn't happen very often, especially when you go 7-way. But the way that we're going to get paid is what I'm thinking, Tower. It's going to be difficult. I guess we're going to get a streak from Gary. Gary has pocket 8s, but in this multi-way coup,
Jimmy's in.
Need to be proceeding with caution. Well, Jimmy just goes for the C-bet into 6 players under turn. Got the backdoor hearts. Mark's going to call the ace-king with 5 players behind on 7-7-3. And Gary here now with the 8s. This is actually a tricky spot, Tower. The thing is, we're getting 8-1 on a call, so probably going to take one off with position. Like the times we do hit an 8, in general, we can win a huge pot, but it would actually be a disaster on this occasion because we got Ed sat there with quads. And what's Ed thinking, Tower? He's thinking, what have you all got?
He can tell with his face. He's like, how many 7s in this deck? Does he raise or he just calls?
Of course he calls. Like, what on earth have these lot got? He's thinking, I've got 2 7s in my hand. It's gone bet, call.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Let's see the turn. Oh,
and Gary Bush
on the
Gary
turn.
Bush, Toto.
Wow, ill for Gary. And it's going to be a nice clean double up for Ed.
Jimmy has to check. 3 players calling behind. He's not.
What is he
firing.
doing? Oh my word!
He's at it again.
So he bets into 6 players. He gets called in 3 spots. He's now continuing into 3 players. Yes, we picked up the nut flush draw, Tower, but there has to be a 7 out there. Once it goes bet, call on the flop, there's so likely a 7x is out there. And the times that we're met by a raise, and if it's a chunky raise, we then just got to fold and don't get to realise our equity because our ace and our 10 are never any good. We have to hit a heart. We can be drawing dead.
It's like, what have you
it's
got?
just a dream for Ed. It's the absolute dream, Tower. These scenarios, you sleep and you have dreams about these situations, flopping quads in Hold'em and someone turning the nut boat and keeping it trappy as he should be with position.
Wow.
Just fading the one out on the river.
Wow.
Oh my word! Oh my gosh!
Is this actually happening?
Wow.
We've got quads over quads, guys, on the feature table. And oh my word, I said on the flop, Ed's got the check mark.
Okay guys, if you could just check this as well for the 500 to 600.
Here we go, let's do it again. Eunice Barakat chip lead on 50 bigs, 53 bigs, Foggy on second on 41, Reese Keane 40 big blinds, no table change, just made sense to keep it. Connor O'Driscoll in fourth place, down at the bottom Kevin Allen hanging on with 9, Phil Clark with 11, Ravi Chef with 11, so 5 stacks, 6 stacks, under 14 bigs.
Whoa.
But we've had numerous short stacks doubling up so far today. But we are back for the next session. So let's do it again. Still on 15. 8 PM, not on the final table, and nowhere near it. So Eunice, our chip leader, with all the 2 million raising from Gun. That'll do nicely, he says. 10-9 for Tom.
Yeah, from +1. Off for 24 here for Tom. He's going to open it. Treats himself to an open. The 10-9 suited. Still with 15 remaining. Mark Dyson, A7 off. Doubt we're going to do anything here. 6-4 for Toddy. Should be folding 2. Over to Eunice, who was on the right side of that call up just before break. Kings against Queens of Mark Dyson, which has propelled him to the top of the chip accounts. Raise and take for Tom.
That's all I need to know. That's a really light open. So light. My chip right back. Me too. I knew it was
Pocket fives for Tom from gun. Into the muck, as they should be. Sixes seems kind of close. Probably open sevens there as Tom.
Thanks for Twan. Won't be folding them.
Ace 4 off 4. Nunes can't do anything in the small. Goes for the free bet here.
On the ace 4. So you're sending the ace?
It's kind of awkward to have because Eunice is just should be super polar here. Like he's just made this 4 bigs out of position. And the ace does go for the 4 bet send, but kind of a spicy free bet there. Not sure about that one. With the ace 4 off. I guess he's thinking if we have some aces, kings that want to go this size against a stack that shallow, maybe we need some bluffs in there. Seems a bit adventurous. How you doing, Jamie?
Evening, Jamie.
We are in the money.
Just.
Yeah, you say just. We lost midi on stream at 6:30, so an hour and a half nearly now. We've been on 15 players. 15 got paid. Midi bubbled at 6:30 on stream. And an hour and a half later, we still are yet to lose another one. So no one's actually cashed yet, technically.
That's true. But whoever busts out next will be in the money.
6-7 off for Reese. Decides to walk Tom. Feel like one we can definitely complete, Tower, especially when we cover up. Bit tight there from Reese.
50 bigs as our chip leader. 13 bigs at the bottom. $10-9 for Mark. Gets out of the way. Oh, sorry, that's Mark Dyson. So he is going to be making it up after initially raising.
Yeah, second time.
Very small click.
We've seen this from Eunice.
Same hand. He likes getting married to the ace-4. Maybe that's what normal flops are like for him when he's got ace-4. It's one with the 8 before that was out of the way.
And it's just a big stack applying pressure. I actually agree with you, HBS. I actually missed the open to start, but just looking back at it, Mark deciding to open there off of what was 12, 11 bigs, 10-9 suited. Could it just say the words, I'm all in? Perhaps. Could be an idea. I know Mark's very studied though, plays loads of online. I feel like he will have these spots down to a T when you get that shallow. Like on glance though, it does look a bit optimistic. Opening 10-9 suited off of 11-12 from that position. 12.5 he had, thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I feel like you'd see a lot of players fold. I'd personally just fold, but maybe incorrect. Maybe we do open. I remember we are just 7 max, not full ring, but even still. I feel like a lot would have folded the 10-9 suited in that dynamic. Eunice back involved. A7 of diamonds raises to 80.
Still on 15.
Mixing a hijack, going to open the Queen Jack. Tom Hall finds Big Slick. 26 BBs. Would not be jamming. Would be going for the free bet call here. Try and induce some stuff from Reese. Tom is going to go for the whole lot here with the Ace King offsuit for a meaty amount. 26 bigs. Not too sure about this, so I feel like for 26, when we have position, LP versus LP, I feel like it is one that potentially does want to go for free bet call here as Tom. Maybe it's one of these that he still wants some strong hands in his shove range for 26 over and open. So it could be the case that like he free bets 80% not all in, and then 20% he does just shove for 26 still to have some really strong hands in that jam range for that amount. Could be the case. Maybe he just rolled for it and landed on jam. I really feel like we do eke out a little bit extra with the free bet not all in there at 26 for Tom.
But still on 15. Jack 7 out of small for Mark, out of the way. Just a call from Fogging on the button.
Yeah, just a little adjustment here. Just noticing Mark stack sitting there with 6 bigs, Toddy stack sitting there with 16 bigs. Like, we just save a big blind the times that our opponents do have a hand that want to reshove on us. So just taking this limp approach here with the Jack 10. Toddy getting to check his option with the 5 deuce. Interested to know if Mark will ever do this with aces though, or kings, mixing a strong hand once in a while, or whether he feels like he can just be unbalanced in this spot.
$55 to call for Alex.
Yeah, and I always speak about this spot as well, Tal. I'd love if Toddy could just find like a little 130 here. No one ever has an ace in this spot. When they limp button, like, they're just going to steal, really, their ace-x. And like against Mark's stack, we can still call off 6 bigs with any aces, Mark there. But it's such an overbluff spot. Limp button or limp late position, go heads up against the blind, and it comes ace high, and they just always bet when check to. And I wonder with a little dummy and gutter there if Toddy could have ever gone for the raise. Max says 10-9 suited would likely be a fold. Jam, worst option with 15 left. Fine opening it, but a bit much for the ace-4 free bet without a clear reason. I actually think fold's the best option, then jam, then open. That's probably the order I'd go. I agree that fold is probably best, but the 10-9 suited, 2 bigs there off of 12. Like, the good thing about jam is we just fold out a lot of stuff that dominate us, right? We fold out king 10, we fold out queen 10, jack 10, queen 9, king 9. Like, we do fold out a hell of a lot of stuff that dominate us. We still got 40+% versus some ace highs. I agree with you that fold is probably the option I would have taken, but I feel like jam might be slightly better than open, just an opinion. As I say, Mark probably knows best. I know he spends a lot of time online studying, and like when you do study, when you're at these sort of shallow stack depths, a lot of the time you know what you're going to do and your decisions are clear. It did seem like an awkward one.
Twan went with the ace queen, raising it up. This time Yunis wants to see a flop, so just calls. Ten, 6, Jack. So bottom pair for Yunis. Good shot to Broadway for Twan. Check call from Yunis, 3 of clubs turn. Still in front. Let's check. One important river. There's a 2 of spades. Check mark for Yunis. Do we check call any bet?
What, as Yunis?
Yeah.
No.
Was it because the flush is completed?
Well, it's not just that. Like there's still like value here. Like maybe not Jack X, but some ace 10, some king 10 potentially. Our opponent can still have some flush draws. He's gonna take that option away though, and go for the old block on the river. Quarter pot with the 6.
That's 80.
Yeah, it would have been a tough spot. It's not like clear check call here on the river with a 6 for Yunis. Does look like Twan has a lot of ace high, king high. This is razor thin though from Yunis. Like Twan can still definitely have some 10x, some 7s through 9s. I don't think Jack X is going to be in there too much. That's just probably want to go bet on the turn when this brick rolls off. Not getting the payment from the ace queen. Yeah, I understand that, Max. 12.5 bigs worth a bunch, final 2 tables. I agree, it is probably losing. I just feel like it's a better option than open. Like, fold, all in, then open would probably be my order. But I do agree, final 2 tables do need to be tight. Is that? Do you think that's the same when we're in a field where in the money is final 2 tables? Obviously, final 2 tables in a 1,000-man field going to be different to final 2 tables in a field where in the money is last 2. Very interesting, because it's going to be a lot more extreme, like in a 1,000 runner field than a 100 runner field, where last 2 tables in this field is what, last 10% of the field, but last 2 tables in a 1,000-man field, over 1,000 man could be last 1% of the field. So I feel like that will change things as well. Yunis coming alive. Got the chips, chipping up. Sometimes momentum is huge in this game. You get the confidence. Reese with the 10-5 off here, not going to be able to do much.
And out he goes.
Will we be having a day 3 at this rate, says Ryan Neal, and potentially, I'll tell you what, if we're not at the FT in 3 hours, I think we'd have to. But I feel like something will give eventually.
Yeah.
Can't just stay on 15. It's been, what, nearly 2 hours now. Midi loot busted on stream. As the Bubble Boy at 6:30, hour and 45 minutes later, we are still yet to lose another one.
One with the King Jack from 13. There's his 200 Foggy with the Ace King. He's going to 3-bet. Makes it 250 by the looks of that. 275.
In the hand. I feel like as Mark hits out, like we don't need to go this large when Twan opens off of 13 bigs, because it's one of these. Now Twan knows he's got no fold equity, whereas maybe if we just make it 3 bigs and we click it and we go for the little 120k, maybe slightly more, like 140, 3.5 big blinds, like Twan can then still believe he has some perceived fold equity and potentially jam a hand that would never call the bigger 3-bet, because sitting there as Twan now, you know that Mark's always got a hand that calls off if we 4-bet, whereas if Mark goes small up, both of his bluffs and his value can still have some fold equity. And Mark basically saying, I've got a hand that I'm going with. Twan out the way with the King Jack.
King Jacks for Alex from 9. Seat number 9.
Yeah, 16.
16
Too much to be
bigs.
jamming. So, gonna go for the open option.
Queen 5-8 flop option on Alex. It's done the C-bet.
Mark has to go. Absolutely has to. There we are. All in with the ace-9. And Toddy finds kings. Of course he does. Run like Todd.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if someone's got queens behind either tower. Wouldn't shock me. And Toddy always knows what he's doing here. I'm just trying to make it look like it could potentially be wider than what he is. Seven's a Tom Hall. Never doing anything. So it's finally something going to give. Nearly 2 hours after the bubble was gone. Not a single bust out since the bubble burst.
That is true.
Which is unheard of. It's usually bust out after bust out. There's Mark Dyson needing to find an ace.
No ace there. Jack 4-6. No help there. We're needing an ace from space. It's not Mark Dyson, the first out in the money. After all that time, just over 2 hours, we got in the money. And now we've lost our first player in it. Mark Dyson. Busting out. So Jack 10 for Eunice, raises to 80. Reese 3-betting. Oi oi. 3-betting to 240 with a King Jack.
Let's go, Reese. Love this tower. This is actually a tiny little find. Like when gun opens, I know hijack but effective +1 on direct left of Eunice. Like still all this table behind, flush out all these hands and try and get it heads up with Eunice in position. This is a really good find from Reese. Eunice out the way with the Jack 10 suited. As Virgil comes over to balance.
Virgil just come to the table, out of the way. Tom with the ladies. Raising up, standard raise to 80. King 8 for Twan in the bin. King 8 for Twan in the bin. All of it? Whoa. Okay. Might see that as extra value with the raise before him. But King, oh, and look at this for Foggy.
Wow.
Mark Foggin.
Mark could be set for 20% of the chips in play here. Could be getting him up to the 3 million mark. I'm not sure what Twan's up to here, Tar, because this is a bit punty because we've not got any fold equity.
No.
This is the key here. Tom is always calling, even if he's open bottom of his range, he's calling our all in. So then we have to run a board with King 8 as Twan, whereas we can fold, wait a few hands, try and find a better spot. But now, as Mark, with the boots, how are we proceeding? Are we playing flat, trying to keep Tom in and induce something from him? Are we clicking? Are we just jamming the lot in for Tom's effective 27-28?
If he jams a lot, you can see he could easily see Tom folding.
Like it's a genuine decision here for Mark what to do, whether to flat, whether to ISO, whether to click, and does go for the flat. And now this flat
could induce the triangle.
Tom's already in the net tower. There's no getting out of this one. Queens versus aces. It's just 7 max. 7, 28 effective. We're in the net. We're caught. There's no getting away from it. Simple as that. The only avenue we've got to keep our tournament alive, of course, is finding that lady. And as Mark's just sitting there going, please say the words. Please say them. Pretty gross for Tom Hall. Nothing we can do, Tower.
Yeah, puts it all in, and then there's a snap call, and I think Tom already knows.
Yes, he does. He's got to hope to see
aces, queens, and Twan Win looks down at King 8, and we knew it was a bit punty, but wowzers.
So, Mark Foggin, if we can hold here, we are going to have 20% of the chips in play.
Oh, everybody's over. Everybody from the outer table. This is huge.
Oh my word!
Whoa! Tom Hall!
Top set for Tom.
Tommy.
I'm not even worried about the jack. You're just thinking, no ace, no ace. I don't care if Twan takes the main pot.
Yeah.
I want the side.
He can double up, he can treble up with the jack. And it's a 3, so we eliminated Twan Win. Mark is now dropped down to 600.
Oh my word.
And 2.6 milli for Tom Hall. Wow.
What a sick hand. What a sick hand. Standing up with ace is bad karma. Bowie said, yep, that's a bad fish manoeuvre. I didn't want to say it. So, cracking hand there. Three-way all in. And speaking of three-way all ins, Tower.
What we got now?
We have another three-way all-in occurring at the same time on the outer table. Phil Clark all-in 500k. Ravi reshoves for 650. Kev Allen finds aces in the big blind.
Of course you do.
It's a three-way all-in. Ravi with both covered. Kev the short stack here. Phil Clark, how are you getting out of this one, sir, with ace king?
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Look at this. Kev Allen's been all in twice on the bubble. He's doubled up both times, doubled up in the money, and now finds aces.
A great start. So the ace king going to need running kings or they're out, no other way out of it.
Yeah, but don't worry, Kev Allen's not stood up, by the way.
And
We know that.
An 8 on the turn. So ace king dead. 10s need a 10. They do not find. So what that's going to mean, guys, Kev Allen going to triple to 1.5 million. We're going to lose Phil Clark in 14th place. And Ravi Chef going to be left with 200k. What a couple of hands. One on the feature, one on the outer. Kev, who should have been out the door twice today, now up to 1.5 million. And Ravi going to be left with 200k, needing a spin. Back to the feature.
Wowzers, wowzers. What a couple of minutes that was.
So Phil Clark getting 14th for 4,200. Twan Win on our feature getting 13th for 4,750 pounds. 12 left, 2 tables of 6.
Wow.
King Queen of Hearts. Tom Hall with all the chips now. Not the man you want to have all the chippies. He's still got Eunice slightly behind him. A nice healthy 65 bigs for Tom Hall. Reese defends Jack 10. Gets a nice looking flop up and down here on the 985. Checks it over to Tom in position. I feel like a board will be playing a lot of checks on us, Tom. Obviously we got the free to flush, free to straight, 2 overcards, but it's kind of annoying this one when we get check raised, got 2 overcards, nice backdoors, so I feel like one that does want to play a fair amount of checks.
6 of spades on the turn.
And now we just get to probe this turn as Reese. Would love to see him just find a little small lead here. Tower get to do this with a lot of our range. Some 10x, 7x obviously for value. Even some like 9x, 8x, 2 pairs. Some diamond draws if we had like a jack deuce of diamond. Just a turn that we want to be probing on.
Wow.
As Reese does. Nice little 40% up. And that should be hand over.
Just wow.
How we doing here, Needleman? Evening, fellas. Hope you're both well. Just joined the stream. I'm watching footy in the background. Stream is on the desktop. Enjoying cracking day so far. We still probably got 4 or 5 hours left this evening. We're not even at the final table yet, which is unheard of at 8:30. Mark says, seen Tom in 2 previous streams. Queens against aces hits. Aces against kings against aces. Flop sets both time. 3rd time now. I actually remember the Kings against Aces in Luton about a year and a half ago against Mitch Hynam, because that was actually for all the chips. That was for a ridiculous amount. And Tom found the King against Mitch to bust him.
Crazy stuff. What was it today? The 4 of hearts that kept him on the river with the wheel?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Against a set of 9s of Foggy, and Tom can only hit a 4 to stand the river. You look at Kev Allen, ace 8 versus ace king of Ravi, clean flop, 8 on the turn, keeps him in. Hour later, gets it in 6s versus king jack, king on the flop, 6 on the river. Kev Allen doubles again, and now he's trebled up to 1.5 million. It's a crazy old game.
Ace 8, pocket 6s. Then you sit down with aces. See, and I like that. Don't ever stand up with aces. Just shows you. Kev didn't.
What about if you got aces, the board runs out, you lose, and you're out of the tournament, you just sit there? Or you stand up after you leave?
I would.
You'd get up after you're out, yeah?
I'd be like, now what do I do?
Just sit here, just sit in the chair.
I mean, wait till I'm forcibly removed. So we are on 12.
And we are going to quickly spin over again. It is all occurring at the moment. Well, we saw that Ravi Chef was left short after that 3-way all in. and gets his final chips in with the king 9 suited. 6s for 1 towel.
2, 4, 5 flop. King 9 of rabbit, all in needing to hit a 9 or a king. That's not one. And that's not it. Whoa, rabbit's missed one.
What?
Whoa.
I'm not even.
Whoa. Headline news.
That is, he's lost 2 flips today. He's lost not 1, 2. Ravi has lost 2 flips.
27th of February 2025. First time in his career missing 2.
Lost. He's changed man. Losing 2 flips in the same day, Ravi Chef. Change man.
Ravi gone. And surely standing up with aces is acceptable if you're at risk. Yeah, but Foggy wasn't.
Even standing up, just sit there.
Foggy had both of them
Gotta
covered.
believe.
And had aces. You got to believe they're going to win. If you can't believe your aces are going to win, what hand is? So now we're on 11.
Yeah, sick fold from Virgil there, by the way. Just sort of recognising when Mark opens off of 12 from gun. Likely to be dominated even with ace 10 off there, and just lets it go in the small blind. How things can change.
Blinds 25-50. The new level. Rabbit out £4,750. How's the main done today? Oh, 178 today for the main events. Very nice indeed. I think it was 200 last year. On a Thursday, or the year before, I think.
Reese with the king queen opens cut off here, and Virgil with the ace jack suited. We start the hand at around 30 effective. If we are going to free bet this one, we'd have to be free bet calling. Too strong to free bet fold. So it does land on flat. I just really like the flats in these spots, like ace jack, ace queen. A lot of people feel like when the cut-off or hijack opens, that ace queen and ace jack just needs to be free bet, but when you strip the spot, they play very well as flats, and that's just because all these ace X that's going to open from late position, we dominate. Stuff like king jack, queen jack, jack 10 suited, we dominate. So then we just get to go post in position against the range that we can heavily dominate, and then potentially the times we flop top pair, it comes ace high, jack high, potentially win a big pot versus our opponent. It's not just one of these where we say, okay, we got a big hand versus a late position open, we need to free bet. Think about your opponent's opening range and how many hands that we dominate we keep in the form of a flat.
Nail pops. I like saying it. I like saying it. We've got one of the nicest lads coming in for an hour very shortly.
Jack of diamonds on the turn. It's an interesting one because Reese now turns up and down. Virgil turns top pair, top kick up. Let's Reese here. Feels like it is a nice one to delay. Maybe some like 6s, 7s, 8 stuff in there for Virgil. Even some ace high. The times he pulls like ace 8 suited, ace 7 suited, folding out these type of hands. Virgil with the ace jack. We can see never folding against half. Should just be a call. I don't like that. Oh, he has called. Sorry, I thought that was raising chips going in. Has called from Virgil with the ace jack there. Like it a lot. keep some bluffs in of Reese.
The 9 of diamonds for Reese on the river.
That is a Reese river. Gets there, back doors into the straight, and now just comes down to size. And I think the way Reese plays, like Virgil, not going to expect any overpairs here that check flop. Although cut off versus button, we will actually play heavy check. But I don't think Reese is the type to check like jacks or aces on the flop. So it's going to be interesting to see what Virgil does here, because I'm not really ever going to give Reese overpairs. So now, like, in terms of hands we lose to, it's not really much tower. Obviously, King, Queen, the main one that gets there, the up and down. Does Reese ever value bet King, Jack, Queen, Jack as played? That's a question we got to ask ourselves. I don't see how we get to fold here as Virgil. Check, check, flop. Bet Reese turn, and he fires on this 9 river. Like, Ace, Jack, just too good in my opinion, tower. I'd be super impressed if he finds a fold here, but how can we? Does Reese ever have the same hand as well? King, Jack, potentially. Is there any ever value that we beat? Pocket 9's probably not going to play in this fashion.
Do you think Reese has checked 10 on flop?
10-9 suited.
10-9.
Yeah, 10-9. 10-9 potentially, tell. Yeah, 10-9 could work. Makes sense.
Well, I said he would have gone bigger on the river.
Says when you bet small, it gets very attractive to check now on the river. But what a fold from Virgil. What a top-notch fold there.
Big fold.
With the ace-jack. Impressive stuff from the Frenchman.
Wowzers, wowzers.
And on that note, we're going to give you a break. We're going to get Tower out of the booth. Go and give him a break. Let him have a wander. Going to get Andrew Headley in.
The twosome. You've heard them before together.
An hour.
But they're never sat together.
That is true.
They're both in the box.
No, we have sat together.
Have you?
Cyprus. Cyprus.
But they're both in the box shorts, and they're both in different bedrooms.
Usually, yes, that is correct. So we sent Tower on his break. We'll get Andrew in.
Fantastic stuff. Andrew Headley is coming to join us in the comms. Yeah.
Here he is. Something that is new. We've never been sat together with a camera.
Oh,
we've never been sat together with a camera.
This is new for me.
So this is new. So here he is, Andrew Headley. How'd you get on the high roller? Any stories?
Jesus, right into the bloodshed. I'm just going to say, thank God Tower said separate bedrooms. Our reputations were about to be on the line. Anyway, less said about that, the better. I mean, it was going swimmingly.
Yeah.
I was ticking along. I'd found a couple of nice folds and the like. Dean Lyle, good pal of mine.
Yeah.
He's all in. 10 bigs under the gun. +1, Mr. O'Driscoll, who has piles now, I believe. He is all in for 20 bigs under the gun 1. So, you know, we're thinking, well, we're going to need something pretty good.
Yeah.
Look down at the old cowboys, don't we, Jay? Look at the butchers.
That's pretty good.
We're like, right, let's go. Let's rifle the money in. I'm about to have the lot. And Lyle has ace-jack. We're like, that's fine. And like, O'Driscoll, aces.
Of course.
Where's the justice, mate?
No justice.
And he started giving me a spiel about how I gave him a bad beat last time.
And to be fair, if you watch the stream today, which you obviously haven't, aces keep getting cracked. Like, ridiculous amount. We've seen them cracked 6 or 7 times today, guys. Like,
well, I'm bloody
insane
never
about. And that's what I'm saying. You're the unlucky one that didn't crack them. But it's a cracking field, to be fair. You're in yourself. I'm sure you saw the faces. But
beastie field.
Yeah.
Like, tough.
This man, you may not know him, but very, very good. He's from France, Virgil. Become a bit irregular the last sort of 6 months or so, but play some very nice stuff. I saw you caught the back end of that hand, just making that fold with ace jack, top notch stuff.
This is a nice hand selection as well to mix in as the old 3-bet fold, where we start the hand 24 bigs. So you want to have some of these ace 10, ace 9s and the like. Well done. Reese gets out of the way. So how many we got left, Jay? 11 left?
11 left. It was mad because the bubble went.
Right.
16 players. Midi bubbled in 16th. We then had 15 players left for nearly 2 hours. Usually when the bubble goes, it's bust out, bust out, bust out.
Because it's quite shallow structure.
Exactly that. But when the bubble went, we had 2 hours nearly of 15 players. And then we've just had an influx of bust outs occur sort of the last 20 minutes just before you joined us.
Nice.
It's been a good day. You main event tomorrow?
Yeah, I played it today as well. I was a victim of the bone crusher, Big Simon Higgins.
Oh no!
Sent me to the showers. It was going well there too, and I took another shocker, but we won't go into that. Positive vibes only, as the young kids are saying these days.
I heard an unbelievable hand history yesterday from the high roller.
Okay.
Where basically it was a free bet part from Simon, free bet, Jack high board, bet, over bet, jam river, and it was Jack high. And Miss Julian Sipon was sitting there on the river, used all his time banks.
Does he know who Simon is?
Yes, he does. He does. And he goes to the whole table. Sorry guys, you all know what I've got here. So the whole table's like, oh, he's got an overpair, obviously. He's probably got like an overpair or something like that. After using his lifetime bank, he flicks in the call, spins over ace queen high, which is good. And the whole table's like, yeah, we all knew you had that, mate. we all knew you had ace queen there. We're all thinking exactly the same thing.
As much as I love Simon, if there's anyone you're going to put the cape on for, you know,
that is the man.
He's the one.
That's exactly what he said after the hand as well. When Simon went, "You got a queen in your hand," and Julian goes, "But it's you." And that's it.
Fair enough.
Player dependent. Do you know many of the faces here?
Yeah, so I know Eunice. We see he's going for the ISO here. Quite like this, the old Jack 6-0. Tough spot for Tourney. I know him. I haven't played much with him, but we played together in Malta a couple of years ago, and I think because he's relatively new, right?
Yes, he won the Goliath a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was it, and he just won it, I believe. So I know that he's got some pedigree. Foggy, the legend, one of our favourite boys. We're not supposed to be biased, but I'm just on guest comms, right? So go on, Foggy, and Tom Hall, of course, beast. And you're mentioning Virgil, who I don't know.
Yeah, Frenchman.
But you're
plays some very good stuff. And Reese in seat 2, cash game player from Birmingham. So doesn't really play too many tournaments, but having a shot here at the UK Open.
Yeah, tough table.
Michael Rossman in the chat says, "Evening, Mr. Effect," whatever that means.
Well, he's talking about Mr. Wilson, isn't he? Barry. Barry Effect,
of course.
I would say. I'd imagine.
I always call him Mr. Bowie. I've never heard anyone call him Mr. Effect.
No, me either.
It's always Bowie.
He's always gone up. Look at Wilson. He's all about the sizings and that. Honestly, nobody loves it more.
Nobody does. Yes, Carl Lakeland. Andrew Headley. We do some streams together.
So 80k for the win, which
crazy.
Is pretty wild.
It's actually one of the biggest high rollers we've ever had, other than the one at the Goliath last year, which was record breaking. So incredible turnout. It's not just the turnout; it's the people that turn out. It's not just random people flicking in. Like every person that's played it's a face.
Yeah, every pretty good UK rag is here, I would say, except for Wilson, who's been lazy.
Even
sorry, Andy.
Even Cholton's here. I saw he was in Cambodia 2 days ago, and then I saw him today. I'm like, what are you doing here?
Dan loves it more than anybody. Right enough.
So Virgil with the King 10 makes it 100k. Queen 7 off for Reese.
Yeah, these are these kind of, you could defend for chip EV, etc., but with 11 left in the high roller, it's sort of, chip preservation and being pretty tight with your defending the way to go.
Yeah, Jamie's not here either. Jamie Walden. He said, "I've got FOMO." Why are you not here, Jamie? Out of interest. Are you playing in Vegas? And Bowie's one table in his last MTT of the evening with 12 VPIP. Sounds fun.
How is he not here? I feel like we need to flame him a little.
He should be here.
He's got too much money, the lad. Too much money, 80k is not enough, And
Jamie's got dad duties.
That's my first time escaping dad duty.
How's it been for you?
It's been good. It's been good. Little shout out to my little boy. He's 4 months old now.
4 months.
So first trip away. and I'm dusting his inheritance off. So far, at least.
There's always tomorrow.
Mate, I'm in spots now, and I'm like, well, I should really take this, and then I see his wee face in my mind's eye.
You're not the first person that's said that to me when they've had a kid. Like, this is the thing, like, people, especially cash game players that have like their first child, they're like, oh, I feel like I'm not taking spots now, like I'm not barreling it off when I should be, because they're thinking about the little one. But there you go.
I'm just happy to be out of the house, mate. Sitting with you.
There we are. Hopefully we can get some hands to delve into. Raise here from Tom. King Jack of Hearts makes it 100. Virtual out the way with the King 5. Alright then, Sally tuning in from Twitch. Tower's not with me right now. Joined by Andrew Headley, who's likely going to be jumping in the satellite at 9 o'clock. I'm guessing you're late, Reg, but
yeah, it's all right. I'll hang out with you, and we'll give Tower a chance to rest those weary legs.
You'll see him Sunday, Sally, sat on that featured table playing for probably about 300k.
There we go.
That would be nice. Was it this one? You had a slightly deep run in last year, because I remember being in Coventry and you won the last 2 tables. Was it UK Open or was it something different?
It was the one that Marchington that Nick won. I got like 18th or something.
Okay, yeah.
Ran Jackson to aces of Mr. De Silva.
Oh, okay.
And he sent me packing. I need to stop running into aces.
Yes, this is a problem.
In Coventry.
Or learn how to crack them.
Or
like
learn
most
how to
people
crack
have been
them.
doing today.
That's right. Hello, Sally. Saw. There's some pretty good screen names in the old Twitch chat.
Well, we got them all on Twitch. We've got some ones that we have to read out, like either the first or the second half of the name, because we can't read it all.
That's like when we are in Cyprus working together and every name has 112 consonants in it. It's traumatic, huh? So, blind on blind here, round 2, Virgil. Interesting spot here with ace-5-0, 28 effective. It's almost always going to start with limp here, and if Tom ISOs, we have a decision to make, Jay. Like, do we ever sprinkle in like a limp re-raise non-all-in? Like, it is the type of hand that you will see people use. And Tom is going to reach, it looks like.
Yeah, Virgil does feel... I feel like we've just got enough, potentially, for that option as well, Andrew.
Yeah.
It just seems like just enough BBs to potentially take that avenue.
No, he has checked. Okay, I thought he was reaching. You'll see a lot of checking in position with these suited hands. Like 7 deuce off, we're more inclined to maybe go for a steal.
And it's Jack 10 King, 2 spades.
Yeah, I would imagine Virgil just starts with check here. Like, it's not really a spot that you want to start taking off. We do have a smidge of showdown. I'm going to have some playability still on some turns and rivers.
Not too much going on for Tom. It's not like we've got like 7 deuce spade. Maybe there's some argument for having the stab. I just feel like already in our head we're done with the pot.
Yeah.
And Virgil can still limp some strong hands as well. Like, he still has 10s, jacks, kings, ace, queen some of the time, which we don't.
Yeah, 100%. Don't know what the turn is. Okay, 8 of clubs. Yeah, Virgil just trying to sort of navigate his way to showdown. Interesting now for Tom, but like once the small blind checks twice, almost always have showdown right in the spot. Like, he's going to have a bunch of, you know, Jack X here, Virgil still, that don't want to reopen the action. Some 10X. 8 of spades on the river, J.
What about now, Andrew? Because Virgil clear check. It's just as Tom. Do you feel that we need to take off with this 7 high?
I mean, you never want to check. I always think that, you know, when you just can't win, it's never nice to just check back. We could put a small bet out. Like, Tom will be expecting Virgil to value bet here, right? If he has like a jack or even a 10, right? It's a pretty clear kind of blocky value bet, I would say, from the small blind. So he's going to have ace high, kind of queen high, ace high a lot here, I would say. You'd have heard from a king or a jack for sure by now. An 8's going to bet, you know, any flushes or straights are going to bet, but Tom just decided it. It's not that credible for him to bet river, and it's not unreasonable. You probably get check called a decent amount, I'd say.
Yeah, Jabracada is Tom Hall, the unlucky goat. That's his online handle.
Loving that in the chat. Rowie, got to take off with 7-2 for the effing culture. You do, mate. You know what, to be fair, I feel like you kind of do. I find it really difficult in those spots to just like knuckle back 7 high on the river.
I'm just saying.
You know, it's sometimes you gotta, I think, just be like, right, you know what, I'm not gonna win this pot, but maybe just go for the one big blind and, you know, put queen high in a nasty spot. I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? Are you good at giving up, Jay?
I'm not. I'm one of the worst for giving up. I'll be honest with you, I am. Even sometimes when I know in my head I should.
Don't do it, don't
just
do it.
My head's saying that, and then suddenly just all in comes out of my mouth.
Oh,
and I'm like, my head's like, why have you said that?
Yeah.
It happens.
Interesting spot here, 8-9. I feel like limp could be an option here, by the way, for Virgil. I'm intrigued to see if he ever takes that line. It has gone with min raise to 100k. Really tricky, these spots on FT bubbles.
So I'm gonna get out of the way with the king 9. Can't do too much. And Mark, we had the chip lead for a while, but then got very unlucky versus Tom Hall in pre, and sitting short for the last 20 minutes. 10 bigs in the big here.
That's why I wondered if Virgil would ever mix one in. We've got the chip leader on a direct left, and we've got the short stack in the big. 8-9 of spades, that type of hand that you don't really want to raise fold, but does just get it through.
Yes, we will be finishing tonight, Sully.
It's a late one for you
tonight. Oh, yeah,
now.
it's a long old day today. Been here since 1. Going to probably be out here about 2, so
yeah,
going to be a long stretch. But easy day tomorrow. Day ones tomorrow. Don't talk much poker on day ones. We just chat, waffle
just
in the
have
booth.
A laugh.
Literally, that is day ones in the booth. What time you reckon? I reckon between 1 and 2, Sally. I reckon about them. The only good thing when we get 5-handed, we go to 30-minute clock, so that obviously knocks probably an hour off the day if it was 40 minutes throughout.
It should be a fun final. When I walked in, I had a little look at the outer table. You've still got Conor O'Driscoll in there. Bozza has spun it up.
Yeah, Boz.
He had 4 bigs, didn't he?
Yeah, he was short.
And leads Jamie. Yeah, he's still in the mix. The potential for a pretty stacked FT.
Antoine Labatt's still in as well.
He's still in as well, okay. I wonder if Tom is ever thinking about jam. There we go. Thought he would consider it. Jay into the 2 shorties. Foggy with 9 blinds, and Toddy, I think, with 13 or so. So King 9 passes the sniff test for Mr. Hall.
Yeah, Toddy's got 15, so
yeah,
seems good.
It makes some sense to just rip this one in. Make them wake up with a top-tier hand. One of the best in the world, I think, Tom, at recognizing these sort of like just... I saw him 3-bet jam ace king for like 26 when I was watching you guys when I was at home having a rest. And like just from his Sati background, he's such a beast that like he just never seems to get those spots wrong. Like these open jam ones, you know, like it's easy if you're a bit tired, just flicking a min raise there, right? And Toddy gets to rejam whatever, right? Ace 3 off into you. Very, very sharp poker player.
The 26 bigs ace king, like LP, is that like low frequency, or is it like... Because I thought we were going to see 3-bet
you thought
not all in at 26.
Call. I was having to think about it on the way over, and there was 14 left, I think. So like, I think there's a few reasons to do it. Like the ICM is kind of at its peak, right, just before the final table. So like just ripping it in, I think if our opponent has like 8s or 9s here, for example, in my eyes, I don't think they can call jam.
I don't think they can.
Right, so you might have that benefit of just getting some of these middling sort of pairs that could 4-bet jam just to get them out of the pot. And if our opponent has a hand like an ace-queen suited, they probably call the jam. Like, I think ace-queen suited is more likely to call a shove here than 8s, is what I'm saying. So you might get some slightly better hands to fold and still get called by the one category of hand that's slightly worse than us.
Makes sense.
Is what I was thinking that would make some sense. And yeah, I mean, Tom just probably thinks to himself, occasionally I'll jam, sometimes I'll 3-bet call. Maybe it's opponent dependent, and he thinks that this player won't 4-bet jam light enough. And it's tricky with ace king off, right? It's not like you really want them to call much when we're in position. Short stacked is an interesting one.
So we got a jam here, 15.5 bigs for Tourney. King Jack off, blind on blind here for Eunice. I feel like just gets in. Like Tourney's probably going to send some stuff with dominate.
Sure.
Doubt he's going to send just open send ace king, ace jack. These probably either complete or raise call.
I mean, this is the classic snap it off for chips, and it just depends what you think of the small. Is it always ace high, right? Is it always a low pair, or do you have some stuff we crush? I think we got to just flick it in here. Hand's a bit too good, Jay. Does call.
Good start. It's just horrible when you see the king or the jack, and you know you got to hit a 3-outer with 2 cards to come. So
It does have a bunch of back doors. That's one. Queen of Hearts on the turn, Jay. Alex got to fade. Bunch of rivers. Looking to fade 9s, jacks, aces, and kings.
Oh, and it is a king on the end for Eunice. Puts him up above the 3 milli chip mark. Toddy rivered and out in 11th place. £5,250. Alex Todd going to be taken home. Good run from him. Pretty sure he was in on 1 bullet as well. So a nice bit of profit to take into the main event to try and bag tomorrow.
Yeah. Unlucky, bud. What can you do? Some of these spots just play themselves. Big river that. It's a pretty big swing for Eunice. You know, if you lose that one, you're down to sort of 1.8. It gets a bit itchier. Now, Love and Life, probably tournament chip lead?
Yes, I'd say. Not sure who's got what on the outer table, but
it'll be
does
close.
seem like a fair amount of chips on this table. Yeah, 15 million play, and what we got
3.2,
about
I think.
9 mil on this table.
Okay.
So yeah, it's going to be
Bunch
the
of
chip
shorties
lead.
on the outer. Do you play 9-hand? It's the FT 9-handed?
Yes, FT
right.
9-handed,
So we
so-
are literally FT bubble. Well, just in time for Mr. Foggin. What a sight to see, Jay. 9.5 blinds. We're going to be perceived to be much wider than this, of course. In they go. He's leaving one chip back. Potential pay jump.
Yep.
You'd imagine. Oh, and he's going to get called, and what a result this is for Foggy. Looking to start the spin up, Jay. Gets it in great shape against Ace Jack.
Yeah, nothing Reese can do, just a bit of a call up.
Big old cooler. Shade over $1 million in the middle for Foggy. Try and get back into the hunt. You feel cheated with Ace Jack here, right?
You do.
You can't
do.
believe it.
How are we behind? Not looking good for Reese. Mark. Set for the double. Few back doors to fade. Some chop outs. So Jack, we would lose Mark. 3, we would chop it. Anything else, Mark Fogging going to be back up over $1 million. Deuce of Diamonds River. So Mark back to 20 bigs. Had a sick one, Mark, just before you come in. Would have been up over 3 million. Aces all in against the Queens of Tom Hall. And the Queen on the flop for Tom. So had a bit of a grim one about 10 minutes before you joined us, Andrew. But back in it, up to 20.
Yeah, always important, of course. Keep your head. I mean, it's tough, right? When you lose the chip lead pot, especially
when there's
it's
80 bag up top, you lose the chip lead pot, aces versus queens, and it's just like
yeah. Step 1 of the recovery complete.
Jamie Walden says, look what happens when you stand up, because Jamie was complaining that Mark stood up when he had aces versus queens, and that's why he lost apparently, because he stood up.
What are we like
I know,
with their superstitions,
I know.
eh?
This is it. Apparently you're not allowed to stand up when you're all in with aces.
I've been hearing all about them all week. Well, apparently as well, like we were talking about things that annoy you when you're at the table. So if you're all in and someone folds and then shows like one of your outs,
yeah, that
one's quite tilting.
That is annoying. That is a frustrating one.
You know, when you've ripped in the ace 4.
Or not even shows, when someone's just like just folded under the gun like you got pocket 8. I had 8-3 off here, and mate, he's got 9s, and he leans over and tells you he had 8-3 off. Yeah, that is a pet peeve at the poker table. I don't think anyone likes that.
I had one in Vegas where I took a squeeze all in with like 8s or something, and the first guy jams, and then the second guy just folds 8s face up, and the other guy had 10s, and I was just like, oh, right, so I'm just dead. Brilliant.
No flush, no?
Nah, no flush, mate. Don't run that good, mate. Don't run that good.
So King Jack for Mark makes it 110.
Oh.
So 24 here to start the hand as Reese.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to do anything but rifle it.
Yeah, I feel like.
I think against the cut-off range, we just... There is some scope to actually 3-bet call here, which is, like, certainly an option. Oh, he's just gone with call instead. Interesting. Don't hate this. Like, you do keep in some hands that you dominate. The one problem, well, the main problem, of course, is that you're out of position, and it can get a little tricky down the streets.
It does work out well on the Queen Jack for
Yeah.
Rainbow.
So far, so good.
Checks over to Mark playing in flow, and like in terms of range ball, we're going to have lots of bets on this Mark, but our hand probably a nice one to check back.
Yeah, I think he will check here. Like if Reese has 8s through 10s, I think they are the most likely candidates that just 3-bet jam.
Yeah.
So when our opponent does call the small blind here, he really does connect pretty well on the Queen Jack X. Gonna have like these King Queen suiteds, hand like Ace Jack suited that we can see, King 10 suiteds, these type of hands. So interesting spot now. This is pretty grim.
Yeah, 145
for Foggy.
320. There's like 45%.
Yeah, P40. Really tough this. Like obviously we have a gut shot, right, and we can still improve, but it's very difficult to assign like pure bluffs here for Reese in my eyes. Like I can't really think of any that aren't exactly Ace 10 suited that hasn't like put it in pre. But you know, with that gut shot, kind of feel compelled that we have to commit the 145 as Foggy 8. Intrigued to see how Reese goes about river here. Like, you're not going to give Foggy too many Queen X, right? Like, you would think that most of them will bet flop. So, and like, how many 9X does he have? He will probably have some 9-10 suited, right? Maybe some King 9 suited. Be a little bit worried about. I wondered if he would, like, go for a little block. It's an awkward spot. It does go check, check, and well done, Reese. Gets an extra 145 by not putting it in pre.
Stephen Heron says, "Gear up the boys. Good stream. Grinding online. Cheering for Foggy. Come on, son."
Loving Foggy. 100%. One of the nicest dudes you could ever hope to meet.
Blind's going to go up to 60k in the 3 minutes time. Haven't seen Ali Malou, Sally. Haven't seen him around.
I haven't seen him in ages.
No, I haven't seen. No, a lot of people haven't seen him in a while.
What's the famous rhyme with the hand? Isn't there a rhyme?
And a rhyme?
7-2 Ali Malou or
I've
something
never
like
heard
that.
that.
There is, man.
That must be old school. 7-2 Ali Malou.
No, there's there's definitely a rhyme. Yeah. But I might have invented it.
There's a great interview with Tower on YouTube called Ali Mahou.
Right.
And he does a whole interview talking to someone, like he's like, "Ali Malou, how have you done this tournament?" And he does a whole interview, and then the bloke goes, "Just one problem, Tower." He goes, "I'm not Ali Malou." After the whole interview.
Oh,
So Ali Mahou on YouTube. But I haven't seen him. Haven't seen him in a while.
So Eunice here getting after it, as he should. FT bubble, a lot of chips, use that blocker. I don't expect Tom to do much here with Queen Deuce. I'd be surprised. I've been surprised before. This doesn't really seem like a hand we want to get in the mix with, really, Jay. That's out of the way. Look at those payouts, folks. 79k up top. Pretty amazing stuff. Like, on average, it's like 35, 40k maybe.
Yeah.
So
usually,
almost double the
high
normal
roller.
kind of prize pool. Pretty awesome.
But we had actually like one of the biggest high rollers on a GKPT in Manchester. I got like 120 last leg,
Okay.
and that had 50k up top. So
Right.
obviously this is a bigger prize point with it being the UK Open, but
Yeah,
the
80K.
turnout's just crazy.
Brilliant. Yeah, there was like 30 people maxed it this morning or something, which is
36.
fairly unheard of, right?
36 day 2 buy-ins.
Yeah.
To be fair, like when you've got 16 and a half loads a day 2 buy-in, it's not like you're buying in for like 8 or 7. Like you've got a bit of wiggle room.
There is
you
a
can
little bit of
open.
room.
Can find some opens. You can maybe even find some free bets. Eunice with Ducks as the chip leader opens from gun.
Yeah, interesting spot here for Virgil. I expect him to VPIP here basically every time against the chip leader, just whether he decides on call or 3-bet. It's pretty... Oh, I'm a little surprised, actually, to see him fold. I mean, it makes some sense, of course. Final table approaching. Don't want to tangle too often. Thought he might get involved, but does get out of the way. Awkward spot for Foggy J. Eunice is sized up here to 2.5x. Kind of makes this ace-6 offsuit shrink up a little more.
Yeah, kind of annoying size to be faced with.
It is. Yeah.
And does get out the way.
Don't mind
as
it.
Gets out the way. We're going to spin over to the outer table.
Oh, that's Boz up.
And it's Boz all in. Slightly covers one towel. So believe one towel is the player at risk here. Boz with queens, one towel with jacks. So if we don't see a jack, we are going to be at the final table. It's looking good for Boz. And it's looking great for Boz. We're going to lose one Tao Tang in 10th place, £5,800. Great run from him. But that means our final 9 are set. And Boz is having a little chuckle to himself. But we are set and ready for the final table, guys. It's just over a 20-minute break. I wasn't expecting only half hour, you, Andrew. I thought we would get an hour together. I'm hoping they don't. If things go bad tomorrow, you can always come and jump back in.
If I'll go and play the satellite, and if I bust that, I can always jump back in.
This is going to be a long night, so you can always come back in
right,
whenever you want.
A pleasure as always.
But great from Andrew to have a half hour with him. Insight's always great as usual. Tower and I will be back with the final table 9:30, guys. You're not going to want to miss this. We're playing for £80,000. We will see you in 20 minutes' time.
Old seats, PK? Old seats as in who? As in they've all disappeared and not moved chips. This is 7.
This is 7, yeah, and this is yours. Stock. Yeah, that's yet to be moved.
Okay.
Leave it where it is at the moment. No, you're okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, love. This is old.
Okay, so there's 2 stacks not moved.
This one here. 6, 4.
One of them is
4 and 7.
4 was Tom Hall, I think. Yeah, it was, yeah. Tom's in 8. That must be Mark Foggy. Seat 2.
specific to be the
Be
Pacific
Pacific.
Ocean.
Do you know, I actually used to think it was just one word and it was Pacific.
Yeah?
Like, I'm being very Pacific right now.
Yeah. Did you say 1320? 1420.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 420, sorry.
Right. Oh, sold by the rack. 2450.
The mismatched stock got me.
1610.
Same but different.
You say 1610?
Yeah.
7.
132326 29 3105. 712 152.
I don't know what you want to do with this.
Get it down.
Just leave that in, yeah. Leave that there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must be the ritual.
No.
Must be the ritual.
Stop it.
It's only ever going to stop on one condition, Rachel.
To prove it. What does? Point and stand. You're afraid.
One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GKPT. Bouncy.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
Long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, yeah, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good game, good pots. And everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, he was on my table, I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing, there's a lot of the lads who are still, it was a really good community,
It's an amazing community, and we'll come to that during this little chat, but can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you it's 2007.
2007, yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a tour, the gala tour that started.
Yeah.
Before Governor bought them out.
Yeah.
I
think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was.
The gala tour.
Yeah.
Like the Teesside. The Teesside gala was massive for you lot, especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour back in the day. We would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And yeah, I finished maybe a side event, a £200 event, might finish 4th or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. And you've probably still got the £865 in the pocket somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was white fibres on Monday. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm gonna have to start travelling around a little bit.
Yeah, they both were running like side by side.
Yeah.
And the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights, Blackpool before the GKPT took it over, and I was blown away. I walked in the casino. The atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. You know, I still love that feeling when you go there.
Yeah.
I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other. You know, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season 1 because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. And maybe Newcastle, was it Newcastle League?
I think there was,
I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle.
Yeah, it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going.
Yeah.
I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
2008, Gala Tour, you started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the player was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, you know. I didn't think, you know, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, you know, in general, but back in the day there was a lot more like gamblers who play, you know, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, you know, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, you know, and so
your first main cash in a GKPT.
Yep.
Probably your favourite stop.
Yep.
And you're probably your favourite casino for a GKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool, yep.
2014, finished 10th. You know, is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's, you know, as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. You know, there's cash games at all levels. There's small buy-in tournaments, bigger buy-in tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. And they come for the holidays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, you know, so they really enjoyed that. And it's still great to this day. You know.
Same season, the grand final. 10th.